एक चेयर हटाओ।
अरे वो हटा दूंगा, पहले यहाँ तो बता दो यार, वो हटा दूंगा।
निशा मैं तेरा तरफ से
ठीक है राजेश,
उधर ऐसे ही लगा मतलब
4-5 है भाई।
5 क्यों रखना है? पांचवा कौन है?
ये बर्बाद से
5 कर ले अगर आपको लगता है।
मैडम को बीच में करो ना।
नहीं कर रहे, एक चेयर हटेगी। आप
अच्छा,
रुक जाओ,
हाँ,
रुक जाओ।
ठीक है।
ये लगा एक चेयर हटेगी। आप
ठीक है,
टेंशन
ठीक
मत
है।
लो।
राजेश को अगर नहीं आते ये प्रदीप श्रीवास्तव। हाँ ठीक है।
हाँ हाँ एक वो नोट पैड और पेन रखना है। नोट पैड और पेन रखना है सबके लिए।
लो भाई अपने ले लो।
आईपैड्स है, 2 यहाँ पे लगे हैं, एक वहाँ पे, वो चलेगा?
बस इतना ठीक है। मुझे ये कि मैम के सामने होना चाहिए।
एसी करवा दो तो जल्दी लग रही है।
एसी बंद है, भी करवा रहे हैं।
चलिए फ्लैग आ गया, ये तो फ्लैग
ये ना
इधर इधर यहाँ
इससे और निकलने का
कोई
प्रॉब्लम
नहीं।
शायद उसके हटवाया मैं बोल देता हूँ।
अच्छा मैडम आ रही है तो वो दिखना चाहिए ना।
उसको बोलो वो फ्लैग उठा करके इधर रखे, क्योंकि वो ना वो कह रही क्लिक करने में इंडिया का फ्लैग आना चाहिए। निशा मैम बोल रही है। आप देख लो।
मूवमेंट में प्रॉब्लम होगी, मूवमेंट में प्रॉब्लम होगी,
पीछे रख सकते हैं।
स्पेस नहीं होगा।
ये वाला फ्लैग ना उठा करके इस साइड में
क्या
फ्लैट
फ्लैग
से
उठा के इस साइड में।
इस साइड से उतार के नीचे से करना, आगे से मत करना।
कैसे पीछे नहीं कर सकते?
एलईडी आराम से, एलईडी से
मैडम के लिए एक मेरे को दो।
हम कहाँ से प्रिंट आउट लेंगे? मैंने प्रिंट आउट कोई लाया, मैंने एक भी प्रिंट आउट नहीं लाया।
तो मैंने कहा था ना कि उनको करो, आप इनवाइट करो, तो इनवाइट करने के लिए कोई फोल्डर वगैरह कुछ नहीं की जरूरत नहीं
ठीक है, दैट सेशन
ये तो ये कल रात को आए हैं ये।
वो तो ठीक है,
हाँ, अच्छा लगता है कि हम दे दें
वो तो
ऐसा।
अलग बात है।
करवा लेना अपने प्रोग्राम का।
वो तो अलग बात है।
मैंने ये सारा काम किया, आज मैं आए हैं, जा रहे ये देखो इसमें लड़ते हैं लोग, तो क्या करें बजाय हम लोगों को मोटिवेट करने के लिए। ना मेरा फोन काम कर रहा है, ना मेरा
तो यहाँ पे सीन करना है, बात हो रही है,
सीन कौन कर रहा है?
करेंगे।
हाँ वो यहाँ पे रखो मैम, सारे नेम सब करेक्ट हैं, सब कुछ देख लीजिए करेक्ट है।
उसकी कॉपी निकल सकती है क्या? प्रोग्राम नहीं, प्रिंट नहीं निकलेगा ना?
प्रिंट अभी यहाँ से नहीं
मुश्किल है ना?
मैम। हाँ जी, तभी हैंड रिटन दिया है इसका। आपको तो आप लगाओगे ना, एक आप अपने पास, तो आप एक अपने पास मैं दे दूँगी, मैं दे दूँगी।
लगाना था
ठीक है।
A very good morning to everyone to the India Pavilion. We are going to hold a special event on technology needs assessment today in the beginning, in the start of the day. And we are very, very thankful to Secretary Madam, Ms. Leena Nandanji, to agree to grace the occasion. And ma'am, really thankful to you. Ma'am has reached yesterday night so late, but still she is there with us to motivate us, to inspire us in this very special event. And ma'am, this is the first event in which you are gracing the occasion. And DST and TIFEC is really very thankful to you. Before we start the event, I would just like to, before we hear ma'am, with your permission, ma'am, I would like to give a brief idea about the overall program and the concept which we are going to take up in this particular session. I think my friends here who will be participating in this session is Dr. Rajesh Pathakji, Secretary TDB. I would request him to please come on dais. Dr. Professor Pradeep Srivastavji, Executive Director, TIFEC. Please be seated, Srivastavji. And other panelists who are there today with us, Dr. Rajiv Garg from CTCN, Mr. Megnali Vijay, who is from CEA, Mr. Koil Mandal from Shakti Foundation, Professor Geeta Rai from Banaras Hindu University, and my colleague, Dr. Sushila Negi, and Dr. Gautam Goswami from TIFEC. So, ma'am, this is our panel, and as already all of us are hearing in the past 4 days, and I was fortunate to be there at the inaugural session also, ma'am, in which Honorable Minister Sir gave a very nice idea about the overall perspective which India is facing and what kind of initiative we are supposed to take up with regard to keeping in mind the theme of the event, which is lifestyle for environment. As all of us know, climate change is a global concern and countries are taking concerted actions to mitigate the impact of climate change. In the recent IPCC assessment report, which was released in August 2021, it was very clearly mentioned that climate change is widespread. It's a global phenomenon now. It is rapid and intensifying all across the world. And it may cross 1.5 degrees centigrade threshold line by as early as 2040, unless serious efforts are taken by all the countries. So friends, this calls for a synergistic efforts by all the nations to control demands on resources so that imbalanced demand-supply scenario is addressed appropriately towards sustainability. In fact, India has faced this challenge of sustaining rapid economic growth while dealing with global threat of climate change, being a very populous country. Since the beginning of 21st century, we have been on the path of accelerating economic growth through the threat of climate change. With an economy closely tied to its natural resource base and climate-sensitive sectors, India is most vulnerable to projected climate change consequences. We are all aware of it. We are feeling the burnt of the climate change impact all across the country. In the last conference of parties, COP26, which was held at Glasgow, a very nice caption was said that either we stop climate or it will stop us. It is the time to say enough as addiction to fossil fuel is pushing humanity to the brink. That was the quote given in the COP26 by the General Secretary then. As per international commitment, India is committed to reduce our emissions, and our Honorable Prime Minister Sir has declared a 5-fold strategy termed as Panchamrit in COP26 at Glasgow. And we have started working towards achieving that as well. MOEFCC has been working very actively along with other partnering ministries and other private partners to look into this particular aspect in a very rigorous manner. Many reports are coming up, which I am very sure in the negotiation, I think we are going to share all that. India's announcement to achieve net zero emission by 2070 is much more ambitious, friends. But we are on it to reach to the target of net zero by 2070. And India, as a part of nationally determined contribution to UNFCCC in 2015, committed to reduce the emissions. And we have launched NAPCC, which is National Action Plan on Climate Change, which is comprising of earlier 8 and now 10 national missions. 2 more have also been added. I take this opportunity to just inform that a dedicated mission, NMSKCC, which is National Mission on Strategic Knowledge for Climate Change, was assigned to DST. We are working on 2 missions. Ma'am, for your information, there is one more mission, NMSHE, National Mission on Sustaining Himalayan Ecosystem, which is the only location-specific mission. We are going to have next session on that as well. And these are, as I said, the main aim of these two missions of DST is to build the capacity, S&T capacity, and also generate strategic knowledge with regard to the various sectors which are getting impacted by the climate change. And we are the nodal ministry who have to generate knowledge and then share to the other partner ministries. The concept of sustainable living qualifies for meeting the present ecological, societal, and economical needs without compromising with the need of future generation. And friends, as a decent life demands 24 by 7 electricity, water, adequate food, nutrition, and sustainable habitat. The biggest challenge is to deliver these basic needs in a sustainable manner. Hence, technology has the potential to play a critical role in maintaining sustainability in the ecosystem. In order to achieve these targets and adoption of appropriate technologies which are suitable for the Indian ecosystem, technology development is dynamic in nature, and hence identifying state-of-art technologies across the sectors of national importance is very important. It's the need of the hour. So DST, along with its another extended arm, TIFEC, has initiated an exercise to quickly scan all the technological needs of different sectors, primarily responsible for GHG emissions under NMSKCC. We are taking care of the sector dealing with adaptation and mitigation as well. CTCN, hosted by UN Environmental Program, is the implementation arm of the technology mechanism, and we are going to take their guidance as well in order to work out the technology need assessment, and we are going to provide the document soon. Without taking much time, I welcome all of you to this very special event organized by DST in partnership with TIFEC on the technology need assessment. And I would like to thank again all of you and ma'am for being here with us. And I would like to request ma'am to give her opening remarks for this session. Over to you, ma'am, please.
Thank you, Nisha. I will only say that I would like to speak after I have heard the other presenters because you have set the tone for the discussion. So I would like to listen to all the other participants and panelists and then maybe give my views on the subject. Thank you.
But before that, ma'am, as a token of the presence here, this is the badge which has been made. So I honor to give this. Taking the program forward, as ma'am said, we are going to hear her views at the end of the session. So I will request my colleague Dr. Goswami, who is heading the technology division there in TIFEC, to please come on dais and set the context and moderate the panel discussion. Over to you, Gautam.
Very good morning and welcome to this very special session, the technologies. Nisha has already briefed about the context, but to make it more crisp, the target which we set, whatever the target we set, unless we have a technology base, it's very difficult to achieve. In that context, when TIFAC worked on technology needs, we identified a couple of technologies. I mean, in fact, more than 300 to 400 technologies, and zoomed into 10, 12 technologies for each sector. Fundamentally, technologies which are economically feasible, easily adaptable, it has environmental friendly and policy friendly, those will put in the basket. Therefore, today's discussion is carefully designed to understand each intricacy of technologies. We have talk about technology, that is prioritization as well as decarbonization initiative of TIFAC. We have Dr. Pathak. Technology is available, but how to make it commercially viable, that is important component. We have taken aspect of this. The technologies which are requirement for India in terms of energy sector, we have an expert on that. We have another expert who will talk about low carbon pathways, about technologies. And lastly, the CTCN, who are the technology support provider. We are fortunate to have Dr. Garg with us, who will give the CTCN perspective. As of now, we have discussed about technologies for mitigation sector. We have not left out adaptation sector as well. And we have covered a very important component of technology, that is how GHG emission, climate change, is affecting health of people. That is also important. So in that broad domain of today's panel discussion, may I request Professor Pradeep Srivastava to give his idea or his thoughts about decarbonization initiative and how India should achieve the target set by Honorable Prime Minister of India. Sir.
Thank you, Dr. Goswami. At the outset, a very warm welcome to Secretary Madam and I'm proudly to mention that on a very inaugural day, TIFAC has released a document on decarbonization pathways for Indian industries. In the same pavilion over here, which collects all the inputs pertaining to these sectors, what are the technology needs. We have been identifying, evaluating CCS technologies, and very interesting again to mention that the current industrialization 4.0, which very strongly harnesses the strength of digitalization, is again another attempt towards decarbonization. The technological needs, be it for steel sector, ultra supercritical technology, be it for green hydrogen generation, or be it for CO2 capture for the cement industry, has its own understanding and own developments, and has got own requirements which need to be taken up by the respective industries in association with the respective ministries. Especially the program which TIFAC runs on MSME clusters. TIFAC has evaluated the technology gaps in various MSME clusters across India, and I can proudly say that about 45 MSME clusters across India has been evaluated by TIFAC to address the technology needs, to find what are the technology gaps. And again, I take this platform to announce that in collaboration of Institution of Science, Sustainable Communities, wherein it's being represented by another very senior colleague from ISC, Ms. Haldepur is here. I welcome you, madam, to this meeting. And I would like to say that we are in the process of evaluating and assessing the technology needs, as well as will be probably the first MSME cluster in India, which may shortly be defined as a net zero compliant MSME cluster. And we have taken necessary initiatives. We have done the assessment of the energy requirement, and I think this will be a great initiative. And also to mention, the first MSME cluster, which will become the net zero compliant, is one of the biggest MSME cluster, contributing to about 2.8% to India's GDP through textile manufacturing, based at Tirupur. So we would like to say further that in the change scenario, wherein various government policies are being formulated, initiated, which are trying to address the technology needs and which are trying to identify the technological requirements, be it National Mission for Energy Efficiency, be it National Biofuel Policy, be it National Electric Mobility Mission Plan, and many such policies which are being formulated, initiated, and implemented as an attempt towards addressing the net zero compliance and to achieve the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of India's net zero by 2070. So I think we all in this hall own the responsibility by bringing in whatever contribution we're bringing to us, these sectors, identifying their technologies, requirements, identifying the suitable mitigation technologies for CO2 or adoption technologies which can bring in the necessary change. I thank you all to be present this morning, and I thank Department of Science Technology and MOEFCC for enabling this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Srivastava, for giving detailed information about TIFAC's initiative. Before we pass it on to other speakers, a small information that our Honorable Secretary, ma'am, would leave little early, but she wants to listen all. So maybe all are requested to deliver their points as brief as possible so that she can give her remarks in the end. Only thing I would like to share that all the interaction which we have in the industry, one point came out very clearly that everybody is very keen to adopt renewable as much as possible. Plus green hydrogen also there in mind, and everybody is trying to work out their own vision for decarbonization. You need to carry out the session. Commercialization aspect is very important. May I request Professor Dr. Pathak to briefly mention about the commercial initiative, what TDB is taking and how to make technologies commercially viable. So, sir, please. Oh, okay, sir. I think Dr. Garg has to join for negotiation. May I request you, sir, to give citizen perspective for this.
Hi, good afternoon, colleagues. It's always a pleasure to come to the India Pavilion and share my experiences. I was part of the Government of India working with the Bureau of Energy Efficiency way back in 2009 before moving to UNEP, the Climate Technology Center and Network. So a kind of a current role means Dr. Nisha mentioned about the support, what kind of support the Climate Technology Center and Network can provide. Well, the Climate Technology Center and Network is created by you, as parties to support developing countries on technology transfer issues. It is the only organization, or it's the only institution with a mandate on technology transfer. It is demand driven. So if there's a certain demand from the countries on any technology related issues, be it on adaptation or mitigation, they come to us through their focal points. And I do believe that in India, the focal point is the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Environment and Forest. The CTCN provides tailored solutions or tailored technical assistance because, when you talk about technologies, it depends on perspective. The technologies which are required for India or the technologies which are required for China would not be the same technologies which are required for Thailand or Malawi or Uganda or Tanzania. So you have to look at that perspective, how you need to tailor the solution. Technology may be same, but how you can moderate the solution, how you can modulate the solution so that it suits the local requirement and it leads to larger scale up. The CTCN provides support on the full technology cycle, including support on collaborative RD&D from bench scale to pilot scale, from pilot to demonstration, and so forth and so on. Now, in the new program of work of the CTCN, there are two important things which are coming out. And this is again through a collaborative effort of all the parties, all the technology negotiators from the developing countries. They want support on two things. One is developing really good and a robust national systems of innovation. Because until and unless you have a robust national system of innovation, whatever you do on the technology front, there would always be a gap on how to scale it up. The second enabler which they say is on digitalization. Definitely we have to bring more and more digital technologies into public use so that it eases convenience, or it brings more convenience to the technology users, as well as it leads to a larger scale up. But at a systems level, there are five broad areas: energy systems, building and resilience, sustainable mobility, food, energy, water nexus, and business and industry. The other important thing which the CTCN brings to the countries is linkage between the technology and the finance mechanism. So you have technology, but you also require finance to scale it up to implement technology. How you are going to do that? And therefore, this linkage between technology and the finance mechanism, that is the GCF, the JEF, and the other financing bodies, is very, very important. In our experience, most of the times we see that even after the countries have identified the technology, to put it in a kind of a bankable proposal which would be accepted by the financing institutions, that countries lack capacities there. And therefore, this is also an effort of the CTCN. And we are doing more than 20 technology need assessment projects. And again, when we talk about technology need assessment, it is, again, a kind of a perspective issue. Means there are countries which are having a kind of a top-down approach wherein they say that, okay, these are the technologies we have identified. They tell the industries, go and implement it. The other approach is, if you look at the technology need assessment methodology, it is quite very flexible. Means you need to also have a bottom-up approach. And specifically, this is true for adaptation technologies. Go to the, go locally, see what kind of local technologies is required. Do a kind of an analysis which is not just a feasibility assessment and cost economic benefit analysis, but all a kind of a complete MCA analysis which has other factors, which has the social factors, which have the scalability factors, which have the factors of how it is going to increase the production or the economy of the country, how markets can be combined. So you need to do a kind of complete MCA analysis to really prioritize the technology. And TNAs, it's all about planning. If you are not planning, then you are planning to fail. And this is what the TNAs bring to the forefront. The technology need assessments means there are different countries which are adopting different things into it. First of all, what the countries are looking is, depending on their nationally determined contributions, how can they formulate a technology need assessment which is integrated into the NDCs? Because your NDC document could say something else, your TNA document can say something else. And then you have two documents, which one are you going to follow? The other important aspect is definitely capacity building. When you are talking about technology need assessment, it also, you have to be careful, and in the methodology, you have to integrate in the methodology that you build up a consistent capacity within the organization so that TNA is not just a one-shot exercise. It has to be done after every 4 or 5 years. Technology is changing fast. The priorities which you have set up now, if you are not able to implement them in the next 5 years, after 5 years, the priorities would change because the technology has changed. And so what will you do? Again, you go to an external agency to do a technology need assessment, or you build your own capacity which can continuously keep on working on this. And definitely in India, there are institutions which have the capacities to do this. I'll give you some different perspective from different countries. Like in Ivory Coast, under technology need assessment, what they are trying to do is they are trying to set up a portal wherein all the technology needs from various civil society, from various regions, their regions, etc., are put up. That helps them prioritize and put them into their NDCs. In Democratic Republic of Congo, they are just focusing on on their SMEs. They know that they cannot go for large-scale manufacturing. SMEs are the bane of their economy, and therefore they are just focusing on SMEs, on how to bring more and more innovation in the SMEs. Means Cook Islands, there the technology need assessment is just from the point of view of financing, finance mobilization strategy. That, okay, what are the areas where in finance is available, what are the kind of technologies where finance is readily available and they can access it. The Kyrgyz Republic, Kyrgyzstan, means they are also doing a technology need assessment, and they are doing it to increase their climate market. Iraq is doing from the point of view of capacity building. And these countries, it is not just once, means like Georgia. Georgia is doing their 4th cycle of technology need assessment. They started as early as 2012. So technology need assessment has to be a continuous exercise. It has to have more of a bottom-up approach rather than a top-down approach, because then you are able to identify what are the barriers, how to remove them. Because it is very easy to say every country wants to do green hydrogen, but will it be able to do it? Even if it produces it, how it is going to transfer it, how it is going to utilize it, what are the sectors which it can utilize it. And when you do a proper technology need assessment through a bottom-up approach, all these questions are answered. Thank you very much.
I'm happy that Dr. Garg has hit the nail about TNA. That's what TIFAC is doing in reassessing the technology needs, which we did 3-4 years ago. Now we are redoing it, considering all barriers into account. Now may I request Dr. Pathak to talk about India's commercialization initiative.
Good morning to you all. Today we have with us Madam Leena Nandan, Secretary to Government of India, my colleague from DST, TIFAX, and you all. I don't want to take much time on all these things. Probably I'm going to talk to you something which is completely in different domain. So in order to take me to that point, let me give you a little anecdote so that it is clear what Technology Development Board is doing. As Dr. Garg has rightly said, there are problems in technology adoption, especially banking, financings and all. I always give this example to many people, and today again I am reciting it for the sake of its repetition. Today we said that India, within a year of COVID pandemic, we will be able to manufacture our own co-vaccine by Bharat Biotech. The system was not developed in a day one. Absolutely bang on what Dr. Garg has said. When Ella Krishna came to India, or Santa Biotech, Mr. Reddy came to India, they wanted to manufacture hepatitis B vaccine for India. Our own banks refused to finance them because of this kind of risk involved. And that time we were importing that hepatitis B vaccine at a cost of 25 US dollar. When we started manufacturing it, it came down to $1, and we could implement it for the entire population in India way back in 96, 97. Name any pharma company, all of their initial project supported by Technology Development Board. So Technology Development Board is such a unique organization in Government of India who is in forefront of giving soft financial assistance to all entrepreneurs who are ready to adopt indigenous technology or imported technology for that matter. Now, since today's talk is about environment, I would like to give you few of the projects which incidentally it was not aimed directly for the environment per se. It had the commercial potential as well, but these projects, I will give you a few examples and illustrate you how it is going to solve the enormous environmental problem, and not only in India, for other countries. I give one example. One of the technology developed by Netherlands, which we imported, and one of the company in India, we supported their project. They are cold mix binding technology for road laying, surface laying. Okay? Now I give an example of this. Today, in fact, we are in third phase of our Prime Minister Gramin Sadak Yojana and constructing around 50,000 kilometers of Gramin Sadak. This is the third phase. 1 kilometer of road laying with the traditional hot mix technology, you are using around 5,000 to 6,000 liters of diesel. 1 liter of diesel is generating 2.7 kg of CO2 once it is burned in the air. Government, they are not has adopted in their schedules of rates. That's why engineers are not able to find it for their tendering processes. But this is one project. Now I'm coming back to another project. And this project was incidentally approved by me, signed by me. One company called SkySed in Hyderabad, they have come out with a technology of daylight harvesting. So in the day system, when your sun is there, you do not need the solar panel, everything just like an AC through the vent, interconnected, using the law of physics. You can illuminate till your basement. If you want, you can control also illumination. If you want 200 lux, you can control. If you want 500 lux, you can control. Whatever the kind of illumination required, you can control in the daytime. You do not need any electricity. They are working with this technology in Rajiv Gandhi International Airport in Hyderabad, and they are in talk with, if it is successful, probably going to implement this in Ayodhya temple. The Garbhagriha will be illuminated by this technology. You see how much energy we will save with this. You do not need solars and etc. As you all aware, this year, probably in July or August, we have banned single-use plastic. So, but you see how we are dependent upon single use. You have to have certain alternate technology. We have supported one company from Pune. They have come out with a biodecomposable with the same strength that this technology, our own indigenous technology developed by CERT, that is called CERT something in the petroleum ministry. This organization is CPAT, not CERT, CPAT. And this adopted, and they have decomposable plastic. They are manufacturing it. This is third. We have supported one very good initiative. If you are all aware, there's so much extraction of groundwater has created problem in India, and we are currently implementing this Atal Bhujal Yojana on 80 districts, around 8,565 gram panchayats, where water body has gone down. We have supported one IoT-based groundwater measurement. We call it a water, some sort of a system, which probably CWC is going to mandate. So if you want to extract groundwater from all this area, you have to mandatory install this meter in your systems, and through IoT, it is tamper-proof. Central Water Commission will be able to monitor what are the groundwater status, how much you have extracted, and you have to have renewable sources or capture the rain harvesting and replete, otherwise you pay for it. So this kind of system, the projects, in all projects are commercially viable. So therefore, we as an organization in Technology Development Board, we support any kind of indigenous technology. I can go on talking about many projects, but since time is very short, so I would request MOEFCC or DST, if they come out with any good technology in this COP meetings and you want to adopt it, and they are at advanced level TRL 6 or 7, Technology Development Board at the aegis of, we are a statutory body under Department of Science and Technology, and we work to support all these projects. Thank you, and I am looking forward some few projects come out from this COP27, which we will adopt in India, and we will do it. Thanks a lot. Thanks for inviting me, madam. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Pathak, giving a lot of examples of success stories of TDB. Now may I request our Honorable Secretary Ma'am, she has to leave, to share her thoughts on this subject. Okay. So, if anybody...
On this road, you told that there's a problem. The states are not having schedule of rates. I don't know if it's a big thing where
Please go to the
schedule of
mic.
rates they have to basically do material content, how much is required, how much is the labor content. They can always work out the rates. Why should it be a big problem?
You see, engineers by their own nature are risk averse. So whatever the kind of system they have adopted, they will keep on adopting unless it is pushed. Okay. So since this is a new technology to them, first they wanted to show demonstration. So around 10 stages across India in different climate zones, we have constructed, this company has supplied their cold binding mix and road constructed, and the study took place and found this road are more wear and tear resistance, and they are working fine. So now thus I think last year this report has come up. So as far as DST and TDB is concerned, we are enabler. We cannot go and tell estates, but we are pressing upon through the Minister of Highway that now that system is there, TRI report is there, IIT Kanpur's, IIT Kharagpur report is there. Now it is high time that adopt at least 10%. Forget about 50,000 per, even if we took 10%, 5,000, we are going to save a lot to the environment. And now through this forum, I will request Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change also to chip in and let us together press to the Highway Minister. Thank you.
One more question if anybody has.
When we have a proven solutions like this, you're talking about 10%. Why don't you make it as a mandatory, at least 50%, so that we can reduce, a lot of this emissions and then contribute a lot towards the green environment.
Just a suggestion, even if it is 10%, look, given a choice, I would like that it should be 100%. But you see, it cannot be at one go. It gradually it will. So even if I say 10%, this is going to give us a good headway. So later on, obviously, if the technology matures and adaptation, people see benefit. If it initially the cost is around 15% more. Of course, that was one of the hindrances, but slowly it will go away, and this technology will be taken on by. I am sure it will, because it's a wonderful. You see, the workers, they are saved. Otherwise, you see, if you do hot mixing, the kind of environment created. So if you are cold mixing, nothing is there. So koi burning nahi, kuch nahi, and this is totally environment free. So it will take time, but it definitely will come. Yes, you want it.
This is the last question, probably.
So I have hi sir. I have two questions back to back. So can I ask one at least? Okay. So my first question is, I think like when we talk about India, we there is a thing which is called as global carbon share, right? Which a lot of developed countries have always even they have crossed it. By some percentage, whereas India is underutilized in that sense. And as we are a developing nation, so the thing is like it's a battle between going towards the climate change route versus the globalization. So the thing is like when there is a dilemma between we should advance in terms of technology and grow versus where are we with respect to working on the climate change solutions, how the prioritization of the things can be taken or are taken by the government. That is first question. Second question is on top of it, like for example, I'll talk about myself. I'm working on artificial intelligence with climate change. So we are working on a project in Mumbai. Now the thing is, what is is there a proper pipeline setup through which we can go for the screening process, as in like, okay, these are the initial level projects which we have started, and then government, is there a proper pipeline through which you guys are screening, and then we can take it to the next level? So two questions.
On. Look, for your first question, probably I am not the correct person to answer, because this is not the subject of Ministry of Science and Technology. But nevertheless, see, in fact, India has always, I am telling as a person, okay, India has always lead the way, even if historically, so we say Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam and all. Last year in Glasgow COP, already our Honorable Prime Minister set a goal. Even though we were at that time, we were amazed how come we will be able to do that, 500 gigawatts of electricity by renewable energy, net zero, etc. But we have shown the world so that we are going to do it. And there is, as I already said, there are certain technology where incidental benefit of environment is already embedded into it. I have given a few examples. This not only from the Indian perspective, from the world perspective, like Sky said of daylight harvesting. This is not a big deal. We can even do in our home also. And incidentally, India, the first solar village, Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated. So we are doing suo moto for the world. Okay, so this question probably at this stage, leave it, you can ask at the right forum. Coming back to the second question, yes, we have a very good mechanism in Department of Science and Technology for evaluating the projects from TRL even 1 to TRL 7. TRL 7 and above we are there, but TRL 1 to 2, 3, there are Nidhi Prayas in DST is doing, and thereafter if you want to some concept papers, conceptualization of the things, because I always believe what is technology from mind to market. So if your technology is the mind, also you can have a concept paper and approach Science and Engineering Research Board. They even come out to you and help you finance your projects, probably if it is fits in. So they have the mechanism. So all stages, there are well-defined mechanisms available in Department of Science and Technology. You are most welcome to avail that. Thank you.
Thanks for good interaction. We have 3 more speakers. We will invite them a little later. But Honorable Secretary Ma'am has to leave. So my request, Ma'am, please share your thoughts.
colleagues and friends and participants of today's session. I think this point need not be overemphasized, that today what India needs and what the world needs is technology that can help us to address the challenges of climate change. And that challenge has to be taken up by every part of society. It is no longer an issue that is confined to only those areas which are considered as the emitters. So we had, I think the whole world had the approach so far of considering climate change as something that could be tackled by bringing in technology into the supply side. By supply side, we mean the source of emission. So if it can be power, it can be energy consumption in the type of fuel that we use, the type of vehicles that we use. It can be the industrial processes that lead to this kind of emission and therefore contributing to climate change. That was the traditional perception. But today, the realization has come upon all of us, and having this realization come up, the next step is what do we do with this larger understanding and I would say uniform understanding that climate change is a challenge that cannot be wished away. It is knocking at our door. It is clearly there in every unique and let us say unusual occurrence that is taking place whether in the country or in other parts of the world. Climate change has led to devastating nature-based occurrences happening worldwide. So therefore, there is no time for us to sit back and think that we may have the comfort of choosing whether we will do something or we will let things die down and take their natural course. Today, mitigation is as important as adaptation. So while we focus on the mitigation part, and for too long, technology and the whole debate around technology has focused on the mitigation aspect. How do we reduce emissions from our energy intensive processes? So how do we create alternative sources of energy, different systems of transport? But now, the way that we are looking at our lifestyles and the way our lifestyles need to change to take into account the challenge of climate change, that is something that is facing all of us, and we have to respond to this challenge. There were three important aspects, I thought, that were thrown up by the individual speakers in this session. So, Dr. Srivastav spoke about decarbonization, and a very encouraging thing that was mentioned was about MSMEs and MSMEs moving to net zero. Now, while it is possible, I think you talked about textile sector in particular. While it is possible, it is how will it become actual? How will the vision be translated into reality? I think our discussions have to now talk about bridging the gap. And that is why, and this also connects with what Dr. Pathak mentioned, where the Technology Development Board has come out with the model for reducing emissions on account of road construction. And he gave them the example of the hot bitumen mix model. If it is replaced by the cold binding processes, in one stroke, we are taking care of development. Development needs roads, it needs highways, but it's also addressing the change of climate, the challenge of climate change that is happening because of our effort to do that development activity. But now there arises the question of bridging the gap. So the science is there, the knowledge is there. How do we apply that science and that knowledge to make it applied into our actual activities and processes? And just to address that particular issue that you mentioned, I would like to ask DST, because the CRRI, the Central Road Research Institute, is actually with the DST. And we should be able to take this and to with DSIR. It's with DSIR, so it's with the ministry in that sense. But we have to now work through the silos. We have to converge our efforts, converge our knowledge, and transform that knowledge into a practice, and then make that practice mandatory. You mentioned, if we are aware of this, why are we not making this mandatory? So the body which has developed this knowledge, the body that can take it up for including it in the IRC code. So the Indian Roads Congress comes out with the IRC code, and that actually, in a sense, governs the way the road construction happens. And the schedule of rates, which is a part of the instructions that are given and which are to the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways for national highway construction, and to a great extent they are adopted as they are by the PWDs of the various state governments. So that lead has to be taken by MORTH. Now, how do the different players join hands to, jointly use this knowledge and to bring it into the realm of road construction in the state governments? It's not impossible. It is very much doable. But we have to then push. We cannot afford to say that we have done our part. We have come out through research and applied research with a good approach, and therefore our job is done. So I think your job has just begun. You have been able to come out with some approach. Now you will have to take it up with DSIR, and of course the MOEFCC is going to back you every step of the way. So we will be more than happy to take this dialogue with MORTH and to pursue it. Please come out with this whole approach from CRRI, and then it has to be pushed with MORTH, and I'm sure it does not need to be pushed. It is something that they would have their own IRC processes to brainstorm on it, and they would take it up. But we have to be then initiating the dialogue. So that is the larger issue that comes up, and therefore the third point that another speaker that I want to dwell on, which is what Rajiv Garg mentioned, in terms of the approach that different countries have. So some countries have an approach where they decide, this is the technology, kindly adopt this technology. And there are some countries which decide that a bottom-up approach is required and a horizontal approach, a convergence approach is required. And he gave many examples. I think as a country, we should first and foremost, and we would agree, I'm sure all of us present here, one size fits all cannot apply to a country like India. We have huge geographical diversity, climatic, terrain diversity. Even our road principles of construction are attuned to different types of terrain. So for the hills, for the plains, and for the plains which are flood-prone areas, we have very different types of approaches to construction. Similarly, the technology needs assessment has been done, but the technology needs assessment for the same sector will be very different for different states. We have our colleagues in Himachal, the ACS is here from Himachal, and we will hear in the next session on how they are looking at the Himalayan ecosystem and the initiatives they have undertaken. But perhaps what Himachal Pradesh will do will not be exactly what Ladakh will need to do. It may be part of the whole Himalayan ecosystem, but there is so much of terrain diversity that they will have to find out their own solutions, because their problems will still be unique. It is not just because you are an Himalayan substrata or strata, it does not mean that the approach has to be identical. It cannot be. And I'm sure the states are realizing it. But how does the TDB's understanding and knowledge reach the state level? How do you share this information? And how does the state then decide what part of it can be mainstreamed? What part of this approach can be scaled up? So there's a lot of distance that we have to travel. Because when we do a needs assessment, we also then come out with solutions. When we come out with the solutions, who are the people who need to implement those solutions? It can be a ministry, it can be a state government, it can be the private sector, because there are many aspects which are completely driven by the private sector. So there the government has to play a different role. Can we incentivize these private sector players by bringing in the right financial incentives, or by supporting them through some kind of regulatory systems? Because, for instance, our own ministry, the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, through our EP Act, there are a number of rules that we notify. We are in fact into this whole circular economy in a very big way. And circular economy is nothing but harnessing the power of technology to reduce, reuse, recycle, restore, refurbish. All of this needs, all the R's need the T, that is technology. And therefore, when we talk about the technology and the great strides that we are making in the use of technology in identifying the gaps in technology, we have to also see how much we are reaching out with this knowledge. And in government, we are very often, we have all the right answers, but the people who should ask the questions do not know that we have the answers. That is, I think, the next stage that we would like, and I would request DST. I'm sure you are engaging with the state governments, and I think you had a conference some time ago on science and technology where state governments were also participants. Wherever it is that the MOEFCC can play a role, wherever we are required to play through our Environment Protection Act, through the rules and regulations that we come out with, we are more than happy to do that. You also mentioned single-use plastics and the fact that some biocompostable alternatives have been developed. Now, if TDB is funding these kind of projects, I must tell you that very recently the government of Tamil Nadu had organized this excellent expo on plastics. This was in the month of September. And they, no, I think it was October. And they had this excellent expo on plastics and so many different alternatives. There are alternatives which have been developed from seaweed. And seaweed farming, it can lead to a lot of income generation for women self-help groups. And technology can use that seaweed to develop alternatives to plastics. And then that technology can help to make it affordable for the MSMEs to purchase this alternative and to use it in their packaging, because they have to do away with the single use. But how do they get their finances? So if TDB is doing this, I would request, we have a whole vertical in our ministry, the Control of Pollution Wing, which is working very closely with state governments, particularly because of the initiative that has been taken by Tamil Nadu. And there is a whole list of startups who have developed excellent alternatives. But then we have to again connect them with finance, and we have to support them in scaling up their technology. So technology should not remain confined to only the big players who can leverage funds, who can get finances for doing abatement and mitigation. Technology also has to be used for supporting startups. So if you are able to recognize startups, if the DST through the TDB is able to say that this startup, this kind of technology, we are confident it will work, that would enable them to access finance. That would enable the MSMEs to use that particular alternative to plastic, or to use that particular, let us say, battery storage model. There are so many different innovations which are happening in our country. But again, how are we able to scale up? How are we bridging the question and answer gap? Let us look at these questions as through the course of this day, we have much more interaction on technology, and I'm happy to have joined this session and to be a part of it and to have seen the kind of interface which already DST has brought in. But I will again conclude by saying that this is just the first step that we are taking. Let us not, in whichever sphere that each of us is working in, all of us who are present here today, let us not sit back and think that we have done our bit. We actually have to add all these bits into the larger picture, and only then will we as a country have decisively taken the right steps to address the challenge of climate change. Thank you, and all the very best.
Thank you, ma'am, for your excellent advice, which you set the tone. Just for your information, ma'am, TIFAC is already, with limited scope, has taken a demonstration project with seaweed and towards commercialization, involving CSMC Bhavnagar and one civil society bodies. It will be a wonderful project and value addition as well. So to proceed further, may I request Dr. Nisha to take up some religious document before ma'am leaves.
Thank you so much. It was really so wonderful, ma'am, listening to your ideas. And as DST is implementing two missions, NMSKCC, and we have got TDB and TIFAC, surely we are going to take your message to Secretary DST. And if required, we will look after having another round of interaction in terms of what aspects you have told us. And you have really given us a big roadmap which we need to take up, and we assure that we'll look into that. And now our this session is still on, but as madam has to go to, she has a very busy schedule, and we have another session as well on NMC mission and also mountain community and cryosphere. This is a session which is being organized jointly by Department of Science and Technology and Himachal Pradesh government. So ma'am, we would like to take this opportunity to release some of the documents which both of us have made. And if, ma'am, it will take only 5 minutes. So before we proceed to this, I request Dr. Shri Prabodh Saxena ji, who is Additional Chief Secretary, Environment Climate Change, please come to the dais. Dr. Shri Lalit Jain ji, who is Director Environment and Climate Change, and Shri Nilesh Shah ji, who has always been a supportive, so supportive for these two missions of DST. Yeah. So, ma'am, without taking much time, we have got certain documents made from both the sides. There are, I will just read out quickly so that in one go we have. There are certain knowledge products under NMC, which is for resilient mountain communities in Indian Himalayan region. You mentioned about the different ecosystem, and also in hills and plains, we should have different kind of strategy solution. And these, our NMC mission is working towards looking into their requirements, enhance their S&T capacity, and then try to bring certain vulnerability aspect. Vulnerability is very important, which came in the IPCC previous report. And we have worked out a unique exercise to generate vulnerability at the state level, ma'am. All the Himalayan states are covered under NMC. This exercise we did with the academicians, IIC Bangalore, IIT Mandi, and IIT Guwahati. And we have 28 state climate change cells, dedicated cells, which were set up by DST. And for Himalayan region, now there are 12 states are covered. Ladakh also we are having dialogue. We have approved the project. Maybe next 2 months, all 13 states and UTs will be covered. We will bring that to you, ma'am. So we have brought out a document right now on NMC in which all the states' knowledge product are embedded. So this is one thing which we would like to release, ma'am. And then Himachal Pradesh has done a wonderful exercise on mountain community and basin level climate change. So that also, there are brochures and posters. Sikkim State Cell, their director is there with us, Dr. Shrestha. He is the director of Environment and Forest Sikkim. He is one of the state, running one of the state cell. So, and also one cryosphere work he is doing with Swiss government also. We have partnership with them. So, ma'am, these are the products which we would like you to really release for us. So, first we will start with the...
Early warning system. This is on early warning system. So this system is being planned for Himachal Pradesh, ma'am, on one of the river basin, that is the Beas basin, which originates from Himachal Pradesh only, ma'am. Yeah. So next one is at the river basin, this is the poster, ma'am, from Himachal Pradesh and DST. This is how the village level vulnerability assessment plans are being undertaken in Himachal Pradesh at basin level, ma'am, because there are different agroclimatic zones. So rather than on zones, we are doing it at the basin level, ma'am, micro watershed level, ma'am. So another product is on how the climate change action is being taken to the ground level, how the localization of the adaptation actions which have been planned by Government of India are taken to the village level, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. So another. So this is something for the mountain women. So they are the most vulnerable, gender-focused initiatives by Himachal Pradesh government under the support from Ministry of Environment and Forest, Government of India, and from Department of Science, Technology, Government of India, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Ma'am, this is from Sikkim. Sikkim is involved for glacier and climate change program. So we have done work on vulnerability assessment. We have also done work on GLOF. Early warning sensors are being developed. So thank you very much for its release, ma'am. Thank you.
So. This is the last brochure, ma'am. This is the brochure, ma'am, towards climate resilience for the mountain resilient mountain communities. This is dedicated in Himalayan region in Himachal Pradesh. These are the initiatives which have been taken with the support from GIZ under CAFRI project, ma'am. That is the climate adaptation financing in rural areas of India. This project is being implemented with the bilateral support between GIZ and Ministry of Environment and Forest, ma'am. This is implemented in 2 states of India, in Uttar Pradesh and Himachal Pradesh, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much.
I would like to congratulate the Department of Science and Technology for this excellent initiative on looking at the various facets, and they worked very hard on the entire Himalayan region, on the livelihoods, on the vulnerability, and on different facets where technology can really make a difference to the lives of people. So I think this is an excellent model. They worked very closely with the government of Himachal Pradesh on this, and I am very hopeful that this knowledge will actually be shared in real time with all the states in the Himalayan region so that they can all benefit from this very close interaction that the department and the state government have done. So congratulations to all of you.
Hello. Thank Secretary Ma'am for giving her time and release the document as well as right intervention. Now we are going to start the second level of technological intervention. Very 3 important sectors. May I request Dr. Vijay from MEA, from CEA, to deliberate on electricity, specifically renewable as well as energy sector. Dr. Vijay, please. Delegates, please take your seats, please. Let us listen to Mr. Vijay.
Good afternoon and namaskar to all my Indian friends and other delegates. In this aspect, after so many speeches on technology, I want to give you a user perspective because I am basically the user of technology. Power sector has evolved in the last 30 years in a big way, and especially from 2015 when we signed the Paris Agreement, Indian power sector has gone through a tremendous changes. So far as the technology is concerned, I go to use technology as only management objective. Ultimately, what is the meaningful technology? Technology itself is not a solution. Three other components come together to make the technology useful. What are the technology, finance, market, and policy and government act? So in power sector, how we have implemented technology? In 2015, we have initiated a program of 175 gigawatt RE. So whether we should only concentrate on RE or try to do emission reduction. So what is the management objective? Objective is to reduce the emission. So on the both side of the spectrum, in the thermal power sector, we have tried for a clean energy, and as well as we are trying to have additional RE capacity so that the green energy is generated. So how we are able to achieve both these objectives? When the target was given 175 gigawatt, Indian RE capacity was less than 15,000 megawatt. So people are asking, you have started a big journey. How you will achieve it? It is not possible for the India because India will not get the support. So at that time, we were tell them, मंजिल मिले ना मिले मुझे इसका गम नहीं, मंजिल की जुस्तजू में मेरा कारवां तो है. So by step, in last 7 years, where we are reached, we have committed 40% RE capacity by 2030. And 9 years earlier than that, we have achieved 42.8%. So what changes we have introduced? We use the technology on both sides. Technology itself is an investment. How it is an investment? I am a national electricity planner. Whenever I think about a particular fuel type, I think which type of fuel which cost me what. So under that, I want to use a new technology. So I want to use a particular economic analysis, whether I should use investment now, whether I should stagger my investment, or whether should I defer the investment. So technology provides me a real option. I will give you one example how it is happened. From 2018, we are listening about storage. But first time in 2022, storage given me an option. What option is given? We were designing a transmission system from Leh to Kaithal. And we have designed with the best expert available in the country, we designed a transmission system. The cost of the transmission system was 26,000 crore. But by making a small change, what small change? We introduced storage as a transmission deferment instrument. Earlier, what was thinking storage is only giving me power back when the grid is requiring. But now we are using storage as a transmission deferment instrument. By making this small change, we save 9,000 crore rupees just by the changing the scheme through a new technology. But what is happening? When I plan a power sector investment, it requires a 25-year horizon and at least a 5-year gestation period. So from this technology expert, what I require a proper technology forecast, both in terms of quantity and the price, so that no investment of mine in power sector go waste. What will happen if I consider a X price and after 5 years it was not realized? We are thinking a lot of very thing about the storage, etc. We are thinking 3 better technology in power sector. One is the green hydrogen, another is the storage, and third is the carbon capture. All these have what is their origin, what is their material is coming from, and their material is coming from abroad. So when I design a technology solution, I have to think what are the risks involved in this. So far as the hydrogen and storage is concerned, so we started surveying in 2022 in which technology we can have alternative local technology. And we find that Indian scientists, Indian students have already developed alternative technologies. Like Dr. Pritam Singh of Stanford University has given us a solution in which no electrolyzer is required. And the cost of hydrogen generation is 1/3 of the market cost. So what is happening in all technology area after Ukraine, we have find supply chain issue is not only in the material side, coal or oil, etc. In the technology also, there is a big supply chain issue which we have to protect. And for that, our concept is that for it, neither we will depend on a single fuel, neither we will depend upon a single technology. For each technology, I want a multiple solution. Why multiple solution? Consider what is this. It was called phone. What has made our young generation is smartphone. How smart it become smart? It has developed an ecosystem around its instrument. So for each solution, like consider the storage, we are trying to consider a multiple service model across that. That it will not serve a single purpose, it will give us a multiple services, and also it will give me a multiple revenue stream so that the cost of this can be recovered. We should not say that for everything I will depend upon foreign country, transfer of technology, unless they will transfer me, I am sitting idle. No. From our own resources, because our scientist community is too strong. Our IITs, etc. are base of the research, and this R&D base we can utilize for our own make. What is required? We want a local technology also component. So for everything we should not depend upon the foreign country. It should not be another oil dependency. So in all this, you hear a lot of news that this company has made collaboration with Denmark company, this company has made collaboration. What we want, that some company should come forward and make us proud that he has associated with the local companies. Similarly, in Thermex India, associated with IIT Gandhinagar, and they have produced hydrogen and anaerobic reduction technique by making this mere alternative technology available. So that now I am confident that if Chinese is not giving me, I can produce in 2030, suddenly I will not depend upon everything on the foreign country. So and another thing, in technology needs to be used in my all three streams: generation, transmission and distribution. In generation, I need technology for carbon emission reduction. My division name is Clean Energy and Energy Transition. How much thermal energy I generate? Around 900 to 1000 BU. A small change in emission from this can give me tremendous carbon reduction, which will not be possible by RE, which is generating 22 or 24% CUF. So we should consider all spectrum which are possible in, similarly in transmission system. By renewable, by grid become unsecure due to variability and uncertainty. So in Advanced Section 2013, we install phaser management unit now at 1600 location. So my grid is visible to me at the central location. Similarly in the distribution side. So in the distribution side, I use smart meters. What this smart meter will do? It will give me a flexible demand which I can control using time of the tariff. So what is my request to scientist community? Like other scientists, there was one young fellow also here who is doing great in scientific innovation. In scientific innovation, what is important? What we should give the importance not only to the success but to the significance. And when we realize this, my effort is going to have a lot of significance for climate change. A small step or a small success by my scientific community make me proud. So I request the DST to give me Indian products based on Indian technology, based on Indian raw material, which can be used for both all sectoral development in my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now request both the leftover speakers to join on the dais, Dr. Geeta Rai and Koel. Dr. Koel, is he around? I think he is not there. So may I request Professor Geeta Rai, BHU, Professor BHU, to apprise us about the impact of climate change on the health sector, especially newborn child health.
A very good morning to all. I'm Geeta Rai from the Institute of Science, Banaras Hindu University. Coming from the land of Kashi and Ganga, I bring greetings on the land to everyone. Now, I'm very happy to share with you all that my initial research journey begins from National Institute of Health, Bethesda, in the area of women health, which expanded to the area of neonatal health when I started working in our country, because that is the need of our nation. But when I'm very happy that the technology needs assessment in the area of healthcare has been included in the panel today for discussion, because I see a little lesser light is shed on the area of healthcare sectors as compared to the other sectors that we have discussed over here. So although my research focus lies in the area of women and childcare health, I'll be very happy to share some of the TNAs and the initiatives that have been taken in our country in the past year. Now, why is it important to address the issue of TNA in the area of health sectors? Is because the healthcare sector actually accounts for more than 4% of the global carbon dioxide emission. And the climate changes are affecting a wide range of human health in outcomes. I'll talk about the health impact of the climate change on the health outcomes of the pregnant women and child in a few moments from now. But before that, I think it's a very important initiative that needs to be taken in the area of health systems, which can drive significant sustainable changes to deliver better patient care. Now, I would like to begin talking about with the reduction, what is the need of the R at the moment in the country and where the focus needs to be put. So my first thought will be to talk about the reduction in the direct power consumption, especially the renewables and the energy efficiency perspective. Now, it's of interest to note that the hospitals are one of the highest energy intensity buildings. And you'll be very surprised to note that about the hospitals, they are actually emitting 2.5 times more greenhouse gases than many commercial buildings. Now, the energy consumption usually by the medical equipments that are housed in the hospital facilities is a great area and has a great potential to be looked at in cases of the technology needs assessment. Now, the need that we have here is in the eco-designing and of the imaging equipments, especially to increase the energy efficiency and to reduce the emissions, and therefore address rising operational cost of the healthcare, of the care providers as well. Now, in this direction, I would like to mention to you that the Department of the Chandigarh Renewable Energy Development Agency, in collaboration with the State Health Department, has been able to replace the conventional sources of energy in more than 900 healthcare centers and hospitals across the country. And this is something that this drive must continue on if you want to bring the emissions of the greenhouse gases down from the hospital centers that are emitting from there. Now, the next thing that I think is very important is to reduce the indirect emissions that we see through the use of sustainable materials. Because most of the greenhouse gases that we see emanating out are usually from the extractions of the material, the supply, and the transportation. And the healthcare sector is one of the biggest consumers of this extractable material. So by adopting the circular economy, and the healthcare providers can find ways to use the materials for the medical system and devices in a more sustainable and low carbon free manner. I can cite an example for you for relevance. For example, in the cases of the magnetic resonance imaging machines, helium gas, which is a noble gas, is made a good use of. And this gas is a rare gas which has a limited capacity, a limited availability. So I just read about some plans have been taken up by companies wherein they are trying to make completely sealed magnets which can reduce the use of helium and thereby help in the reduction of the carbon emission. Now, further to this, how good it would be if we focus the efforts on the collection of the data on the cloud, complete digitalization of the waste so that the extraction of the material is totally out of question or at least reduced in these cases. So now with that, I think looking at the socioeconomic status of our country of 1 billion, more than 1.5 billion population, and the advantage that it is second only to China in terms of use of the internet, I think putting our efforts in the area of health telemedicine and the telediagnosis will actually be something which is a road ahead. Now with that, I would like to bring to you and share with you that the Government of India has taken an initiative on development of the telediagnostics, partnering with TIFEC. And I, as the academic coordinator of TIFEC, I'm helping in coordinating a program in the rural districts of Varanasi, Gorakhpur, and other eastern states, wherein the rural, there are devices which are taken there, and the rural people, there several blood parameters, health parameters are being mapped there, and it is attached to through AI to the CDAC system, and through the cloud the data is collected over here. The idea is that if this venture goes on successful, then the in-person interventions or in-person interaction of the villagers with the doctor is definitely reduced. So that is something which we need to look forward and put more impetus on. And yet again, there is a real need to radically optimize the care along the care pathways. Now, having said that, what I mean is that if you look at the patient journey today, it's a real arduous one, because we need to, visit the hospital multiple times for the various treatments, then re-examinations, and then re-diagnosis. So looking at that, and if the patient is of an elderly age group, that will add to the comorbidities that the patient can incur by the multiple visits to the hospital. So how good it would be that if we invest into the development of precision diagnosis, so that the travel to the hospitals are cut in that way, reducing the greenhouse carbon emissions by multiple ways. So now, coming to the area which concerns my research more strongly is the impact of climate on the pregnant women, and thereby its outcome on the newborn. So as you would need the impact of climate and the increase in pollution and increase in temperature adversely affects the fetal health in various ways. Maybe it would affect by the increase in the infectious diseases which is transmitted through the placenta to the newborns. So the requirement is that in cases, and so that would is leading to the birth of low birth weight newborns. And having a low birth weight newborn, even though if it is full term, totally impacts its development, its growth, and it's so life-threatening that the child is incurring infections in the first few weeks of life, and that adds to increase of medical, treatments, and that further adds to the climate, adverse effects towards the climate. So the looking at at the socioeconomic status of the country that we are in, the drive should be to up the nutritional supplementation for the pregnant women, so that the low birth weight is avoided, and thereby the medical needs are avoided, and we deliver healthy babies. So with that, I think one more thing before I go away from this podium is, because last time the word life was floated, lifestyle for environment, by our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji. So I would like very happily to bring up some recent literature and recent advances in the medical sector, where in various conditions and diseases, including PCOS, the polycystic ovarian syndrome, and the polycystic ovarian diseases, where it has been noticed by several study groups that if you supplement the treatment with the yoga practices, which is so inherent to the land that we are in, it is showing a complete remission or improvement, and the rate of treatment is also reduced. So that, I think, is something which is low cost, can actually lead to a better lifestyle management and better treatment management, causing lesser hospital visits. Now, these are actual data which have come from studies on rheumatoid diseases, including rheumatoid arthritis and lupus affecting women. Several cancer diseases have also been shown, and centers like SGPGI in Lucknow, centers like AIMS in New Delhi, and several other centers, including mine, IMS in BHU, are actually pushing or edging upon such kind of complementation of yoga practices along with the treatment that they're giving it. So I think looking at this scenario, these are few things which I find very important and are the TNA that our country needs to develop on and go ahead in. Thank you very much.
A very good morning to all of you. Feeling gratitude and not expressing is like wrapping a gift and not handing over. A very good morning to all of you. With the belief that climate action starts from the grassroots, individual level, standing at Indian Pavilion with the theme Lifestyle for Environment, I, on the behalf of Department of Science and Technology, and on my own behalf, express my heartfelt gratitude to all the speakers and the participants in this session. Technology has the potential to play critical role in maintaining the sustainability of the ecosystem. The kind of understanding and the insight shared by our honorable experts in this session was really, really insightful and encouraging on the technology need assessment, technology transfer mechanism, commercialization, and sustainable health. My heartfelt gratitude to Madam Leela Nandan, Secretary, Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change, for gracing the occasion. My greatest thanks to Dr. Chandrasekhar, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Akhilesh Gupta, Additional Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, for their guidance, support, and believing in us that we can do it. So there is a saying, a leader is the one who knows the way, who goes the way, and who shows the way. I wish to place on record my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Nisha Mehendi Ratta, Head Climate Change Program, Department of Science and Technology, for her dynamic leadership, inspiration, guidance, and her contribution in the area of climate change science. Her pursuance and dedication is really admirable. It has been a great honor to have our distinguished experts, Professor Rajesh Pathak, Secretary Technology Development Board, Dr. Okay, I'll correct it. Dr. Pradeep Srivastava, ED TIFAC, Dr. Goswami, Scientist G TIFAC, Dr. Rajiv Garg, CTCN, Mr. Vijay, Senior Chief Engineer, CEA, Mr. Mandal Shakti Foundation, and Professor Geeta from Banaras Hindu University. I thank each one of you for their great interest and enthusiasm to contribute to enhancing the knowledge and on technology need assessment and commercialization. At the end, I thank all the distinguished guests present in this session, and without whom this session would not have been very successful. I thank Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change, New Delhi, for hosting this India Pavilion at COP27 at Sharm el-Sheikh. Last but not the least, I place on record our greatest thanks to my colleagues back home. Without their immense contribution, this session would not have been possible. Thank you once again. Jai Hind.
So we are ready with the part B and C of the session on green resilient mountain communities, NMC initiatives in Indian Himalayan region. So this session will talk about largely about the resilience of mountain communities, how the climate research action for sustaining Indian Himalayan region towards resilient mountain communities have been initiated in the entire Indian Himalayan region. For this session, I would request for the chair our additional Chief Secretary from Government of Himachal Pradesh to please come over the dais. With him, I will request Dr. Nisha Mehendi Ratta. She is the Head Climate Change Program for the NMC, Government of India, Department of Science Technology. With her, I will also request Shri Lalit Jain, who is Director, Department of Environment Science Technology, Government of Himachal Pradesh. So with us, there are 3 presentations also. I would be presenting about climate action at the local level. Dr. D.G. Sarishta, Director, Department of Environment from state of Sikkim, from Northeast Himalayan region of India. Dr. S.S. Randhawa, he'll speak about the cryosphere status of Indian Himalayan region. So overall, to overall steer the session, I request Dr. Misha Mandirata to please give overview of the session and run through the session with the presentations. Thank you very much. Over to you, ma'am.
A very good afternoon once again. Respected Shri Prabhu Saxena ji, Additional Chief Secretary, Shri Lalit Jain ji, Director, Member Secretary, Government of Himachal Pradesh, my friends from Himachal, Dr. Atri, Dr. Randhawa, Dr. Shrestha from Sikkim. There were 2 more panelists actually who were supposed to come, but they couldn't make it at the last moment. And all dear friends who are present here. Again, it's a real nice opportunity to give all of you a feel about the program which DST and Himachal Pradesh government is doing together for green resilient mountain communities and sustaining the Indian Himalayan region. To start the whole session and to give you a broad context, I think I'll go through few slides quickly, which will give a feel of about our great Himalayan ecosystem. As we know, the Himalayan ecosystem is vital to the ecological security of Indian landmass, and IHR region is highly vulnerable to climate change owing to its fragile ecosystem and high dependence of communities on natural resources. Where is that? Yeah. It's moving. Yeah. So as this particular session is confined to the Indian Himalayan region and what kind of adaptation needs this region has and what kind of issues or the actions are being taken, scientific action are being taken to conserve Himalayan cryosphere and also for the mountain community, this particular session is there. As mentioned, it is being hosted by Department of Science and Technology and Government of Himachal Pradesh. So we are going to showcase few of our activities and share our experiences in the whole session. Yeah. So as already you know that Himalayan ecosystem is one of the most young and fragile ecosystem in the Himalayan range. It is quite complex and the most populated mountain system in the world. It is again the house of many things. It has got abundance in natural resources, and it has 9 large Asian river system, which is providing a kind of resource to 1.5 billion people. And it is also considered as a tower house in a manner. Himalayan glaciers are sources of fresh water reserves which provide the headwaters for major river system in Asia. And as I said, lifeline for almost half of the community. This is our Indian Himalayan region. The spread you have seen. All 12 states and 1 union territory. It is being covered. Now, the latest report of climate change, which was released by Ministry of Environment and MOES, Earth Sciences, it says that the Hindu Kush Himalayas underwent rapid warming at a rate of about 0.2 degrees centigrade per and overall of 1.3 degree centigrade in the last 6 to 7 decades. So it's a point of concern. There are many more things they have said, but the projection talks about having rise in the surface temperature over Hindu Kush Himalaya, which would be about 5 degree in the year to come, and also there would be increase in the annual precipitation. So this is again a cause of concern. This is NAPCC. As I mentioned in the morning session, there are 8 missions and 2 more have been added. NMC is one such mission which is again catering to the need of Himalayan people, and the primary objective of the mission is to build S&T capacity to address sustenance of Himalayan ecosystem. NMC plans to position a very sound coordination mechanism for ensuring cooperative and cohesive action involving states in the Himalayan region. So, states are doing wonderful work. They are now part of NMC, and I'm very happy that in this particular session we have HP State Climate Change Cell and Sikkim's Climate Change Cell who would be sharing their outcome. So, broad outcome of NMC, quickly I will just tell you that vulnerability and risk assessment, which is being done at the Pan-Himalayan region, and Pan-Himalayan vulnerability profile and maps have already been developed. Training of stakeholders is being done, in which we are covering the training on areas relevant to the Himalayan ecosystem. Apart from that, human and institutional capacity building is another program which we are terming as HICAP, in which various state climate change cells, center of excellence, major research and development project, and state network program have already been set up. So we have already generated a state network program for the state of Himachal Pradesh. 6 Himalayan states have already been covered, and now we are planning to generate or develop our network program covering different R&D areas in other remaining 6 states as well. We are strengthening the research in the related areas. 6 sectors have already been identified, which are Himalayan glaciology, hydrology, biodiversity, sustainable agriculture, wildlife protection and conservation. We have set up dedicated thematic task forces with the national agencies such as Wadia Institute, ICAR, WII, NIH. They are now working for these sectors under NMC program of DST. And a huge set of data has already been captured, and we are trying to work out or develop a pan-Himalayan database for IHR region. Public awareness exercise also we are doing, in which we have roped in CMS and state cells, and many journalists have already been trained, and we have developed a specialized program on the Himalayan sectors. So quickly I'll just show that vulnerability assessment already we have done. You can see some of the books which were released in COP24. I am very happy to say that Honorable Minister of Science and Technology had released in Katowice. It was held there, this vulnerability and program, and common framework and methodology for vulnerability assessment was worked out for the first time in India under NMC program, in which all the states are involved. So this is the map which shows the different vulnerable states of the country. We did it at Pan-Himalayan region. Several state officials were trained, knowledge products are developed. HICAP has got 3 different segments. One is Center of Excellence, major R&D projects, and state network program. Already I spoke about all this. And now I'm just coming to almost at the end. There is one specific program on Himalayan cryosphere, which was a consortium which was led by JNU, and Sikkim, Kashmir and Jammu and Kashmir universities were involved. And it was basically to study the state and fate of glaciers in the selected river basin. And one bilateral program with Swiss government we had developed, in which glaciology program, training program was developed by us, which was again for the first time, and many students got benefited. Now they are placed at a very, very prestigious places. Now we are in the 3rd phase. These are some of the glimpse of the releases as we did today in COP and other events. Now these are the sectors under NMC which DST has identified: glaciology, climate modeling, urban climate, aerosol, extreme weather event, Himalayan ecosystem studies. So we are initiating many activities with regard to human and institutional capacities, and many more are there to go. So already I think we have spoken quite a lot about it. So today's session also we have designed in the same manner that after NMSHI we would like to hear HP officials to tell about their experience with regard to the conservation and management of the Himalayan region, cryosphere and GLOF from Sikkim. So this is all, friends, about what we are going to do today. And I request Shri Prabhu Saxena ji to please come on dais and give his opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Nisha ji, and all my colleagues here. I think it's a great privilege to be part of such a powerful platform. Rather, I would say it is the most powerful platform as far as the contemporary issue of climate change is concerned, which is becoming an issue of existence and survival of the mankind. We are privileged to have Dr. Nisha, who is our co-host from the Department of Science and Technology for this program. She is very actively involved in the overall program of National Action Plan on Climate Change. And it's very great that she is actually spearheading the NMSHI program. She is also the coordinator for National Mission on Skill Knowledge of Climate and Change. And I am very happy to share with you that Himachal Pradesh is also a sub-national important player in both of these national programs with you. Climate change, when we talk of, for a commoner, and that includes me also, the first thing which come to our mind is that it basically relates to ocean. I was having a round of this pavilion and I actually noticed that there is a spatial discipline on ocean which has developed as far as climate change is concerned. My batchmate and colleague ACS Kerala is also here, and he also knows that how important is ocean. And I feel slightly disappointed that mountain has not become such important discipline as ocean has. And probably this is an occasion for us to highlight the issues and the concerns of the mountain region also. I had the opportunity of visiting some of these small Pacific nations, and I have seen on the ordinary people's face a fear writ large. And they actually feel that how real is climate change for them. An increase of 1 inch in the water and the entire small countries will just get wiped away. While ocean is something of great concern, mountain is also equally important, particularly its vulnerability. Mountains may appear to be very remote, physically isolated, difficult terrain, inclement weather, but they have also been the home of the mankind for a very, very long time. And in your presentation also you mentioned that a huge population is actually supported by mountains. Mountains actually have become a battery of humankind, not only residing in mountain, but all over. As a person who has stayed in mountain for almost 30 decades, we are all aware of the vulnerabilities. Landslides, cloud burst, flash floods, avalanches, and even earthquake. Today also Uttarakhand had an earthquake early in the morning. So these vulnerabilities are there. But added to them are now the vulnerabilities of climate change, particularly global warming, which is manifesting in two aspects. As far as the common man is concerned, one is rise in temperature and the other is excessive rainfall. The state government of Himachal Pradesh is very much aware and trying to prepare the people to meet both these eventualities. The issues of mitigation and adaptation are obviously very huge, very large, and they have to be tackled in a very holistic manner. We have made a beginning, I can say, but we are actually committed to make it a buzzword among the people of Himachal Pradesh. Today, though the Secretary very rightly said that what is relevant for Himachal may not be relevant for Sikkim, but we all share a common thread. So today we are talking not only of Himachal, we are talking about mountain region. We have Dr. Shrestha from Sikkim with us. And the specific highlight today is the melting of glacier. This is something which is very, very closely related to both the livelihood as well as the economy of the state. In Himachal, we have actually seen shining examples of old systems which have survived all this because it is built on respect for nature and biological balance. That perhaps has a lesson for contemporary and future development also. So this is what is extremely important for us. We are short of time. The earlier session has overshot, and we have very prominent professional speakers who will be making a presentation. The only short point which I want to make today is that for the climate change, it has to be realized that melting of glacier is as crucial as increase in the sea level. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us such a broad perspective of what is the need of the hour and how together we have to really work towards generating information and need for different kind of ecosystem, especially for the Himalayan ecosystem. And also, as sir is there from Kerala, I also agree with them that why only coastal, why not mountain? So we are going to look into that part as well. But sir, mountain is also hilly mountain area. Nowadays, I find that as I am looking after two missions, another one is NMSKCC, the need for the Himalayan areas is really thought of everywhere. And we are trying to generate a different kind of data information system and strategies. So we'll discuss on this later on. But before we move ahead with the program, as we have already developed many knowledge products and information and brochure out of the activities we are having for Himalayan region from both the sides, DST and Himachal Pradesh, though it was released by Honorable Secretary Madam, there are few videos which have been specially developed by Himachal Pradesh group, including DST, in which the various activities with regard to the basin and mountain livelihood aspect, which is totally different. It will show different kind of coverage altogether. So I will request sir to release this video for the benefit of everyone, all the participants who are present here. Click करेंगे? Sound is not coming. So I will just mention that knowledge products under NMC for resilient mountain communities in IHR with regard to early warning system, basin level climate action for mainstreaming, I think cryosphere, to maintain climate action framework for adaptation. Another thing, gender. Gender plays a very, very important role in mountain community. And women has a very specific role, so there is some coverage of gender-focused climate action to maintain women for women in Himachal Pradesh. Brochure on basin level action plan was already released. The voice is not coming. Can you please check? Bharti, why voice is not there? No? Then I think we can skip it, or should we run it for 7 minutes? What do you say, sir? Skip kar dete na. Then skip it, please. Yeah. Now, coming over to the next agenda item, the overview of Himachal Himalayas and various initiatives taken up by Government of Himachal Pradesh to combat climate change impacts. We would like to hear about this, and I request Sri Lalit Jain ji, who is Director, Environment, Science and Technology and Member Secretary, HimCost, Government of Himachal Pradesh, to share his views. Over to you.
ACS Environment, Shri Prabodh Saxena ji, Madam Nisha Mendirata ji, Shri Kunal Satyathi ji, Shri Venuji, my colleagues Dr. Atri, Dr. S.S. Randhawa, ladies and gentlemen. While I stand on this podium, my heart goes out to millions of community members in the Himalayas, the state which I represent, Himachal Pradesh. As we are all aware, located in the northernmost part of the country, Himachal is the home to the Himalayan ecosystem, the most fragile ecology that we have. And it's very interesting to note that most of the rivers where civilization have started and thrived, they all started from the Himalayas. And these are the communities which feel the impact of the climate change. We no longer talk about something which is going to come because we are already in the midst of it. And climate change is something which we in Himachal and in the entire Himalayan ecosystem, we are already feeling about it. The Himalayan ecosystem, which comprises of about 5 lakh square kilometers of territory and about 50 million people. Now, when we come to the impact of climate change and various initiatives taken, an average person who lives in Himachal, a normal farmer, he is the most vulnerable because a slight change in temperature, a slight change in various characteristics of climate will have a direct impact on his livelihood. This is where we have worked the most vis-a-vis Himachal Pradesh. That is working at the micro level. We have made a number of initiatives. A small project as a demonstration, which we started in one of our districts. We have a total of 12 districts in Himachal Pradesh. That is district Sirmaur, which is also incidentally a backward district in the state. We started a project, not much of a cost, just 20 odd crore of rupees. And we covered 30,000 farmers in this project and gave them basic tools of how they can fight climate change, whether it is the irrigation systems, whether telling them about newest technologies, newest varieties of the seeds. And today we are feeling the impact of a small intervention which we made in a small district of Himachal Pradesh. At national level, we are showing how their productivity has increased. We are working on a very simple assumption and a simple fundamental that if climate change is impacting a particular crop, why don't we change the patterns of growth of crop over there? Now, if you cannot grow rice and wheat, let's grow strawberries. This is what we worked. We worked on micro irrigation system, storage of water, giving them high yielding variety of seeds. And now we have a cadre of about 1,500 master trainers of farmers who can teach their own fellows in the state of Himachal Pradesh. And the beauty of this project is that we have involved women by way of self-help groups in this project. These women, they have become harbinger of something new which is going to happen in Himachal Pradesh. And second initiative, which is though a small one but having a big impact and which we started very early in the country, that is our fight against the plastics. We started banning plastics phase by phase in the late 90s, and today we are among the first states in the country which has a separate act to deal with the plastic menace. Following the Government of India guidelines, we have also banned a number of single-use items in plastics. So for plastics, we have been fighting tooth and nail, and what is important is that we have a system where we incentivize people to collect the plastic waste and deposit it with the government. For example, we give them slightly less than $1 for every 1 kg of waste which is collected in the state. That is the plastic wrappers, plastic packets. They deposit it to the nearest municipality and they are paid cash for this purpose. This plastic is used mixed with bitumen in the roads. We have made hundreds of kilometers of roads now using this plastic in the bitumen that is taken by our public works department and used in construction of the roads. We have recently started an initiative where we are involving school children. The school children, they can be a good carrier of any thought and any idea to their homes. So what we have done is we have encouraged them to bring whatever plastic is there in their homes. We have 5,000 schools where we have eco clubs established, deposit this plastic in the eco clubs, and hence they are given some coupons to be used in the school canteen. So this is incentivizing them. They bring the plastic from home, they deposit it in the schools, and then we take this plastic and put it in the bitumen again. So it's another initiative which the government of Himachal Pradesh has taken. We have worked with almost every agency, multilateral funding agency which is available, which is ready to fund us, whether it is the German Development Agency, the Swiss Development Agency, the UK agency, the French agency, and have been taken a number of projects including CAFRI. And our focus is on financing aspect for the climate change. We realize that in case we want to bring about some change, it is always better to work at the micro level. Today we have about 32 lakh farmers in the state of Himachal Pradesh. Now we are slowly, steadily moving towards these farmers and equipping them and giving them tools, because they are the ones who will feel the climate change the most. We sitting in air-conditioned offices may not be that vulnerable. For him, a small change in climate, whether it's more rainfall, less rainfall, the average temperature rising, pestilence, and so on. Now he is the most vulnerable. So our focus is now on our farmer, and especially on our woman farmer. So we are involving all our self-help groups who can be trained and who can be capacitated to undertake various activities which can mitigate the impact of climate change. And for this, we have the entire network with us, the State Department of Environment, Science and Technology, and which will be now soon be renamed as Department of Climate Change also. Now it is the nodal department which coordinates with all the other departments, whether it is the agriculture department, horticulture. As you know, Himachal is the apple belt of India and the world. Whether it's horticulture, agriculture, rural development. So all the departments we coordinate, we ensure that whatever funds are available, whether it's a Government of India grant, whether it's a state government grant or multilateral agencies who are giving us money, the entire money is used to the last of the penny, which reaches to our farmers and the vulnerable communities. And we have also started, because we believe there is a lot of documentation which is there about climate change. We have started a series of awareness campaigns, series of seminars in the state in association with all our education institutions, the universities and colleges, where we want to instill the habit, instill the thought and the awareness about climate change, and catching even the students young so that they become our ambassadors who can take the message of climate change, because after all, the communities have to be involved. It is the communities who will work together and make a difference when it comes to climate change. Himachal government has, as ma'am already pointed out, a knowledge network, which is its website is there, and whatever information that we get, we are putting it in that network. We'll be soon establishing a dedicated center which will be a multimedia library on climate change, which can be used by the scholars, researchers on studying and researching on various aspects of climate change. And there are many, many more initiatives which are there from the government of Himachal Pradesh side, so that the climate change is something which we can fight together. And with these words, I would take your leave. And with the words of Rabindranath Tagore, I hope that a day will come where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free. Into that heaven, my Father, let my country awake. My Father, let my country awake. Thank you.
So wonderful, Lalitji, to know about your views and insight with regard to various activities Himachal Pradesh government is doing, and especially the very interesting example which you shared for the school children to motivate them. So it reminds me, yesterday some of the pavilions I was going through, I think there was one in Korea. So I was attracted to see one small pamphlet there. I said, what is it? It was written in their language. They said, 5 days you come, you tick on this, and then we will give you some incentive. So I laughed like anything. No? So these youngsters are sitting here, and they are our I think they are award winners. You are our brand ambassadors. So try to propagate such kind of thing. You know, some kind of little incentive really gives lot of idea, lot of courage to look into this very difficult aspect. And other things, very nicely he mentioned about various activities, women's self-help group, plastic ban, so many things. I think there is a long way which we would like to discuss. Thank you, Lalitji. Now the time is to look into the sub-national adaptation and mitigation strategies which how it is being scaled up at the village level with eco-developmental plans toward climate-resilient lifestyles for environment life, which is in line with the mandate or the theme of the COP27. So I would like to request Dr. Suresh Atri, Principal Scientific Officer from State of Himachal, and who is also coordinator of DST's HP Knowledge Center Cell. Please be here. But there are 3 presentations, and sir was saying that we need to do it by 1 o'clock. So 7 to 8 minutes, will you be able to cover it up? Otherwise, you can skip some of the slides. Yeah, over to you.
So thank you very much, ma'am, and respected Additional Chief Secretary Himachal Pradesh, Shri Prabhu Saxena ji, Mr. Lalit Jain, Director, Department of Environment, Government of Himachal Pradesh. Yes, of course, our climate change program had Ma'am Nisha Mandirata from Department of Science Technology, Government of India. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to, just highlight the initiatives of Government of Himachal Pradesh and how at sub-nation level, how we have tried or built upon the capacities of our mountain people, those rural communities, poor and vulnerable, towards, resilience of these mountains. So before I proceed, now the video is fine, sir, which you released just now. We will play because that will capture almost all the things which I am going to talk about as well. So we just go with the video. Thank you very much.
Himachal Pradesh is a small Himalayan state with 4 different agroclimatic zones. 90% of the population of state lives in rural areas, and the agrarian economy is largely sustained by the Himalayan ecosystem and natural resources. Various socio-economic and environmental changes are threatening these resources and posing new challenges for the people of state. State government is devising ways to build resilient village communities by developing their skills and competencies to deal with resource depletion, changing climate and related environmental challenges. Department of Environment, Science and Technology is working towards carbon proofing of village developmental plans.
Hindu Kush Himalayan region is a very critical region of the Himalayas. It has been very adversely impacted by the climate change, and unfortunately it is emerging as one of the most hazard-prone regions of the world. In the state government, we are alive to the situation and doing our utmost to prepare the local communities to face the situation, particularly of temperature rise and rainfall. We in the state government are totally committed to align ourselves and our strategies to national commitments, requirement of the Sustainable Development Goals and international best practices.
Transformative actions are focused through environmentally responsible and responsive practices with effective water management. Sustainable Community Development Program are prepared to make communities more resilient. To start with, about 19 villages have been identified across the state in different districts till date for such activities. Capacity building of local communities on different aspects of climate change, environmental degradation, is an important component of this initiative. Scientific assessment and analysis of developmental plans with primary data is carried out at village level. Traditional knowledge is assessed and valued for restoration of heritage architecture and traditional practices of agriculture adaptation. Use of concrete and cement is discouraged under this initiative to reduce per capita carbon footprint at village level. Focus on conservation and rejuvenation of natural resources is ensured. Locally available material is used for surface rainwater harvesting. Natural water spring sources are restored by the communities.
Climate-induced events are being clearly felt in the state, and there is no point for wait and watch now. We need to work with focused agenda and strategy, addressing needs and improving capacities of our poor and marginal farmers at the local level. livelihood security of mountain communities in the state can play an important role in dealing with adverse impacts of climate change.
Traditional cropping are not only restored, but seed banking is also started to preserve and conserve traditional seeds. Transformation in cropping is ensured through supply of disease-free and climate-resilient saplings by germinating seeds in controlled conditions with high-tech interventions. Cluster farming practices are encouraged and adopted for better yields. Soil conditions are improved with effective moisture management practices and by adopting precision irrigation techniques. Climate-smart intercropping techniques are also adopted by the communities with high-value crops diversification. Water user groups are formed for effective water management and use. Wastelands are being targeted under plantation drives for creating additional carbon sinks. Solar power generation and use is given priority to reduce carbon footprints. Apart from this, waste management is prioritized to reduce adverse effects on environment. Waste is treated as a resource. Plastic is managed for livelihood opportunities. Such carbon proofing of village plans are proved effective means to reduce per capita carbon footprint. These efforts have enabled villages as models of sustainable development based on environmentally responsible individual and collective action for reducing human ecological footprint through judicious use of natural resources with water security, food security and livelihood security for these mountain communities. Efforts are going on. Department of Environment, Science and Technology, Himachal Pradesh is working closely with communities through consultative and participative process, different from conventional planning to ensure climate resilience. A climate change knowledge cell has also been set up in Department of Environment, Science and Technology under National Mission for Sustaining the Himalayan Ecosystem, coordinated by the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. This cell on climate change is working actively with technical guidance and support from GIZ India under climate adaptation financing in rural areas of the state for addressing local needs to deal with changing climate in the region. CAFRI project is being implemented under bilateral cooperation between Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change, Government of India and GIZ.
Building capacities of local communities which are vulnerable to climate change is going to be critical in promoting and scaling up locally led adaptation action. GIZ, as part of Indo-German bilateral cooperation, is focusing on demonstrating approaches for mainstreaming climate adaptation into local development planning.
Climate financing under National Adaptation Fund on climate change has also helped the state government in setting up of models of best practices at local level in rural area, ensuring climate proofing of village development plans. The approach of carbon proofing of village plans has not only helped those stakeholders who are working to implement sustainable community development programs, but also has enabled benchmarks for others to adopt and bring radical change in thinking process. The team environment, Himachal Pradesh will continue to support and work for betterment of environmental conditions in rural areas of this mountain state.
So these were the initiatives, towards the green resilient Himalayan communities and how we have progressed towards climate proofing of our village developmental plans and then lead towards the resilient mountain communities. So because most of the part of our initiatives we have already covered through this video. So I'll be just capturing, the insight of our state in a very brief. Our state is just 55,673 square kilometer Himalayan region, and there are 4 different agroclimatic zones. Yes, the gross state domestic product at current price for the year 2017-18, I would, mention here, the projected growth for the rate for the state was 7.3%, which was very good, and energy intensity of the state per capita is 0.053. So in Himachal Pradesh, yes, we are also aligned, have aligned our climate action towards the nationally determined contribution. So we are ensuring that how the government of India leads to achieve 40% of electric power installed capacity from non-fossil fuels by 2030. To create additional carbon sink of 2.5 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent through additional forest. So we are, because a mountainous state, so we have opportunity to enhance our carbon stock. So similarly, the adaptation strategy, we look at how to include actions in agriculture, water, health, coastal disaster management practices, how they are in line for the resilience of the mountain areas. So the approach which guided our process, we just looked at the vulnerability context, the current levels, and how the future projections are there. What are the key priorities in different, sectors for adaptation and both mitigation, synergy with international climate goals, sustainable development goals, how the capacity needs are there, and what are the interventions which are required with involvement of multi-stakeholders for implementation of different actions. Similarly, we looked at the financing needs. We looked at the additionality of each climate action. So what are the kind of institutional arrangements available in the state at the local level, and how they can be upgraded or upscaled. So apart from that, yes, we ensure the the monitoring and evaluation of the progress, how we are progressing at local level on each and every action. So we looked at the knowledge management activities. We looked at the location-specific actions. We looked at, yes, gender issues, and also incorporated the equity and livelihood concerns of the local communities. We looked at the participatory planning process and the, bring in the transparency and periodic assessment at the local level. So this entire process, this methodology led us to, set some best practices model in the state. Yes, certainly, as we talked about that climate risk vulnerability, there is no time. Yes, we need to act now. So that with that mindset, we are working in the state. So we are certainly very highly vulnerable. If you look at the lower one, the entire state is looking like highly vulnerable to be projected to be vulnerable in 2030. So the entire area is red, is the more vulnerable. The most of the population in our state lives in this region, and the most of their activities are directly concerned with the because we are primarily a agrarian economy, so their activities are requiring a lot of attention which needs to be taken by the government of Himachal Pradesh. So for us, issues of concern, agri-hortic activities, as earlier Additional Chief Secretary and Mr. Jain already said. So climate-induced and other natural hazards threat in this state is prevailing, and we need to be very serious on this. So we acted on. We had sectoral review of the challenges, and we are working closely with different sectors. We are looking at the rain-fed agriculture. We look at how the hydropower potential can be harnessed, how the water requirement can be reduced, how our adaptive capacity by linking the roads at the village level, how the electricity saving potential can be ensured in the residential building. Similarly, in the industrial sector, how the population development on natural resource is reduced on the livelihood for their livelihood practices, how the fertilizer consumption is reduced, which is increasing at a very high rate. So all these sectoral challenges have been taken care of when we looked at the village level developmental plans, how they can be implemented in the state. So because keeping in view the time, so I will be skipping some of the slides, but I'll just go through the titles. So driver of vulnerability, yes, this is very critical and very important. We must take care of whenever we localize the action. We must look at what are the drivers of vulnerability. Similarly, we must ensure that all the nationally determined contributions and the sustainable goals are in line with the local level actions as well, so that you could contribute to the national targets. So here we have also analyzed how the adaptation and the mitigation actions are designed at the local level for different regions. So our financing gap for the funding and the the budget which is there for the localizing the action is around 10,000 crores. But the funding gap is huge. It is around 70% of what we have proposed for the climate action at the local level. So we are looking at the National Adaptation Fund or Green Climate Fund, or how the additional climate funding can be generated and mobilized for the state. So mapping of action points at sector level is also very important. So we must look at how these actions can be in line with the different sectors. What are the kind of mapping percentages there? So that should be taken care of. So yes, I'll just give you the glimpses of another initiative which is very important. This is the vulnerability assessment at village level. Unless you do this village level vulnerability assessment, you cannot localize the actions. So this is very important. We are taking these initiatives with the support from GIZ, which is a bilateral partner of Ministry of Environment and Forest under the Climate Adaptation Financing in Rural Areas of India. So this is very important project for us, and we are trying to localize the actions through these initiatives. So from my side, yeah, so thank you very much for having the patience. So most of the things which I have already said through the video are there in the presentation. We will share the presentation with you all. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Definitely, sir. Thank you very much.
So I will request Dr. Shrestha, Director, Department of Science and Technology. Now we are left with hardly, because people are waiting outside, 5 minutes each.
Yeah, my presentation, please. Respected Saxena ji, Additional Chief Secretary, sir, Madam, distinguished delegates. First of all, let me thank Nisha Madam for having me here. Lots has been talked about Himalaya and Western Himalaya. I am from Sikkim, and Sikkim falls in the Eastern Himalaya. So just because of shortage of time, I'll just come to what we have been doing in the state of Sikkim. So like in other places, Sikkim has large area under glacier. So we are involved, in addition to vulnerability assessment, capacity development program, we are also involved in glaciers and GLOF management plan we have been taking up in the state of Sikkim. Briefly about Sikkim, I'll not say this, you can just Google it. About Sikkim, Sikkim lies in the northeastern state. It has total area of 7,096 square kilometer. We have issues like increasing size of the lakes in high altitude, reducing size of the glaciers. So we have undertaken glacial dynamics of one glacier, in which we have studied about vertical retreat, glacial hydrology, snout monitoring, glacial displacement, and one of the important feature is how the glaciers are vertically receding. You can see we have two types of glacier. One is debris cover glacier, and other one is a clean ice glacier. Debris cover glacier, in fact, vertical retreat is lesser than the clean ice glacier. Almost around every year we are losing 4 meters of its thickness. Now this is also one feature of glacier. Geomorphological mapping has also been done. Coming to the lakes now, in the entire Hindu Kush Himalaya, we have around 209 potentially vulnerable lakes, out of which India has 30 vulnerable lakes, which comes to 14% of the total vulnerable lakes in the country. Under Ministry of Environment and Forest supported program, we have been undertaking wetland mapping of Sikkim. We have mapped around 7,760 number of lakes, covering around 7,164 hectares of total area that's covered by the wetland in Sikkim. Now coming to one important feature, that we also have glaciers and pro-glacier lake. As the glacier melts, lake are being formed. So two such lakes which are potentially vulnerable to GLOF, we have done in-depth analysis, and I'll be talking more on those particular lakes. This is how satellite data depicts about this growth of lake. The yellow shows the previous year's lake, and the red one indicates the extension of its lakes. In South Lonak Lake, which is located in the northwestern part of Sikkim, in 1976 it was measuring only around 0.2 square kilometer. 2011 it rose to 1.13 square kilometer. In 2020 the total size of the lake has gone to 1.59 square kilometer, and it is really posing a great threat for GLOF, which I'll be telling you. What all things has been done is, we have undertaken physically electrical resistivity survey has been done, because when a glacier is there, when moraines are there, moraines are damming the lake. So by doing electrical resistivity survey, we will be able to understand the thickness of moraine that is particularly damming the lake. So by understanding the size of the lake, thickness of moraine, one is also able to forecast the probability of GLOF. If the moraines, if there is a presence of dead ice, if there is a presence of permafrost inside it, then it is slightly strong enough. For temporarily, it is strong enough to withstand all those pressure from the lake. So we have undertaken electrical resistivity survey of that particular lake. We have also undertaken bathymetric survey. Physically, people were deputed. It is this. The location of this is very, very remote. It is located at an altitude of 17,000 feet, and bathymetric study has also been undertaken, and total of around 65 cubic million of liter of water has been stored in that particular lake. And based on the studies, a scientific formula has also been developed to assess the volume of lake. And when this electrical resistivity survey report and the bathymetric survey report was placed before the experts, we were suggested to go for mitigation measures, like you siphon off the excess water by laying pipelines and slightly widening its outlet and deepening its outlet. So deepening is very, very risky because we cannot tamper with the geological features. But by developing confidence, the size of the lake outlet has been widened. By widening, the outlet has been increased. But despite all these interventions, despite laying of pipelines, despite even widening the lake, the size of the lake is constantly increasing. That is why these interventions are there in the field. That is why now we are being supported by, these are some pictures of how pipelines were laid. We also had installed sensor. Now by doing so, still it is not giving us good result. Now we, with the support of SDC on the SCA Himalaya project, we are there for developing early warning sensors. By developing early warning sensor, we would like to install sensor at different places. We would like to sensitize our communities. On the SCA Himalaya, SDC has, in fact, they have a separate mandate to support us in different fields. They are there for analysis of GLOF hazards. They are also there for identification of risks, locations, design early warning system, Then technical assistance are also being provided for early warning sensor operationalization, capacity building, and development of generic GLOF early warning guidelines for replication. And whatever data that has been collected from the field, by taking the data, NDMA, National Development Management Agency, National Disaster Management Agency has also brought out GLOF management plan for the country. Okay. These are the, in fact, as per the Swiss study also, the 2 lakes which we have identified has been found to be vulnerable. Okay, I'll just directly come to the conclusion. What we have found is glaciers are retreating all over, and in Sikkim limited field intervention. We have just taken 2 such lakes for studies, but we have 10 more vulnerable lakes. Then we need more capacity building, because this is one field. That cryosphere is one field which is less studied. We have very less human skilled manpower. So more focus is given to in these areas, and we also propose to have a dedicated center for glacial and glacial lakes, which is required in Eastern Himalayan region. With this, I conclude. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shrestha, for giving us a totally new perspective on glacial lake outburst. Now I request Dr. Randhawa, Principal Scientific Officer in the State Center of Climate Change, to tell us about impact of climate change on Himalayan cryosphere. Over to you. 7 minutes.
Okay. So very good afternoon, worthy Chair Sir, worthy Director Sir. Okay. Okay. Dr. Nisha Mandirata, I'll just quickly go. So I'll just request the team to just give a video. So that will be good enough to have an idea of the Himalayan glaciers. This will tell you how the glaciers are changing over a period of time. So that's all. We have started feeling the impact of climate change, like Arctic and Antarctic. Himalayan glaciers are also feeling the impact of their retreating in terms of snow glaciers, snowfall pattern, and glacial lakes. So this is all about of the Himalayan cryosphere. That's all.
On behalf of the Department of Science and Technology and Government of Himachal Pradesh, I thank you all for being patient with us and attending this event. Jai Hind.
Shirish, because Dr. Bhatt said he's trying to come. So Dr. Bhatt said he's trying to come. So in case he comes. Start? Perfect, great. Should we start? Great. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for coming to this session. I apologize for the slightly delayed start, and we'll try and make up for it as we go along. So very welcome on behalf of the World Bank Group, as well as IORA Ecological Solutions, Energies, TESOL, and Vetiver, our organizations which have completed this study on behalf of the World Bank, whose outputs we are going to present and then discuss. on the themes of investment opportunities for sustainable cooling in India. May I request somebody to shut the door? Rajan, would you mind? Because it's kind of noisy. Great. So I'm going to quickly take you through a presentation that we have outlining some of the findings of our report, our study. And then we have a very illustrious panel here to discuss its outcomes and also present their own views on the work that they've been doing and supporting on sustainable cooling in India. So first and foremost, the premise behind this whole study and the driving force behind it. As many of us know, April 22 was one of the hottest summers in the known history of India, where in New Delhi temperatures crossed 46 degrees. And estimates show that by 2030, in parts of the country, wet bulb temperatures, which is a measure of how human beings actually experience temperature, could cross 34 degrees. It's also stated that India could become one of the first countries in the world to experience heat waves that cross the human survivability limit. So there is definitely a huge need to invest in sustainable cooling solutions. If not, then close to 200 million people in the country might be exposed to heat waves which could be potentially lethal. In response to this very large potential emergency and issue affecting life, livelihood, productivity in the country, the Ministry of Environment Forests has launched a very forward-looking action plan called the India Cooling Action Plan. It's one of the few countries which at a national level has created a strategy that focuses on sustainable cooling for the whole country. And what we did as part of this study, based on the brief from the World Bank, who's interested in supporting this area, is we looked at this ICAP, the Indian Cooling Action Plan, and identified additional opportunities which could address cooling from a demand side as well as a supply side priority, develop roadmaps on each of the cooling intervention areas, identifying market size, investment opportunities, and also emission reduction potential from sustainable technologies, so on and so forth. And then finally, we prioritize the interventions for concessional financing, such as World Bank and other such organizations can invest in these. Our work focused on these 4 focus areas, very much in line with the ICAP: space cooling, cold chains, passenger transport, and refrigerants. We followed a 2-step multi-criteria prioritization process in which initially we prioritized all cooling actions along the lines of their GHG and indirect social development benefits, and also on the technical feasibility of their implementation, likelihood of adoption, and how they fit into the current overall policy regime. Finally, we did a second tier of prioritization of these actions along the lines of how they fulfill the potential of concessional financing and what is the need of concessional financing for these areas. I'll quickly go over 4 slides that explain some of our findings in each one of these sectors. So space cooling represented the largest opportunity. It represents a 1.5 trillion opportunity by 2040 in India. Notably, space cooling, room air conditioners are expected to increase by 40% in adoption in India to 2037 from 8% in 2017. So it's a huge spike. And 45% of India's peak electricity demand in 2050 is expected to come just from space cooling. Sustainable cooling solutions, we find, can offer an emission reduction potential of over 200 million tons annually by 2040 in this sector. Efficiency improvements in air conditioning can save up to 30% of energy by 2037-2038. We've outlined some key actions that can be undertaken and some policy initiatives ranging from alignment of standards and labeling programs to enacting a national policy on district cooling to support this sector. Now I'd like to move to cold chains. Cold chains offer a significant opportunity as well. It's estimated that by 2027, refrigerant demand in cold chains is going to increase by 2x and energy consumption about 3 times. There is a huge gap in cold chain infrastructure. It's estimated that the gap is close to 97% for pack houses, 85% for reefer transport, and 91% for ripening chambers. Investing in pre-cooling and refrigeration in this sector can not only create close to 1.7 million jobs, but it can decrease food loss by close to 76%, which is substantial. Again, we've discussed a number of interventions in this area, ranging from action plan for setting up small-scale decentralized cold chains, as well as incentivizing fuel-free electric reefers, policy to improve and promote more data technology to aggregate providers and suppliers, and then certification programs for better training and building capacity of operators of cold chains. Now I'll come to passenger transport. Motor air conditioning represents a significant amount of emissions and a significant amount of fuel consumption. It's said that the vehicular population in India is going to grow by about 5 times for cars and 2 times for buses in the period of 2018 to 38, which is significant. And motor air conditioning represents 18% of the total energy consumed by all cars. Refrigerant use and demand in the motor air conditioning space is going to go by about 4 times in the same period. And compared to a business as usual scenario, by the right technology and investing in efficiency, 20% of energy and 29% of greenhouse gases in the sector can be saved. There is a requirement of comprehensive labeling and more provisions to invest in R&D, better technologies to promote efficiency in this sector. Last but not the least, refrigerants. Refrigerant demand is expected to grow by about 6 times by 2038. Space cooling will have the highest rise in refrigerant demand increase, and the servicing sector consumes more than 40% of the total refrigerant currently used in the country. Like transition to low greenhouse gas potential refrigerants, adoption of good technologies is essential. Space cooling will offer an opportunity of reduction of about 33% of refrigerant use with better technologies over a baseline, and low greenhouse gas refrigerant HC units will see a 10-fold increase. So if there is better skilling, better use of refrigerants in all units, it has a significant opportunity to not only save emissions, but can create close to about 2 million technician jobs over the next decade. So themes such as technician training, better policy, and sound disposal of refrigerant are some of the guidelines that we've come up with. So these are the sort of the very high-level recommendations that emanate from our report in order to scale up some of these interventions and investment pathways that exist for each one of these sectors. We need, of course, broad stakeholder engagement during the whole process of implementation, but there is a strong case for cooperation on science, technology, and technology delivery, building a conducive environment with the right skilling as well as the right delivery models, and then finally, deployment of innovative financing, including the use of concessional finance instruments to kickstart an economy. All of this could potentially unlock this $1 trillion plus a business market and could potentially pose India as one of the leaders in sustainable cooling in the world and create a hub for the technologies that emerge in this sector. So with this now, I'll just a second. Can you hear me? Perfect. So I'm quickly now going to introduce our panelists, and then I have a question that I'll pose to each panelist. Since we have under an hour, we've decided to keep it to just one question a panelist, and in the end, we'd like to stop some time for a couple of questions from the audience. So I'll introduce panelists in the order of the questions that we're posing to them. We'll pose the first question to Mr. Sanjay Seth, who is the Senior Director, Sustainable Habitats in TERI. He's also a CEO of the Griha Council. A civil engineer by training, he's got close to 30 years of experience in the power sector. And before joining TERI, he used to work at the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, where he's done considerable work, including in the implementation of the Energy Conservation Building Code. So, Mr. Seth, my question to you is around the area of space cooling. As you saw, our study reveals that space cooling offers a close to $1.5 trillion opportunity of investments and technology creation. So based on our experience, we'd love to know as to what you think are the low-hanging fruit or the early actions that can be adopted on a policy basis to truly identify and access this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to all my esteemed panelists as well as to the audience who have gathered here. Firstly, I think, you've set the tone through the presentation that you made, that in terms of opportunity, what we have is very, very huge. And what we really need to do is have a strategy in terms of the regulations and the the policy instruments that are required to be in place. I think we are on that front we worked well. We have all the necessary enabling policies which are already in place. But I think what we really require is an implementation roadmap, a bulk of it which is working well, but I think we need to really scale it up and have a lean and a mean approach as to really about how you go about doing it. And when I talk about these approaches, it has to look up at both the things that is on the supply side as well as on the demand side. And I think I will try and address both of these and also look at some of the interventions that my colleagues will be also suggesting on the panel. But on the space cooling, if you really look at, and given that bulk of our infrastructure is yet to be put in place, it provides a huge amount of opportunity for us to make sure that through design interventions in the buildings that are going to come up in the future, we make them future ready so that the cooling demand is lowered to the extent that, when we talk of providing thermal comforts, how really we can, work on the efficiencies, improving the efficiencies on the technologies that provide the comfort levels, and at the same time the interventions that are required to be integrated through efficient design, thereby acting both from the supply as well as on the demand side. So that is number one. And when I talk about integrated design, please also remember that bulk of the space cooling that is going to be required and thermal comforts, when we talk of the thermal comforts for all, is essentially for the economically weaker sections of people. And they really cannot look at technologies which are cost prohibitive, where they could really leverage such technologies. So if we look at thermal comfort, say, for the economically weaker sections of people, and given the temperatures that our country, that the tropical temperatures that we work out of, it's important that, we largely are going to be dependent on a fan, which is going to provide the thermal comforts for all. Now, if the economically weaker sections, the housing that is being put together for the economically weaker sections, if thermal comforts are at the very base of it, then I think the question of providing them the thermal comforts through a fan becomes very easy. Secondly, as and when their aspirations and buying power increases, tomorrow if they also decide to put in an air conditioner which is more efficient, which is more cost effective, then the kind of electricity that they use to run the operating costs for the air conditioner also are very, very lower. So that's the other thing that we need to keep in mind. Now, when we talk of both of these things, how do we really go about making sure that it is kind of the penetration happens? Unfortunately, most of the people who are really at the the demand end are aspiring for a house. They are not worried about whether it is efficient or it is climate friendly or is it sustainable. That's not their worry. They need the house now and here. And when that becomes a driving factor, then all of these things that we are discussing and talking, they kind of take a backseat. And that is where we really need to start focusing. And I have always been saying on various forums that it has to be a consumer end-driven demand. We need to kind of provide the consumers an informed decision-making tool and provide them to how you could take informed decisions so that they could ask for efficient cooling, efficient housing, all of that. So how really we go about working with them? So we just cannot, if you really want to close the loop, we need to work at all of this. So climate responsive design being one, efficient cooling being the other, through technology, cost effective solutions, making sure that when we are talking of providing them, then how do we really go about evaluating these designs? Now we at Griha, for example, what we have done is we have created a system, a label which is called Jan Griha. Jan Griha is Jan Awas Nirman, and it's essentially an acronym that we have used in the language, which is very close to the people of economically weaker sections. How do they really go about evaluating their own houses, whether it is sustainable, whether it is livable, whether it is thermally comfortable, all of that through a very simple process. And then we evaluate it, they themselves are able to evaluate it, and then they are able to kind of also feel it when they start using them. So these are little steps that we have taken, and we hope that by working with the masses, by educating them through awareness programs, making sure that when we talk of sustainable or green buildings or thermally comfortable buildings, where are we going to get the materials from? Where are we going to get the people who are architects and people who are really going to help them put these together? So it's essentially making sure that we build up capacities. We provide enough of this information in the open source for people to understand where they are really able to source it. So all of this, I think, efforts by TERI, efforts by GRIHA, and many other agencies, by the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, all of them, I think we are all working in this area to make sure that more and more such information is available in the open source for the benefit of the people. I'd like to stop here and then thank you.
Thank you very much, Sanjay. Climate resilient demand, design and designing for the masses, I think, are ideas that resonate very well with some of our recommendations as well. Now I'd like to invite Ms. Pima Madan, who's a senior advocate, cooling and efficiency at NRDC. She leads the work on cooling at NRDC, has over 15 years of experience in this space, and she's focused on advocating for climate policies that reduce emissions from refrigerants. Pima, our question to you is around India's performance on phasing out of HFCs, harmful refrigerants, as per the Kigali Amendment and the Montreal Protocol. Do you think India is on track in terms of our phasing down efforts? And what is the status of R&D on this? And what other interventions are required? As you saw, we highlighted the emphasis of R&D in order to expedite this R&D, in order to bring new technologies to achieve this phase out in the medium to long run. Pima, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Swapan, for that question and for having me here amongst very esteemed set of panelists who I'm sharing the dais with. I will take a step back and just talk a little bit about where things were at Montreal Protocol and how, in 2021. So 2021 was a very good year at the Montreal Protocol. We had, Biden announcing US moving towards ratification in April last year, and they finally approved the ratification 2 years back. China ratified the Kigali Amendment in July, and then India ratified in September. So this was really good news, coming from three largest producers and consumers of HFCs. And turning to India, it is often said that to solve the world's climate problems, you have to get cooling right in India. That's primarily because the sheer growth of cooling that is expected in the country. The India Cooling Action Plan projects this to be 8 times, by 2037, 38, and a large part of it is from space conditioning. And it is also very central to the success of the Kigali Amendment, largely because of the demand of the cooling expected in the country. But things in India are also looking up. As I said, it ratified. The ratification was very, very timely, and it is now on a path to develop a national strategy for phasing down HFCs, which is expected to be released by end of 2023. So the next 2 or 3 years, I would like to highlight are a real opportunity to set ourselves for success, both in terms of maximizing the gains out of the Kigali Amendment phase down of HFCs in terms of emissions and in terms of time by when this is done. And the study that IORA has done and World Bank has done together is very timely, because getting a number of the kind of investment that is required really gives us a vision to work towards. So it's very timely. I would also like to talk about a study that NRDC and some of our experts from India and international sector in cooling have done. What we did was we tried to analyze the alternate scenarios for HFC demand trajectory going forward in what it meant in compared to the Kigali obligations that India had. And this was based on the current and the projected demand of the HFC using equipment and the type of refrigerants that are being used now and are projected to be used going forward. We analyzed 3 scenarios. There were market trend scenarios, a Kigali Amendment scenarios, and a bit of a twist was a third scenario, which was on Kigali Amendment with an accelerated phase down. What we found was that based on the current technologies which are economically feasible, which are technologies which are bearable, India would be able to meet its Kigali obligations. However, if it was to tap on an opportunity of accelerating the phase down by, say, 5 years in the space conditioning sector, that is the stationary air conditioning, it would have an additional, cumulative cumulative emissions that could be avoided to the tune of 337 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. So that's a huge number, and this is by kind of accelerating the space conditioning sector, which your study also kind of highlights as a predominant sector for climate investments in coolings. So that's a real opportunity we see coming forward in front of us. So that's what we tried to do in this analysis was, again, to highlight what are the key steps that are required. As I mentioned, space conditioning, moving to lower GWP refrigerants. Now, Indian industry has kind of leapfrogged already. R32, and I'm going in a little bit of technicalities on refrigerants, but R32, which has a GWP, which is a mid-level HFC, mid-level GWP refrigerant, about 675 global warming potential. The industry has already leapfrogged to that. 90% of the air conditioning industry is using that refrigerant. So it leapfrogged from an R22 to an instead of moving to R410A. So that's really good news. But to really build on the demand that India is going to have, we have to go down further to a lower GWP refrigerant. And that's an important component of the research and development that is required. We have R290 in the market. Godrej has been using R290 for the last couple of years. It's valid. It's applicable mostly to a smaller equipment. So we need to get on with some safety standards to see how that can be used for larger equipments as well. So that's an important piece of research that is required. So that's in terms of refrigerants. I will also now turn a little bit towards passive cooling, and which Sanjay sir have also kind of highlighted in terms of buildings. And I'm sure most of us in this room are aware that India is going to add nearly 1 billion square meters of commercial floor space by 2030, which is equivalent to the land area of Washington, D.C. and New York currently. So these are huge numbers, and there is real opportunity to build smart from start and really contribute to the India Cooling Action Plan target of reducing the cooling demand to start with. So that's an important sector. And here, again, looking at scaling, which again Sanjay sir had kind of highlighted, we have the Energy Conservation Building Code since 2007. Moving the states, 19 states have notified the code in various stages of implementation right now. So really seeing that happening at a large scale where every building is at least ECBC compliant, and now moving towards greener buildings, which also incorporates ECBC. So that's important. Other aspect of this is the passive cooling. Passive cooling is talking about low-cost technologies or land cover technologies like cool roofs. And here again, we did some analysis to understand what are the numbers that we are talking about. And we did this for the city of Ahmedabad, wherein expanding cool roofs implementation, which is basically a solar reflective surface on the roof that you place, from current 5% roof area to a 20% roof area by 2030, you're able to avoid or reduce or achieve cooling savings to the tune of 0.21 terawatt hours. Now, this number seems to be small, but our analysis shows that this number exceeds the additional cooling energy demand that is likely to happen in the city due to a climate-driven warming. So that's the kind of number just by 20% expansion that we are talking about. So we wanted to kind of bring these numbers out so that there is, a greater focus. We can, put this evidence base to drive greater action. So that's, I wanted to highlight a little bit of, these points as part of my remarks, but I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Rima. I think that's very helpful, both in terms of an overview of where the industry is, and of course, like you mentioned, where India goes, so goes the world. There is an opportunity to significantly showcase better practices and create a basis for replication worldwide. Now I'll invite our next panelist, Dr. Shirish Sinha, who's the Director of India Climate at CIF. Shirish has decades of experience in climate policy and sustainable development. And before joining CIF, he worked with the Swiss Agency for Development as Deputy Head Cooperation and led a number of bilateral programs on climate science and resilience. at SIF, Shirish also leads a consortium called Sheetal, which has a number of illustrious members who've been working actively in the cooling space in India, working on cooling policy. So Shirish, my question to you is that while you have covered a lot of work on climate policy, are you also looking at potential avenues or through your consortium of investing in technology innovation and improving technology interventions in cooling in India? And what's your view on, again, low-hanging fruits? What sort of policy support is needed to really kickstart a revolution in that space? Shirish, over to you.
Swapan, thank you so much, first of all, for having me here on this panel and just to be able to speak to along with other experts. You talked about Sheetal. I'm so glad that we have Prima here. Mr. Seth was not involved in the beginning, but his team members were. And just take a second to say why and how Sheetal came into being. Two of our partners are not in the room who led this process. When India Cooling Action Plan was announced in 2019 beginning, few of us came together and said, now that the plan is in place, what can we do together? What is the role of think tanks and experts who were involved at the different stages of the development of the India Cooling Action Plan? What role they can play in terms of the implementation? And we looked into the various aspects of the India Cooling Action Plan, all of which you actually highlighted, Swapan, in your presentation. And we said these are the specific areas where the partners who are working on it can actually come together. And that's how this consortium of partners came together, designed the project on their own, and we identified areas where we are basically looking at interventions. So every element in your study that you said, Swapan, are being essentially covered as part of the Sheetal project that is there. And it's being led by Terry, Alliance for Energy Efficient Economy, CEW are the three major partners, and NRDC has been involved in terms of the overall design at the early stages altogether. Now, a couple of things that on the question that you asked, what are we doing in terms of some of the innovation on the technology side? CW essentially has been working more on looking at the opportunities for R&D in the sector and looking at what are the different new set of innovations that are basically happening, say, for example, in the HVAC sector, right? So they've created a dashboard which provides what are the different innovations that are basically happening. Also, in terms of, we recognize that moving forward, a lot of new opportunities also come as cooling as a service. So looking at business models around and the financial models that are needed for sustaining cooling in India. So that's the kind of interventions that have already kind of reached a level of maturity and can now move into the next step. But the other aspect of the work that we are looking at is the servicing sector, especially with the changes in the refrigerants, the new technologies coming in, the cooling appliances coming in. How prepared is the servicing sector to deal with new gases? And these are highly inflammable. So what CW has also done is to work with the ministry to look at a universal servicing system for certification of the servicing technicians. Right? So I think that's something which goes beyond R&D, but I think it's going to be very practical to look at from the implementation point of view. Now, the other thing that we've been looking at is obviously on the space cooling side, and we understand that and Mr. Seth said that the fans are going to be so critical in the Indian context, affordable thermal comfort that will basically come. There has been effort to scale it up, and what AEEE has been doing is to look at a business model which will look at the financing of the super efficient fans, right? And I think that's something where we're also in conversations with states, Maharashtra early this week, and we're looking at how a state-level scheme can actually be designed, which will help them to make thermal comfort for all accessible with the fact that we understand it's now going to be an extremely critical area for work, right? But also we realize that a lot of emphasis has gone on air conditioners, whereas that may, obviously, as you also presented and said, that the demand for it will grow. But I think there will also be other technology and solutions that consumers will look for, especially around evaporative air coolers, right? And right now there are no regulations, guidelines. So what AEEE has done with the Bureau of Energy Efficiency is to design the MEPs as well as the model regulations that are needed for the air coolers, right? So I think that those are the areas which essentially on the space cooling side, new technologies, innovation that is needed. I'll just come, Swapan, give me a couple of minutes. And I think the other aspect, and I think which is going to be very important, is around the cold chains. And this is an area because of post-harvest losses are very high. And this is where, again, AEEE is working on developing the institutional mapping and the policies that is needed for scaling up, right? So, and I'm glad that all of these analysis, which in the last 3 years that the partners have done, can actually feed in to any large-scale design of a program that World Bank is working on, which can actually look at it. But one important element we identified, and I'll take a couple of more minutes. One is the behavioral change is going to be very important. Mr. Seth touched upon it. And what our partners have done is to look at what is the design of a campaign which will enable behavioral change around accepting the thermal comfort for all, as well as for the minimum temperature settings, for example, for air conditioners at home, right? So there is a CW did a campaign called Cooling and You, which is already available now in public domain, which is essentially to sensitize consumers about the benefits of efficient cooling solutions, thermal comfort for all, etc. But I think where I wanted to end was, to me, as an external agency working on a India Cooling Action Plan, what Sheetal allows us to do is the power of collaborative effort by the think tanks. I mean, to have Terry, to have AEEE and CW to work together on different elements of the India Cooling Action Plan under a common theory of change, brought together the set of partners to do. And I think that's something which I know it's beyond the question that you asked to Ms. Vapan, but I think I must highlight, I think the bringing together of the partners to deliver on this was so critical.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shirish. That's very helpful to know more about Sheetal's work, and also the fact that you're trying to work at the overlap of technology, policy, and behavior, which I think is critical. So next, we'd like to move to John. So firstly, to introduce John. John is the Regional Director, South Asia Sustainable Development at the World Bank. And his experience spans areas of water, urban transport, energy, rural agriculture, environment, as well as disaster risk management. He joined the bank in 1989 and has worked across Africa, East Asia, and now in South Asia, and has significant experience in the areas of sustainable design, sustainable development, technology, finance. And that's where our question to John is going to be. That, John, I think it's evident from our panelists who are leading the development of cooling approaches, cooling technologies, and cooling innovation across behavior. And in our study, which John actually led and mentored, and thank you so much for that, John, we've identified the big picture, the big puzzle to which some pieces exist, some don't. So my question to you, John, is what next? There is obviously a need of a substantial amount of resources to now bring together what exists, pave the way to identify what doesn't, and then really scale up and implement at a large unit the interventions that can lead towards the creation of sustainable cooling financing, sustainable cooling technology opportunities, and to pose India as a significant leader in this space. So from the World Bank's perspective and from the perspective of similar such institution, what sort of financial instruments, what sort of concessional financing avenues exist to support India to achieve these goals? Thank you, John.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I think it's afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome, esteemed panelists. Great to be here. Let me start with a context setter and then answer your specific question. So what strikes me is the benefits of stepping up sustainable cooling are absolutely clear. Okay, protecting against increasing heat, reducing emissions, creating an industrial base that will create jobs and economic opportunity in it. The benefits are absolutely clear. Secondly, India is a leader in having an action plan that comes together with lots of ideas in an action plan. We've now supported this roadmap. A number of stakeholders are working on pieces of this puzzle. But to move it to the next level, my sense is that, A, we need to accelerate what is being done. If we keep muddling around for another 20 or 30 years, it's too late. And secondly, the solution is going to have to be systemically integrated. So let me just leave aside the cold chain, very important, medical and agriculture, very important, but for illustration, let's leave that aside. Let's focus on the space. It's not an either or, it's an and. What do I mean by that? So for space, you're going to need urban design to reduce the ambient heat. You're going to need building design and construction, and you're going to need cooling devices, fans or air conditioners, different segments of the market. You're going to need them all, okay? And that equipment, in order to deliver this, you're going to need policies, you're going to need standards, you're going to need investment and finance. It's got to come together. And it's going to take collaboration between the think tanks, the engineers and designers, the public sector, and the private sector. Any one piece of that by itself is not going to get us there. We can pour concessional finance here, you can do your analysis, you can do your Kigali, we can do all the things you're talking about, but if one piece of this only moves and the others don't, the whole set of cards will not stand. And so our first recommendation that we came out of this, maybe it's not our business to make it, but having some version of a mission, the way that India has Jal Jeevan, Swachh Bharat, a whole bunch of these things that pull this together is absolutely critical to make it happen. So then let's drill down, well, what would that mean for financing and what could we as the World Bank Group bring? So if you think about the public piece, urban design, building design, and all the rest of it, there are existing mechanisms to finance that. Public finance, private does something, public does something. It's basically infrastructure financing. The key to this agenda is around policies, standards, and nudges to get people to do this in a cooler way, design in a cooler way. I don't see a huge role for finance. Of course, we could finance some technical assistance, some training and everything else, but government of India should be able to do that themselves. It's not terribly innovative, it's not rocket science, it's been done before. On the equipment side, there might be more opportunities. In the end, I think we need to distinguish one part of the market, which, as you said, is going to be consumer decisions. Consumers are going to decide about fans and about air conditioners. And as much as we might like to say these need to be low emitting and all the rest of it, it has to be affordable. Part of this, I think, comes down to innovation. Yes, you can say all these new high-tech air conditioners, and you can talk about energy efficiency or refrigerants. They might be too expensive now, but the key message, I think, that comes out of this climate debate is that innovation is what's going to save us and what gives us the opportunity. And I'm a firm believer that if you have a combination of R&D plus bulk procurement plus an innovative method of protecting private sector investors over that price hump. So it can either be, and there's different ways to design it, and they've been done in other industries. This can be something that says, okay, we've got a target price for this kind of technology. Okay, you bid on this. If you're over this, what is the subsidy level that you need? And people can bid on that lower declining subsidy to see them over the bridge. You can do a bid with a volume guarantee. There's a whole, it's not beyond us to design innovative concessional finance mechanisms, not to fund this forever, but to create the market. And a lot of you guys, you know about that. We know about it. The question is, how do we put this in place in order to make it happen? And there's lots of opportunities out there. And so coming back a little bit to this question of the mission, we would be very happy as the World Bank Group to come in with our IFC colleagues, with our bank colleagues to support this. But if we simply do one little pilot over here, it's not going to really work. What we need is the policy environment, because you'd need standards for these machines, be they fans or be they air conditioners. And there's going to need to be a policy environment that moves in order for this to happen. final comment that I would make would be around consumer behavior. I think in this area, there's been over the last 10 years, as I'm sure you know, a lot of research on what people call behavioral economics. So the old world was, oh, you just have to create the incentives, and you just need to get the price down. And when it economically makes sense because you save your money in the longer term, consumers are going to step in and buy. Actually, that's not the way the world works. It's an important part of it, but behavioral economics is telling us that people make default decisions. When you go in, as you said, people are just thinking about their house. They're not going to get into a detailed calculation with their iPhone to calculate the price of a fan or an air conditioner. So as a fan, are there ways that we can build a default decision into housing around a certain level of fan or a certain level of air conditioner? Yes, labeling is important. Yes, standards are important. But in the end, people act in a little bit more of a defaulty kind of way. And it's hard to do this in some of the public sector programs, private sector programs. But why can't this be done in a public sector? You've got a number of housing programs. You've got the PMAY. You've got whatever comes after the PMAY. Is it not possible to build into that system a standard for cooling, ambient cooling, building cooling, and for a fan that allows it to move forward? And we would be very happy to come in order to try and support something of this nature. So, bottom line message, I think this is something for the reasons of the triple win. We would be very happy to support it, but bringing the parties together in order to drive it is, I think, what is needed next. And it's not an either or. It's a policy, it's a design, technical system. All of these things you're talking about need to move a little bit. But we can't wait for everything. So once we've got a sense of the system working, how do we move on pieces of this?
Perfect.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, John. I think that's very, very helpful. The fact that there are moving pieces, but till the time there is an enabling environment, finance itself is not a solution. May I request Dr. J.R. Bhatt, Advisor Climate Change MOEF, who's here amongst us, to also share his thoughts. I think he needs very little introduction, a scientist of acclaim who leads many initiatives on climate change at the ministry. Sir, your feedback, your thoughts on this discussion and also on our study would be very helpful for us to have some takeaways from this meeting. So, would you like to come here and address? Or?
Maybe I'll raise my vocal cords in the middle, no need for my side. Oh, okay. Okay. So, I think this is a very worthwhile exercise. And one of the speakers said about partnerships, smart partnerships. I think there lies the merit, smart partnerships. And the finance landscape, of course, you touched, but one would need to see the progress on ground and what new expertise that the bank can bring in terms of technology transfer or in terms of bankable projects, in terms of advice, so on and so forth. But it is really very heartening to note that a consortium led by IORA and with the smart partnership concept that you people are thinking about this ICAP. So, wishing you all the very best.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for making it. I know that you were in the negotiations. Thank you for sparing time.
So if I could, just one, I think it was a very important point that was made there. Finance is not disembodied from knowledge, in particular when you talk about concessional financing. So as we talk about any of these schemes, concessional finance and driving ways of developing the markets, it's not just the money's coming from Bank of America or some other bank. I think the point is that we bring the technology, innovation, the monitoring and evaluation, the policy piece that's tied into that financing piece. That's absolutely critical.
Great, thanks, John.
Swapan, can I just add?
Absolutely.
Point? And I think just to build on what Dr. Bhatt said and what John was saying, I think what is needed is to work, and I think all the panelists will agree, at a subnational level, at the states, because that's where the implementation is going to happen, right? So I think the capacities of the departments or the agencies that are going to lead many of these implementation of programs, whether you, even it's a mission, right? That's where it needs to be focused more on.
Emma, would you like to?
Actually, I was going to say the same thing as what Sirish just highlighted. What the India Cooling Action Plan has done, it has raised the profile of cooling, where now different actors have come together at the national level. Like Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs is now talking about cooling, which wasn't the case a couple of years back. So now taking it to the next level at a subnational level, and having the states maybe identifying those levers at the state level. For example, there are heat action plans in many of the states which are, thank you, and taking them to the next level of moving them to urban cooling action plans. So identifying these levers at the state level is also equally important, as what Sirish also very rightly highlighted. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have about 4 minutes left. And if you have a final comment, we can have a minute, Mr. Sanjay, or we can move on. Perfect. Any questions from the audience? Perfect. Please go ahead.
Yeah, the investment amount that is mentioned, how much of it is public finance, how much of it is private finance? And what do you see the role of each of these in everything that was discussed?
The investment amount that we mentioned is the ask of what is required in the sector. There is a need to further model and drill that down into what's accessible and available from current public financing and what can be leveraged from the private markets. We have done some exercise there, and we also try to break up what source of investment from the private markets, venture finance versus carbon finance, etc. But at the moment, the key number that we want to communicate is the opportunity, that the opportunity is significant. Any other question? Perfect. So that places us really well to move to our closing. I'll invite Tom. Tom Kerr is the lead climate specialist South Asia at the World Bank Group. He has been involved in designing policies and investments to increase resilience of climate change. He was also the lead author of the World Bank's Climate Investment Opportunities Report and created and managed the Carbon Pricing Leadership Coalition at the COP27 in Paris. So, Tom, would love for you to summarize the discussions and also suggest some next steps and way forward. Thank you.
So I think you're already starting to wrap up here. I'm hearing a lot of the comments you're making are really practical next steps. And so I just want to reiterate a few things. One is to thank the MOFCC for hosting us today. We've been partnering with them. And I think, as you say, this is gaining momentum among different ministries, and it's great to see that leadership at the federal level. I think, secondly, I just, as you said, I used to author these opportunities about 7 years ago after Paris. Everybody was talking about it was all climate finance was a cost, and we flipped it and said it is an investment opportunity, but you have to get the policy mix right. And so I think I like the framing you used for this cooling opportunity in India. And I think you're getting into this study is a terrific sort of breakdown of what's needed, in these specific sectors for cooling. Last month we were in Montreal at the MOP, the Montreal Protocol. A couple of us were there and had the discussion there. And it really struck me, compared to other countries that have a cooling action plan, India's is very granular, very focused. And I think this study takes it to the next level. And I think what we offered as a wrap-up to that discussion, I think I'll offer it here too, is that, and it ties into the point you made about subnational, we are going to sort of officially launch this report in India next month on December 6th through the 8th in Kerala. So we'll be with a bunch of states that have been looking at this issue, and we'll be sharing the ideas and what the different roles might be between the national government, the state governments, and the local governments, as well as the financiers. And one of my offers there is I used to be at IFC, and I think very practically, you've identified some great subsectors. You've got the cold chain, you've got cooling and green housing, you've got efficient fans and things like that. So I think what each of these needs is, and it goes to your question about financing what's public and private, and your answer was really, what is the viability gap for each? What's the business model and what's the viability gap for each of these specific solutions, and where might you need concessional finance? And if we can get that sort of almost like a wish list, we can then take it and have broker a conversation with the banks and the financiers that are looking at this, and then figure out where do you need a little bit of public money to sweeten the pot, and where maybe you don't need any public money, you just need a policy or change, things like standards, and we talked about consumer education and things like that. So very practically, we're very happy as the World Bank Group to be partnering with IORA, with the MOFCC, with all these folks here today. And we want that we're keen, as John said, just to take this to the next level, roll up our sleeves, look at a specific subsector, and bring the bankers and the other financiers to get into that level of detail. And I think then, a year from now, we can come back to the COP and and UAE and really talk about, okay, the first investments are starting in these sectors. So thanks again for this great session.
Thank you, Tom. I'd like to thank all our panelists for this very active discussion. And we look forward to, like Tom said, working on this so that we present a more actionable outcome and some investments in the UAE COP. Thank you.
challenges आ सकते हैं.
our minister.
Ok. 1, 2.
Rohit, can you hear us? Yeah? Okay. Who is the other? Okay, can you hear us? He said yes? Okay. So we could.
Ok. Tu peux me checker juste la vidéo des ordi là-bas?
Yeah.
Hi, is the sound working? Hello, is the mic Hello. Hi. Welcome everyone. We're having the next session now on climate adaptive heat stress action plans for vulnerable communities in India. We had just talked about cooling and we're now going to talk about heat stress. So I'll hand it over to Dr. J.R. Bhatt to give opening remarks, and we're going to have virtual participants.
Hello, everybody. Am I audible? Amidst this
Yes.
lot of
Yes,
disturbance in the background, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So, the extreme events are rising in frequency, in duration, and in their impact. And as we know, because of the changing climatic regime, the heat stress would be on ascendance. So the heat action plan is a comprehensive early warning system and preparedness for extreme heat events. The plan presents immediate as well as longer term actions to increase preparedness, information sharing, and response coordination to reduce the health impacts of extreme heat on vulnerable populations, ecosystems, and so on. Between the National Disaster Management Authority and the India Meteorological Department, they are working and have developed frameworks with 23 states prone to high temperatures leading to heat wave conditions to develop heat action plans. And it is in this context that we have this event today. where the work done by IRADE, which is led very ably by the doyen of Indian economics, Professor Kirit Parikh, is doing this event, and it is about climate adaptive heat stress action plan for vulnerable communities. So with this, I have the pleasure of handing over to Professor Parikh to say a few words about what IRADE is doing in the whole process and how their project is going to help in the overall scheme of ensuring preparedness and having a heat action plan developed. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. And I would say that I am Kirit Parikh. I am the chairman of IRADE, Integrated Research and Action for Development, which is a non-governmental, non-profit making think tank, which does research in many areas, and that too and essentially our focus is on policy. And the policy we want to do is, work we want to do is to find out policy options which are implementable. By that I mean that, if you have any policy change, some or the other stakeholder gets affected adversely. And you need to therefore design a package of policies which really take care of the concerns of all stakeholders. So in our work, we are involving, having a multidisciplinary perspective, but at the same time, we involve multi-stakeholder. All the stakeholders involved in any particular problem, we involve them. And I think that is what we have done in this study also. The kind of work, the policies, the areas in which IRADE is working consists of, we have done work on consumption pattern and how unequal consumption pattern is the primary force driving global climate change. We have also looked at valuation of natural resources, how natural resource damage should be valued and brought into the national income accounts. We have looked at how eco-services should also be valued and brought into appropriate decision-making framework. For example, if you have a forest improves absorption of water in the ground so that rivers can flow for a longer period of time. It also does is to prevent any soil erosion. So these are kind of ecological service that forest is providing. The IRADE is working in many areas, and we have energy and power systems, we have sustainability and development, urban development, sustainable urban development. We are working in climate change and environment. We are working in poverty, education, and mitigation and gender, and we are doing as agricultural issues as well. Now, apart from this, in the climate change areas, we have done work also in sustainability. What is sustainable development? How can we do it? How can India reach net zero with minimum cost to the people and the human development? We have to have human development, therefore we must develop. But at the same time, we realize the compulsion to reach net zero sometimes in the future. I think extreme events, as we have been said, really make people very vulnerable. And the poor gets particularly vulnerable here because they often live in congested slums, and therefore they have not much option available for doing something. And I think some years ago, we had done a study of 20 different cities in India and worked out their sustainability and vulnerability and so on. And that we are looking at clean energy strategy transitions, and we are looking at issues through regional connectivity of power trading between India and Nepal and its neighbors, India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Bhutan, because if you want to go to cleaner, sustainable production of power, then you need to have a lot of renewables, and the renewables need to be balanced by hydel project. And Nepal and Bhutan have significant hydel availability, and we can really benefit. Mutually beneficial trade could be there. Similarly, I think we have done many areas when in our work. We look not only at the national level, but also at the states and the city level, and we also consider what kind of action should be taken, not only at the national, but also at the city and state level. And this is here where I think our whole work on heat action plan comes in. We have looked at 3 specific cities in India, and there we have looked at not only the risk of climate heat stress at the city level, but also we looked at the ward level. And this is very important to look at a ward level, because at the ward level, you know what kind of people live with. Some wards have more poor people, some are more congested, and all these really add and complicate heat stress and also make it life difficult to take action against this. So the action plans that have been developed, as my colleague Rohit Malhotra will elaborate, is been done in collaboration and consultation with stakeholders. We have to first inform them, make them aware of the heat stress problem, and then we also have to bring in the local municipal decision makers and also the local health workers and so on together. And we have developed these action plans for these 3 cities. And some of them have already been implemented. And I think we can say that in doing this, we needed to even do some work on capacity building also. So we had done for the municipal workers, the health workers, we did some capacity building training program also. So I think we look at the issues from coherent, multidisciplinary viewpoint and try to involve all stakeholders in work. And I think you will see that heat action plan will be an illustration of the kind of work we do. But understanding heat action plan at the city level is extremely important for designing the country's long-term strategy, because it is these 3 cities we have selected are representative of the kind of issues other cities will face. And we hope that the city heat action plans we have developed can be then extended to other cities, and we can really have countries prepared against the kind of problem that heat stress can cause. I thank you all for joining us, and I wish you have a good evening. Good evening all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Parikh, for that very, very informative and very concise inputs on the heat action plan and how this in the 3 cities that you have chosen, how we are working in terms of developing the plan. For that, may I now invite Mr. Rohit Malhotra to very quickly share his thoughts and also tell about what exactly is being done under this study with respect to the 3 cities that have been identified. And then we take 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Over to you, Mr. Malhotra.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, for enabling us to join online. So it's a pity we are not able to join you all, sir. Sir, I would like to share my screen and to share the PPT. So requesting for enabling the screen sharing. Is it possible to enable share screen?
While we are trying for that, but would you like to keep speaking until that time? Make your
Sure, sure.
point.
Sure.
Make your point, please.
Thank you. I would just start with the work which Dr. Parikh talked about Irade, what we have been doing, how we are working in areas of climate change, climate mitigation and adaptation. I'll just like to also inform you that Irade is also Center of Excellence on Climate Change in Cities. And since 2008, we have engaged with more than 30 cities working on various issues related to disaster resilience, disaster management strategies, climate resilience strategies, as well as looking at vector-borne diseases, action plans related to dengue. So we had done comprehensive work on this area of climate resilience and climate change in cities, and we have an exhibit there also where more details about publications are available. This is exhibit number 45. So with that, I just come to the issue. So as we all know that the incidences of heats have increased throughout the globe, and it's just not India, but the number of such incidences, the frequency, intensity is increasing across the globe, and the vulnerability is also increased because of these, and currently more than 500,000,000 people are exposed to the heat wave events globally. Our region, South Asia, is among the most vulnerable globally to the impact of heat waves. And it's not just rising heat waves, but also rising heat stress, which is due to the consequent rise of temperature of hot days as well as the hot nights, which is further affecting the vulnerability, especially of the vulnerable communities in India as well. Another important concern is not just rising temperature, but also rise in overall number of hot and humid days, which has doubled in frequency since 1979. So, which makes the coastal areas also may become highly vulnerable to the impacts of the heat wave. If there are some slides I'd like to present, if that is enabled, that would be helpful.
You should be able to share the screen.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so in India, the heat wave vulnerability is on rise, and you can see from the graph which is on the screen that average number of heat wave have increased from merely 7 to 35, 32 within the duration of 4 years from 15 to 19. And further, there is an increase in the geography of the heat waves in India, which was only 9 states in 2015 to 23 states in 2019, which clearly shows the kind of the heat vulnerability geography being increasing in the country. So it's a big challenge for us to build to address this issue and build our adaptive capacities. So this year was particularly, we observed that the heat came early, and also it started affecting the hilly states as well. As there was a high deviation of temperature and heat waves even in the hilly states of the country. So it's alarming the way heat wave incidents are increasing, and it's also becoming longer in duration and coming early. And it's not just only the impacts on human health, what it is affecting severely the economy of the country in terms of the loss of labor hours which we are losing, in terms of the biodiversity loss which is happening due to the forest fires, and also it is affecting the food security of the country, as we observed this year where the wheat crop output has gone down. So it is a serious challenge for the country, and it needs an effort both in terms of policy and action, which India has been taking. So, and National Disaster Management Authority, Ministry of Home, with a vision to reduce the heat wave deaths in India to zero. In 2015, it issued the guidelines on preparation of heat wave action plan. So there has been under the dynamic leadership of our Prime Minister. So these guidelines have been further revised year on year, and again there has been a lot of engagement which has been done by the NDMA with IMD and other state and city level agencies. This has led to a huge change in terms of the adaptive action map of the country. So from merely city in merely one city in 2013, we have several cities now which have adopted the action plan, and we have also engaged and in terms of several cities and districts, more than 120 districts and cities have been engaged to develop such heat action plans. So that is the success of the action which has been taken at policy and the action level. So heat action plans have been, to define the same, they are a framework for implementation coordination of extreme heat response to reduce the negative impact of the extreme heat. So these action plans, they lay framework on the intercoordination framework and also the mechanism through which the early action will be taken and disseminated through a coordinated effort, both at state, district and the city level. India's leadership in terms of developing the heat action plan was as early as 1999 when Odisha developed India's first state-level heat action plan, which was not first in India but also first in South Asia region. Further in 2013, the first city-based heat action plan was launched by Ahmedabad, and we have now several states which have adopted the heat action plans. IRADE started work on looking at the issues of heat stress with respect to the city, and it found that it's a major challenge to be addressed in the cities now for now and the future. And in 2016, with the support of International Development Research Center, Canada, we started working with 3 cities of Rajkot, Bhubaneswar, and Delhi to design and also implement the framework for developing heat action plan, which was further adopted by the local level city authorities and also by the state disaster management authorities to make the cities further climate adaptive in wake of the rising number of heat stress. The key components of the plan, as Dr. Parikh talked about it, that it is not just a broad-based city-based plan, but further looking at where the urban heat islands of the city are, so identify, it's a ward-level targeted effort to identify where these heat islands are. So further, it looks into what kind of vulnerability these wards have, which are the wards which are also the heat hotspots and also have high vulnerability in terms of concentration of slums, the migrant population, or from the perspective of the housing density. So this comprehensive work has been done to identify these wards and further the vulnerable communities. So we engaged with the communities to identify at ward level what are the factors which are making them vulnerable. Is it water scarcity? Is it housing design? Is it because of the low awareness about the impact of heat health? So the ward level assessments was done, which was done on the basis of several factors which are key in understanding the vulnerability. And further, these ward level vulnerability assessments led to identification of the ward which are the most vulnerable and what kind of a critical action is required to improve the resilience of these wards. So these have been done for all 3 cities and has been further. So further, heat threshold is important for the cities to understand at what temperature the heat mortality and morbidity begins in the city. So it's not the same threshold which will work for all the cities, and it varies depending on the geography, the adaptive capacity of the community. So NDMA also has, in association with IMD, has developed a threshold for 100 districts in the country, but there is a lot more to be done. with respect to the cities. So IRADE further looked into the heat stress thresholds for the Rajkot city, but for which we took into account the all-cause mortality data, because the heat-related deaths are uh, recorded, uh, not recorded as such and reported. So with the help of these, we developed and identified at what temperature threshold, the heat stress advisory should be triggered, and the municipal corporation also took action in reducing the heat stress threshold. Hence, taking early action rather than it helped them in taking early action and also increase the preparedness of the city authority stakeholders. So in terms of climate adaptive, we also looked into what would be the scenarios of these wards in increasing heat conditions, looking into several scenarios of 1.5 to 3 degrees temperature with particular respect to that particular month average temperature rise or the extreme heat rise. So there are several, so instead of just one ward which was the most which was a hotspot and most vulnerable. There are several wards which were added to the same, which it's like it's informing the city in terms of what kind of scenario is going to be there in the future, and then accordingly the long-term actions can be initiated based on the same. So the key feature of the plan. The engagement and outreach component is very strong, as you can see here. There are a lot of campaigns done by the municipal authorities of Rajkot, also New Delhi Municipal Council, in reaching out to the people, again, uh, focused on the vulnerable groups, enabling actions at the hospitals, primary health centers. So this was a large engagement and with the city and also at the ward levels. And one critical issue, we looked into the capacity building of both city stakeholders in addressing the issue as well as the medical stakeholders. So the medical stakeholders trainings was done, engaging more than 500 such frontline professional workers and the doctors in all these cities for early preparedness, which gave a lot of confidence to the hospitals and the city authorities in managing the same. So like this, the advisories which were issued with the uh, vulnerable groups, as well as it was door-to-door sharing of these advisories with the people. So these are the obvious benefits which we have achieved because of the heat action plan. So it is preventing heat-related deaths and also reducing the heat mortality. And we have a excellent system of early warning developed by the India Meteorological Department and coordination mechanism with the city authorities for early action. And the seasonal advisories, the medium term and the short term advisory, and now cost even in the next 4 hours what kind of temperature city will have. Those kind of mechanisms are there in India at the moment, which is helping us to take targeted action on. And again, as it is the focus of this plan is on the vulnerable urban poors, and also it also reduces it's not it also reduces the kind of time taken to do the intervention. It's a targeted intervention, and the municipal corporation knows that what kind of action is required at the localized level, and rather than a straight checker solution. So it prepares our cities to reduce economic losses and productivity. So hence, these different benefits have been effectively demonstrated by the by when there was evaluation of how heat stress cases have reduced in the country, how it is helping the same. So the NDMA should assess. It was not a comprehensive evaluation, but they assessed what is the impact of heat waves on the mortality, and we see that the vision which was set by the government way back in 2015 that was achieved, where these interventions led to reduce in the mortality from thousands to even zero in 2021. So in 2015, there were more than 2,000 deaths which were recorded due to the heat waves, and in 2020, 2021, it was nil reported, and also in 2022, even in wake of one of the highest number of instances of heat waves, our mortality has remained low, and that has been the case with the heat morbidity as well. So India's leadership is comprehensive in this, and And this leadership which India has taken in developing these climate adaptive heat action and for the better preparedness and the focus of with focus on the vulnerable communities, that is something we are taken to other South Asian countries like Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, where we are now working with the local governments there with support of our partners in helping them developing the guidelines at national level as well as developing heat action plans at the city level. So there are a lot of lessons which our leadership, which the leadership of the NVMA and the government of India has for both developed and developing countries, for which the critical issue to be addressed for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we note that that IRADE has developed and implemented climate adaptive and gender sensitive ward level. The point is that it is at the ward level, the heat action plans for cities across the country. So, and that embodies urban heat island mapping, developing evidence on the impacts of heat stress on livelihoods and productivity, building on cities' adaptive skills to plan and manage heat wave incidences and their impacts. And obviously the key question that arises is that one will need to have all this mainstreamed into climate adaptation measures to strengthen the action on heat resilience. So maybe if anybody from the audience wants to ask anything on about the session to the panelists, to Dr. Kirit Parikh and Dr. Rohit Magotra.
Sir, we have with us Dr. S.C. Ban of Indian Meteorological Department. We would like to share his perspective and the actions which have been taken with respect to the this action plan, sir. So he's already joined, sir. Dr. S.C. Ban.
Yes, and as I had promised to Dr. Parikh, I have to leave for negotiations which are starting in another 5 to 10 minutes. So I will ask Dr. Anokhe to take the event further. And on my own behalf and on behalf of MOEFCC, I thank Dr. Kirit Parikh and his team for this very valuable work at the ward level. Dr. Parikh has been doyen of Indian economics, and we have all been like his students. So thank you very much, sir, for doing this very wonderful piece of research. And I now invite the distinguished representative of IMD to share his views and thoughts on this very important topic. This climate change induced heat thing impact is going to stay with us, and we need to ensure preparedness. A 360-degree nurturing in terms of preparedness is required. So any step into this direction is a valuable addition to our nation's preparedness against this impending threat, this Damocles sword of heat, which will rise further and further. All due to unchecked cumulative historical emissions of the West that we are getting this kind of heat waves manifested owing to climate change. Over to Dr. Anokhi for taking the meeting to further logical, fruitful end. Sir, I would take your permission because I have to be leaving for negotiations which have already begun. Thank you very much for calling me for this.
Dr. Bhatt, thank you very much for your participation so far. Would you turn on your mic, please?
It's on. Yeah.
SC's.
So I'll request Dr. Ban to kindly share the work and also the perspective. So you're on mute.
Pradhan,
So you're on
please unmute yourself.
Dr. Bhan, please could you unmute yourself? We can't hear you.
On the extreme left, there is a microphone. Please click on it. Okay.
Okay, I think Dr. Bhan is sort of struggling with that. In the meantime, are there any questions from the audience? There don't seem to be questions. I'm going to give it a minute or two if Dr. Bhan can manage the tech. We still can't hear you, Dr. Bhan. You're still mute.
I can. Can somebody just unmute him from there?
No,
He's
no,
had trouble
they're not
getting-
able to do. They're not able to do it
They're
from
not
here.
able to do that.
No.
Okay.
I think given the tech issues, perhaps it might be, it's unfortunate, but thank you for joining us, Dr. Bhan, but I think it might be best to wrap up the session. Would that be okay to the Radhe team?
Mike will just try to log off and log in again. I'll request him and let's wait for him.
Okay, sure.
Can he hear us at least?
He can.
Then why doesn't he unmute himself? He's aware.
There's some system issue. So he's trying to address it. So let's wait for a minute at least. I think we can do this. No?
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Yes, sir, you are.
I'm extremely sorry for the technical glitch at my end. A very good evening, very good afternoon to all of you. Heat, as Rohit pointed out, and all of us have been showing it, it's expanding over not just India, all other parts of the globe, in terms of intensity, in terms of geographic distribution, and also in terms of the duration in the hot weather season. As Rohit talked about the heat adaptive action plans for taking into consideration the micro features of the cities and other vulnerable groups. Also needed for taking actions are the weather forecasts for different temporal scales. So the India Meteorological Department has put a system in place where we provide the weather forecast in different time scales. Starting with the start of the season on March 1, we provide the outlook for the entire season, of the coming hot weather season. And then the monthly updates are provided as the season progresses. We have also put in place over last few years after the heat action plans started in the country, a system of the extended range forecast where we provide the weather forecast for in terms of the high temperatures over different parts of the country at weekly scale. So the IMD has put a system of extended range forecast where the weekly forecast out to next 4 weeks are provided. And these forecasts in slightly longer time scales have helped the managers of heat wave to activate their system in case a heat wave is expected in slightly longer future, so that they can review their preparedness well in time, generate alerts for those who are to manage the heat wave. And then when the actual season comes, we have a system of providing daily weather forecast out to next 7 days for more than 1,000 cities in the country, for all the districts in the country, which are about 712 districts in the country. So the day-to-day forecast of high temperatures over different parts of the country are provided through these forecasts. We have brought the entire temperature forecast system on a GIS platform for ease of access to different users, so that their area can be better looked into in terms of how the situation would be in near future, so that these action plans can be activated. And the India Meteorological Department is working in very close coordination with the National Disaster Management Authority, the Ministry of Health at the federal level, and also at the level of the states. And also with the knowledge centers like the IRADE, Public Health Foundation of India, the Indian Institutes of Public Health in different parts of the country. So that has helped to put a system in place in the country with all these integrated efforts where we are able to manage the heat waves better. But still, from the point of view of a weather information generator, we feel that the thresholds at which the adverse impacts start, not just on mortality. So far, we have confined ourselves on the mortality. The thresholds where the livelihoods, different livelihoods are adversely impacted, those need to be determined, for which the various institutes can chip in. And also the vulnerability need to be assessed for more locations than what it has been done now. So a lot of work is left, though Heat Wave Action Plan of India is a success story. We feel that still a lot of work needs to be done. We are able to save lives now, but the livelihood should be the next target, and for which the India Meteorological Department is coordinating and collaborating with all the agencies who have different roles in generation of this knowledge, and then taking the knowledge to different stakeholders for actual actions when the heat waves happen. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the audience? Okay, terrific. Thank you for joining. I think the next session is at 4. Thanks very much. Thank you to our panelists as well.
Thank you, Anu.
45? No, it's done.
Hello. Can you project the Zoom, the link? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and namaste. We'll start with our session now. And first I'll set up the context, and then I'll bring in all the panelists who are present here and also introduce them to you. Let me just start with thanking all of you for being here. It definitely gives me a lot of pleasure to stand here and talk about our program that we are delivering in India with the Government of India. It's about a climate resilience program which demonstrates how top-down and bottom-up approach can be converged to deliver resilience at scale and at the local level. So welcome again. What I'll present at the moment is just to set a context so that you know and you're aware of where we come from. India has one of the world's largest social protection program called Mahatma Gandhi. So I'll give you a bit of an overview of what the scheme is about, and then I'll go and give you the context of the work that FCDO, which is the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, is doing with the Government of India, Ministry of Rural Development. And we'll see some examples from our program here. So this MGNREGS, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, is actually an act, a Right to Work Act, that aims to enhancing livelihood security of people, especially in the rural area, by guaranteeing 100 days of wage employment in 1 year, annually basically. And each rural household whose adult member is eligible can actually volunteer or demand for work under the scheme. This act also seeks to create durable assets that augments land and water resources, improves rural connectivity, and also and also strengthen the livelihood resource base of the rural poor. Now, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme has been a valuable employment tool and a safety net. Its role in building ecosystem resilience to climate crisis is now being increasingly recognized, not just by the Government of India, but also world over. There are several researches that actually kind of bring that out. We all know that there is an urgent need to bring upfront the scheme's potential in addressing matters of lives and livelihood while combating climate emergency. And through the work that we're delivering in India with Government of India, we're doing exactly that. So the program that we're delivering is called Infrastructure for Climate Resilient Growth. It's a technical assistance program. This is delivered, like I said, in partnership with the Ministry of Rural Development. This program primarily helps improve abilities of the poor and the vulnerable people to cope with climate change and climate impacts.
Now, how we do it, we try and integrate climate risk management into the natural resource management assets that are developed under the scheme, Mahatma Gandhi and Narega scheme. And in turn, that results in improving overall ecological services, and obviously that helps support livelihoods of the rural poor. If I go deep down into the program, ICRG interventions are both at the national level as well as at the subnational level, where we work very closely with the community in not just building awareness, building capacities, but helping them bring them in the designing and the planning processes as well. So these NRM infrastructure that are built under NREGA help improve groundwater recharge, micro irrigation, soil water conservation, and also enhance the plantation and the forestry work. Again, I'm saying that we all know that social protection plays an important role, because we've read quite a lot in these latest research and evidences, especially in IPCC as well, that it helps support vulnerable people or communities to cope with climate shocks and stresses. The process adopted by ICRG in mainstreaming climate risk management into social protection is obviously informed by theory of climate risk assessment, but in theory, but on practical terms, it also helps in giving decision-making power to the people and communities, like what I was saying. And we'll demonstrate how we do it by giving you examples as we go through the panel. As I was saying, today what we'll do is we'll hear the international perspective, we'll hear the national perspective, and we'll hear a subnational perspective from the Madhya Pradesh state government, who works on the program and who works otherwise as well in building climate resilience and adaptation on the ground, on the field, with the communities. So the case studies that we'll present today will illustrate how inclusive, volunteer-led community engagement process enables climate technology to work in the favor of poor and marginalized communities by providing them a voice and authority in decision-making at local level. I'll stop here because I want to give the space to Lokendra, who's present here virtually from Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. Lokendra is the coordinator, State Knowledge Management Center for Climate Change, and he will present the subnational perspective first, and also share some learnings from the State Climate Action Plan for Madhya Pradesh, which he's led from his organization called EPCO. Lokendra, over to you. You'll have to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Daljit, for introducing, and thank you very much for giving this opportunity. I thank the Government of India, Ministry of Environment and Forest, for giving this slot to the state of Madhya Pradesh. Unfortunately, we are not able to travel to Sharm el Sheikh, and because of some official exigencies. Otherwise, we would have loved to be there and present our case studies and the good work that the Government of MP is doing in the Sharm el Sheikh itself. So with these words, thank you very much for the opportunity. Daljit, you have set the context very well. And I just want to take a few minutes to share the kind of work that Government of Madhya Pradesh is doing in the field of climate change. As you know, MP is the second largest state of the country. And with huge geographical area, but also has a lot of natural resources. Various studies have reported and inferred that MP is one of the most vulnerable states in the country as far as climate change is concerned, because of its socio-economic status. A lot of people who are below poverty line, about 35% people, and largest forest area, but also we have the largest number of tribal people who live in the state of Madhya Pradesh. So MP is like a developing state. But MP is not just vulnerable to climate change, but also very responsive. We have in the last 10 years since the State Action Plan on Climate Change was launched in 2012, we have had a lot of programs which are addressing the socio-economic issues of the state of Madhya Pradesh, infrastructure and livelihoods. So these are some of the initiatives that the government of MP has taken. I just want to talk about the State Action Plan on Climate Change, which, as you all know, that Government of India has advised all the states to revisit their state action plans. Earlier, we had made it in 2012-13, and now, after about 10 years down the line, the time has come to review these plans, and MP is also one of the state which has already prepared and submitted draft to Government of India for their endorsement, approval, and for their guidance. So the State Action Plan on Climate Change has always talked about issues related to adaptation to the climate change. As you would know, that MP, as I said, is quite vulnerable, and adaptation is the key concern for the state of Madhya Pradesh. We are talking about adaptation in agriculture, we are talking about adaptation in water sector, in forest, and also in human health. So these are some of the key concerns, and we have drawn the entire strategies and actions with regard to climate change. Had a very senior and very expert consultative group which had advised us to develop the strategies and actions which are peculiar to the state of Madhya Pradesh. And all this has been done based on science. We have various programs and activities based on science where we carry out research and encourage students and various research institutions to do MP-specific climate studies. And those studies and their inferences have been used to inform the state action plan on climate change. So I just want to bring it here, a point that we are just not doing a state action plan, but we are also trying to connect science with policy and also with practice. So this is what I just wanted to share. The key concern of the state will continue to remain adaptation. And in that context, bottom-up approaches are very important. While we have science-based state action plan, where we have model results and from the Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, we have had the inputs from the IIT Delhi. But all these things will also need to be supported from bottom-up approaches, where lots of actions are happening on ground. The one Daljit talked about is also, MP is also part of that initiative, where NREGA schemes are being looked at as to how they can be made more climate resilient and climate compatible. So these are some of the things that I just wanted to share. Finally, before I close, I just want to take a minute to talk about a very important initiative about life that the entire, this COP is in India Pavilion is talking about. One action that I would like to flag out here from the government of Madhya Pradesh is Ankur, which is a very flagship program of the government of Madhya Pradesh, where we are encouraging common citizens of the state to plant trees. And this is a complete technology-driven program where citizens are being asked to plant a tree and take a picture and upload on an app and that picture is being again revisited after 6 months' time. And I'm happy to report that in the last 1 year, more than 60 lakh people have planted trees all around the state in various locations, in government, private locations. So this is one area where we're talking about changing lifestyle, encouraging people to follow what the good practices, the green practices, and MP would continue to work on these kinds of issues, which would talk about changing lifestyle and behavioral changes. I'm also happy to inform that we are starting a new Center of Excellence for Life in the State Knowledge Center, and we would continue to work on these issues. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and we would love to sort of hear from you and receive your inputs. Thank you very much.
We could hear you loud and clear, and I must say that the bottom-up or the subnational voice was included today, which I'm really thankful for because of the technology. We'll now move to the national aspect. I'll request Avnender, who works with Ministry of Rural Development and who can actually provide you the national the umbrella scheme under which we are working and delivering, and give you a perspective about the national programming as well. Avnender? Can we have the presentation one displayed, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Daljit. Here I've just about the national perspective. So, contribution of Mahatma Gandhi Narega in natural resource management, especially on water part. Sorry. So just I'll give you the overview of the Mahatma Gandhi Narega. The core objective of the project, this program, is to guarantee employment of 100 days of unskilled manual work in a financial year to every household in a rural area as per the demand, and creation of productive asset of prescribed quality and durability. Also, the extending the livelihood resource base of the poor, proactive ensure social inclusion, and strengthening the Panchayati Raj institution. Also, the important part is it is the world's largest public program and fully funded by the Government of India with an annual budget of around 7 to 8 billion US dollar. Program cover more than 130 million households and 300 million people living in a rural area and registered as beneficiaries. The asset permitted under program have underlying elements of climate resilience and achieving co-benefits of climate adaptation. So I just give you the coverage of the Mahatma Gandhi Narega. Out of the 734 districts and 2.7 lakh, 70 lakhs Gram Panchayat GP, total job card issued till date 16.84 crore, and registered worker is 31.43 crore in Narega. And out of that 31.43 crore, active worker is 15.52 crores. In Mahatma Gandhi Narega, there are 265 permissible work. Out of the 265 permissible work, 182 is the NRM work. And out of the 182, 85 is water-related work. So just see the focus of the government. And 166 is agri-allied work out of total 265 works. The 265 permissible work just divided in 4 categories. Category A, public work related to NRM. Category B, individual asset for vulnerable sections. Category C, common infrastructure for NRLM. And category D, rural infrastructure. These are some water-related work which taken under the Mahatma Gandhi Narega. You see the farm pond, irrigation channel, renovation of traditional water bodies, contour trench, open well, and check dam. All works, water-related works undertaken through Mahatma Gandhi Narega. Apart from this, for drought proofing, additional 50 days of employment for drought-affected areas is provided. If you see in financial year 2021, 71.97 families completed 100 days of their employment. And in financial year 2021, around 68 crore, in Indian rupees, 68,000 crore, around 823 million US dollar was spent to drought proofing work. And water conservation and harvesting, renovation of traditional water bodies and micro irrigation works are mostly undertaken for drought proofing. These are the some pictures. The Government of India and Ministry of Rural Development give a special initiative for water conservation. So Prime Minister just has given 175 ponds in every district. So Ministry is just providing Amrit Sarovar in all the districts of India, 75 per district. So the pondage area development, treatment of catchment including plantation and water conservation measure, improvement of drainage channel including degrading, dredging, bank stabilization, encroachment removal, grey water treatment structure, development of proper inlet and outlet structure, construction of bonds with proper compaction and maintenance of side slope and troughing, plantation activity around the Amrit Sarovar, and platform for flag hosting. The climate crisis. The climate threats are growing, with distress in consequence for poor and vulnerable people, threatening lives and livelihood, permanently displacing people and implementing global effects to reduce poverty. Additionally, more than half of the world population will be faced with extreme water stress by 2050. India's entire population, 1.3 billion, is vulnerable to climate change, like heat stress, floods, droughts, etc. Also, 600 million people in India are already suffering from acute water shortage. India is also one of the most affected countries by climate change, occupying 10th place in the Global Climate Risk Index 2021. The Global Commission on Adaptation 2019 report approximately 6% fall in India GDP by 2050 in case they do not implement more efficient water allocation strategies. Mahatma Gandhi Narega's significance in delivering climate action. Since its inception in 2005, Mahatma Gandhi Narega has made substantial contribution to poverty reduction through provision of guaranteed wage employment, creation of rural infrastructure, institutional strengthening and skill development. While Mahatma Gandhi Narega enabled households to absorb and adapt to lower magnitude climate hazards, evidence suggested that its contribution to poverty reduction can be resolved by climate change. Integrating climate risk management into Mahatma Gandhi Narega design and deliver can enhance the scheme to sustain its inherent absorptive and adaptive resilience in the face of increasing climate threats. Integrating climate in consideration into Mahatma Gandhi Narega planning through ICRG program. Ministry of Rural Development recognized the need to expand protection against climate-linked disaster through inclusive social protection coverage and investment in climate information and early warning system. Ministry is delivering a technical assistance program supported by FCDO called Infrastructure for Climate Resilience Growth (ICRG). The program is piloting through the process of interacting climate risk management into provision of Narega through using climate science and models to inform decisions, climate compatibility planning of Narega infrastructure, climate proofing of selected infrastructure, climate resilience engineering design, integrated natural resource management, convergence with other relevant program and schemes, building capacity of administrative and technical staff of Mahatma Gandhi Narega. ICRG is under implementation in 7 states of India with a vision to scale up its intervention across the country, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, one of them. Delivering resilience at scale. Mainstreaming climate risk management with Mahatma Gandhi Narega has the potential to lead to harvesting 300 billion liters of water per year for irrigation, direct benefits for 3 million marginalized households per year, bringing 1 million hectare of waste land under cultivation, and direct benefits more for 3 million marginalized households per year. These are some photographs, 1 million farm ponds and 1 million plantation work, thrust on water conservation. The ministry's focus is way forward for Mahatma Gandhi Narega. In the ministry piloting of innovative practice and upscaling of proven models in climate risk management and water conservation and management. Honorable Prime Minister of India announced target for restoring 26 million hectare degraded land by 2030, achieving through targeted work under Mahatma Gandhi Narega with regular monitoring and reporting of impacts. Improving individual asset creation of vulnerable communities for enhancing sustainable livelihood and climate change adaptation, increasing green cover through afforestation, agroforestry, silvipasture, and fruit plantation. I'll show you the glimpse from the field. What are the works taken under the Mahatma Gandhi Narega? Land development work, a composite pit, crematorium, check dams from different estates all over the country. Irrigation channel, CC drain, CC road and farm pond, block plantation, horticulture, Anganwadi center, rural hut, water storage tank from different areas. It is from Himachal Pradesh, irrigation channel, got said, rural connectivity. So these are the some photographs. These all work are created under Mahatma Gandhi Narega. Thank you.
Thank you, Avninder. So basically what we've heard is, sorry, what we've heard is a bit about phone as well. Thank you. So we've heard some bits about the subnational, not audible? Okay. I think, yeah, my voice is loud enough. So some bits on the subnational, how the planning aspects are carried at the state level, and how the state kind of works with the district and also works with the community. We've also heard about the national scheme and the national planning process from Avnender on Narega, and what Narega does with the state, with other ministries, and under the overall umbrella scheme of National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. We'll now move to the international aspect, which Alok Baranwal, who's the senior climate change specialist with Global Environmental Facility, will talk about. And then we'll show you some case studies and give you some examples about the program.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks, Daljit, for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be part of the program, which I was very much initially involved before my current job in Jeff, when I was in the FCDO or DFID at that time. So just to introduce myself, I currently work as Senior Climate Change Specialist in Global Environment Facility, which is a trust fund dedicated to support adaptation, mitigation, biodiversity, managing land degradation, and chemicals and waste reduction. So we are a financing mechanism of all the multilateral conventions, one of which is UNFCCC. So that's why I'm here, because we get guidance from these Conference of Parties meetings, and then we apply it in our programming strategy. So, I work as in the adaptation team of Jeff, where we manage two adaptation funds. One is called Least Developed Countries Fund, LDCF. It's a dedicated fund just for the least developed countries globally, which are 46 LDCs. And then there is a special climate change fund, which provides funding to projects which are very innovative and which helps in unlocking more investments for adaptation. So it's not a big fund, but it tries to identify some catalytic projects, developing tools and methodologies or building institutional capacity that can help national or local or village level institutions or cities to access more finance and implement adaptation. So these are the two funds where I work. And my perspectives, of course, it will be international, but it is coming from national. So, we provide funding to projects which are designed by countries. So, in one way, it is a bottom-up fund. So, we develop strategic directions, like where what should be the priority, or what are the where you can get maximum adaptation benefit. But the projects are designed by countries in partnership with certain GEF agencies who help them bring additional international, national, and local expertise. So that's a not so brief. It was a bit long introduction, but I thought that it will be useful for you to know the context and the work that we are doing. So coming to this point on the topic of this session, which is on bottom-up approaches, and I was asked to talk about a bit on community-based adaptation solutions and how we are supporting that. So happy to share some insights on that. So let me start by saying, of course, we all know communities are at the front line of climate risk. And of course, it is important that their needs and priorities are addressed. But I think what is more important is that their knowledge and expertise is also applied in developing these adaptation solutions. So I think we should think beyond just community-based to more community-focused or community-led, like the locally led action that that is currently being supported by institutions like IID and many others. So I would like to first broaden this understanding or scope of this community engagement to from community-based to community-led and community-focused. So that's one, and it is important because if we do that, then the ownership, the knowledge that exists is really tapped, and it's not that some international expert is going in a rural area or in a city and saying that, okay, we know what the solution is, and you just apply it. So I think that is important to understand, and then that's something that we always support in all our projects. I would like to highlight 3 points here that how the scaling up or the bottom-up approaches can be scaled up globally, and of course it applies to India as well and many other South Asian countries. First is again, it's a broader concept, but it is really important to apply, which is on taking a whole of society approach in all our projects and programming. And this is something that is quite core to programming of Global Environment Facility. And this entails a number of things. It entails, for example, empowering local community-based and local government organizations or institutions. For example, you just heard how in ICRG program, the local panchayats or the local government institutions are empowered to, so that they can do better planning of their natural resources or their infrastructure or their sustainable agriculture and others. So it's important that those local governments or the institutions which are supporting them are empowered and their capacity is built. So, and also going forward, I would say that there are many projects which we are supporting are actually directly implemented by them. So the money flows through some national, international agencies because of the financing mechanisms constraints that we operate in. But we encourage projects to have these institutions as implementing agency. So the funds can flow to them, and they are in all the decision-making seats or bodies to decide where to do what and when to do what. So that is really important that these local governments and local community-based organizations are engaged. There is another important element, which is that we should also look at going beyond state actors to non-state actors, like engaging civil society organization, engaging indigenous peoples, where for example there are a number of countries in Africa and in SIDS where there are many indigenous groups and they have their own ways of managing their resources, managing their livelihood. So there are a number of projects that we support actually works with them directly through our, of course, the Least Developed Countries Fund and the Special Climate Change Fund, but also you may have heard of this program called Small Grants Program that Jeff funds. It is currently operated through UNDP, but we are expanding it further in our new program cycle with more agencies coming to support us. So, working with these non-state actors to not only engage, but also to make sure that they implement projects can also ensure that this whole of society approach that we are talking about is actually getting operational, and it is not just a fancy concept to publish a journal. So that's one. And then, now coming to the second part, which is, of course, so we need this approach, but we also need to understand that there are gaps, there are knowledge gaps in communities, so where they need support so that they can apply their knowledge expertise in a more systematic way, considering science, considering the policy consideration, considering economics and various other things. And in context of climate change adaptation, considering or integrating climate information in all their systems and all their plans. And in that context, I think you have probably already heard a lot about the CRISP tool, which CRISP-M, is it CRISP-M tool, which has been developed by this excellent program to support MNREGA in using climate information and spatial data and apply it in context of rural planning. So, if you look at it simply, it's like the top or the best technology available currently and applied at the lowest level possible. And this is exactly the the gap that we need to bridge, that the technologies, the advancements which are being made are not limited only in cities or in developed countries, but should be applied to projects which are really community driven. And this is a very good example. And I would just like to say that in our programming internationally, globally also, climate information services, climate information systems, creating weather services infrastructure is one of our priorities. Till date, LDCF has provided more than 2 billion in grants to more than 46 countries. And around 45 to 50% of our projects have climate information services as one of their components. So I would say that this is really important when we talk about working with communities and empowering them, because, of course, you can empower them with knowledge, information, but they really need these tools so that they can apply it and they feel that, yeah, we are doing something, out of box, and we are doing something beyond what we can do. So that's the second part. And third is, again, on bottom-up approaches or engaging communities, what is important is that adaptation is integrated in some of the development programs or social protection programs, because globally, in many countries, there are schemes, there are programs like MNREGA, like many other watershed development or poverty alleviation programs, which are very community-based. It's already community-focused. It involves involvement of these local institutions in implementing projects. So, there is a very good opportunity there that, how we can actually tap some of these development programs and integrate climate change so that the entire program becomes like an adaptation program, and the community engagement, which is already ingrained in that program, is really strengthened to deliver large-scale adaptation benefits. Again, coming back to MNREGA, which is the program that is being supported through ICRG. It is world's largest social protection program, as you heard. It is also, I would say, with 70% of funds going to projects on natural resource management, I can say that it is probably world's largest nature-based solutions program also, right? So or nature-based solution program for adaptation. So, it's important that these understandings or perspectives are built in these social protection or development or poverty alleviation programs. And then it is supported with tools like CRISP or with climate information services and with robust vulnerability assessments, with technical capacity of local and national governments to design projects which can help them access more finance. So that integration is really important to shape these programs, and we don't have to create new adaptation program as such. These programs are already there. It just needs this new perspective and this added climate consideration to make it really impactful and address the issues of climate risk and support adaptation. So these are the 3 points I wanted to say. I would like to just close by saying that, particularly given that the session is focusing on this program of ICRG and the work or the amazing transformation that is happening through Manrega, is that there is a huge potential to share the knowledge which has been created. I guess Manrega started in 2006 or something? 5. So it's like almost close to 20 years. This should be replicated in many other countries. I directly work with 10 LDCs in Africa, and I can see that there is a very clear opportunity of applying this concept of integrating climate change and social protection, applying climate nature-based solutions and social protection. So there can be multiple combinations. You can draw the Venn diagram and find where the midway is. So I think, maybe FCDO and the urban ministry or the rural ministry should consider how to create some kind of a system where, the lessons learned are generating knowledge, data, and establish some partnerships with some of the vulnerable countries and share that, rich knowledge that has been created. So with that, I would like to thank again the Daljit, FCDO, and the team for inviting me. And if you would like to know more about our program, please go to our website. We have just started our new funding cycle. In this round of JEF 8, now every LDC will get around $20 million. We have doubled the climate finance allocation in line with the Glasgow Pact. And we are hoping that learnings from this program can inform those LDCs so that they can design more effective projects. With that, thanks a lot.
So I hope this is working. So thank you so much, Alok. Really, always a pleasure to hear you. But I am just coming from another panel discussion, which was a UNFCCC side event. And I just wanted to congratulate you for your JEF initiative, because at least 2 panelists on the dais, they said JEF was an ideal model that is allowing climate finance to reach the local level. They said no other, even GCF, you talk about adaptation fund, and they said JEF was probably the only fund that is reaching the local level. So
very good to hear. Thank you.
So I do hope we get some support, as you've said, to take some of the learnings from ICRG to some of the LDCs that you talked about. So we look forward to working more with you on that.
Absolutely. And as I said, it's a country fund. So what we do is our allocation is a country allocation. So we set directions, like broader directions. For example, in our new strategy, our focus is on 4 thematic areas like water, food system and agriculture, climate information services, and nature-based solutions. So these are 4 broad areas, and if a country wants to go beyond, that is also allowed. And then we are targeting 3 systemic issues. One is access to finance or scaling up finance, advancing this whole of society approach and the partnerships, and innovation and technology transfer and private sector innovation also, because we see there is huge opportunity for private sector innovation also in adaptation. And when I talk about private sector, it's not always the big corporates. MSMEs, local entrepreneurs, they are also private sector. So, how we can utilize tools like microfinance and others. So that also is something that we are trying to catalyze. So I actually would like to urge you to go to those countries, share your best practices, and encourage them to design projects which build on the successes or failures or learnings from this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Alok. I'll have to thank you twice because in my haste of introducing you, I missed out on the biggest part that Alok, in his earlier hat, had actually seeded this project, designed it so beautifully, and that's how we were able to take it to this level. So thank you for that as well. And I'm sure you've now understood the importance of the international aspect as well on climate resilience and adaptation. Not just the technology and linking us to different partners and sharing learnings. They bring the most essential bit for adaptation, which is the finance. They help mobilize finance. They help provide the guidance how to utilize that finance, and they ensure that the finance reaches to the most vulnerable, to the people who need it most, and that's really important. So we've kind of joined the thread, but I know that Alok has to run for another meeting, and I really want to thank him to join us here today. And we will miss Alok in the concluding session, but I have Ritu here now, who's the senior researcher, the principal researcher at IIED. And I would like her to present the tech aspect of it and how we are kind of connecting tech with people and how people are benefiting from the technology that we've introduced in our program. Over to you, Ritu. Ritu, you want the video to be played after your presentation? Okay. Can we have the presentation too, please displayed? Thank you.
While we are waiting for the slides to come through, oh yes. So although Daljit introduced me as somebody who's going to talk about tech, but I always want to introduce it as people's plus tech approach. So people is very much the key component in this technological innovation that we have introduced within the project. So before I start, actually, I don't know because I missed the initial part, but I'm sure the scale and the scale at which MGNR EGS is getting implemented is shown on the slide, and I'm sure panelists before me have talked about it. Daljit, yes. So you can see this is the scale at which this program has an impact. But what we really need to understand is social protection and climate change program. They are quite symbiotic to each other. Each of them they lead to climate resilient and inclusive development. And if we introduce climate risk management approaches into social protection program, it can really yield far-reaching effects or impacts on delivering climate resilience, which we typically define as an ability of preparing, coping, and recovering from an impact. This slide that you see here, it basically explains how a program like MGNR EGS is actually delivering or can deliver climate resilience. And and I'm probably the speakers before me have talked about this program in more detail, but I'll just quickly take you through different components of this program. Firstly, MGNR EGS guarantees 100 days of wage employment, which means when a household is hit by a climate crisis, they at least have enough fund to tide or maintain their consumption level. So in some sense, it helps the communities absorb the impacts of climate change. The infrastructure, as Alok was mentioning before me, the infrastructure created through NREX, 70% of it is natural resource management assets, which means it leads to creation of water conservation, water harvesting, land development efforts. And that, if done properly, can really lead to creating drought proofing, flood resilience, and those kind of impact. The third aspect to this is institutional strengthening. And many of you may not know that the entire fund, like we are talking about devolving climate finance, but this entire fund, that $11 billion annual budget, is devolved directly in the accounts of every household. And that's the level at which the devolution of funds happens in this climate resilience program. And the entire planning, implementation, delivery, monitoring happens at that local level institution. So, and these institutions are basically people's institutions. They are public, they are representatives managing these institutions. And then there's also a component of skill development, something that has recently been started. It's yet to take roots, but combining all these four pathways, it really leads to contributing towards the 5 capitals of livelihoods. And that can, if done properly, can lead to helping communities absorb, adapt, and transform their capacities for climate resilience. So we, through our own IIED conducted through ICRG, we conducted research in a number of areas within India. And what we found that even without any intervention, with the way MGNREGS is currently designed, it leads to creation of about 34% of absorptive capacity. Absorptive capacity, as I mentioned before, it is enabling community tide over the crisis by maintaining their consumption level. At least 26% was able to adapt to it, which means that they were not only able to tide over it, but also recover from it. And about 4% also use NREX investment as a stepping stone to go beyond their thresholds of vulnerability and create transformative resilience. Of course, there is about 19% who also reported there was a decline in their resilience capacity, but those are mostly households which we found were landless and who were completely dependent on public infrastructure that was created and the wage employment that was being provided by MREX. So, we then started understanding as to how we can take that 4% of transformative resilience to 100% of transformative resilience. And what we really found was climate information played a very crucial role. And something that I don't know whether the previous panelists have mentioned is 100 days of employment is provided under NREX under normal condition, but 50 days are provided in case of drought-like situation. So that's quite a substantive increase in the employment. But the problem is because climate information is not adequately provided, I'll just try to quickly wrap up my presentation. So because climate information is not available in proper time, which means that drought is not declared in time, and as a result, by the time drought is declared, communities don't get access to that 50 additional days of employment. So really, climate information plays an important role. Again, as Alok was mentioning before me, this program is running for 20 years, which means $11 billion worth of investment went into rural areas in creating water conservation, water harvesting structures. If it was done properly, it would have really led to transformation of rural landscape. It would have contributed to creating drought proofing in almost every village, flood resilience in almost every village. But the reason why it has probably not happened is because that planning has not happened on a landscape basis, on a watershed basis. And I have myself seen many of these structures being washed away in one rain. So which means if we had integrated climate, you have to give me 2-3 minutes to quickly wrap up. If climate information was adequately integrated, you could have anticipated, you could have created that adaptive capacity for those future and even the current crisis that they're facing. Can we have that removed? So basically what we did, in order to plug that gap, we came up with this CRISP-M tool, which is Climate Resilience Information System and Planning Tool. It essentially has 3 components: a drought early warning system, a climate risk-informed planning of natural resource management assets, and crowdsourcing of monitoring data. And because we have limited time, I'm just saying that, this tool with this 3 components, the idea was to convert that crisis into permanent drought proofing, crisis into opportunity. And why this slide is important to me, because we are saying that technology alone does not solve problem. That technology is state of art. We developed it, so I think we are entitled to say it's state of the art, a very good technology. But at the same time, I would say the reason why it's state of the art, because we have adopted a very inclusive, volunteer-led, people-focused approach, where the volunteers from the community itself, they've been given this charge of familiarizing themselves and then teaching or demystifying this tool to the other community members so that they can then use this tool adequately to carry out the planning which is needed. This tool was launched last year by both Indian Minister Shri Giriraj Singh Ji as well as UK Minister. But 1 year down the line, we have some key learnings, and I'll just quickly flip through the slides. We have less time for no fault of ours, but so what it really led to, because we said we are using people's plus tech approach, it led to, there are like series of learnings that we drew, but one thing that it led to was gender empowerment and intersectionality. And I'm not claiming that this tool within a year changed the social status of women, but what it really did, it provided women with information with which they could go and speak with confidence in meeting and say that this is what I want. And what it meant was, I see many of the people here from Indian origin. We all know that women play a very substantive role in all the agricultural practices, in livestock practices, and probably they play more than 50% of role, but they don't get the same percentage of share in decision making. But this tool has enabled. And these are some of the glimpses of women who have started using it. We have just started taking the initial steps of scaling this tool. We started with Madhya Pradesh, now taking it in Jharkhand, and then it will be, Ministry of Rural Development plans to take it at pan-India level. But our learning suggests that it has to be a people's plus tech approach. And I know this is my final warning. It has also led to bringing the marginalized and indigenous group within the whole planning process. NREX is in many ways a very revolutionary program, but its entitlements can only reach people if people are engaged in the planning process, in the delivery. And what this tool, I'm really sorry, I'm getting like final warnings from there. But if you have an interest, do visit our website. It has a lot of details. I'm only being able to show you glimpses of this, but this tool has been transformative. And as Alok was mentioning, and I'm sure Daljit and others must have mentioned, the idea is to take this tool through a people's plus tech approach, because technology alone will not be able to solve the problem. So I'll stop there, and hopefully if you have interest, we will.
Thank you. We'll wrap up the session. Sorry, and I'll thank Lokendra who joined us online, and the panelists, Amnekar, Alok who's left, and Nitin. Thank you, everyone.
निकालते रहिए ये जो बातें मैं इसमें मिनट की
I'll have to show you this.
बट प्रेजेंटेशन देखना है तो वहाँ पे बैठो, फिर बाद में आ जाओ.
Okay, friends, I think we'll get started. Thank you very much. First of all, let me begin by thanking the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change of the Government of India for the opportunity to present some of this work that we would be talking about at this pavilion event. It, of course, is our work, inspired, of course, very much by the general context of India's mitigation policy. Not only India, of course, the larger question of the developing world and how mitigation relates to development. So I think we are very grateful for this gesture on the part of the Government of India. We also were expecting the Secretary of the Ministry, but Madam is held up by other engagements. The negotiations are very packed and tight. So we, of course, appreciate her compulsions. We have with us, apart from the presenters, one of whom will be myself. This is a self-organized event, if you wish. Then my colleague, Dr. Tejal Kanetkar, will make the second half of the presentation. And we are very grateful to three distinguished panelists who have consented to comment. Perhaps they could rise for the occasion. Not all may know you. One is Dr. Yuba Sukona, Vice Chair of Working Group 3 of the IPCC. Dr. Anand Patwardhan, a well-known expert on adaptation from the University of Maryland. And the third is Mr. Diego Pacheco, of the head of delegation of Bolivia. We were hopeful he would be joining us. We are still hopeful. So we look forward to his coming here. So without further ado, let me start. Perhaps the discussants may not take their seats on the podium immediately because it would be difficult to see the presentation, but subsequently I would invite them. So I hope I am not challenged by this. Okay, so let me, this? And now that's even worse. Can't I, oh, it won't move on this. Can you just, okay. Got it. Thank you. So this is work which is in progress, but it has reached a certain stage where we felt that making the results public would be appropriate. We have a published preprint on this. Perhaps at the end we'll be able to give you the link to the preprint version. We also have a policy brief which lays out more clearly what we think are the policy implications, and it is light on the technical details. But the technical details are all available in the paper. So, let me give what is the bottom line that we have, that our message for today. Our statement is that the IPCC AR6 Working Group 3 scenarios project a highly unequal future world that perpetuates most current inequalities. This is the first headline statement. The second headline statement are that growth and development are restricted for developing countries in these scenarios. These scenarios do not take, well, it is not just fossil fuel consumption which is restricted, but it is growth and development itself which is restricted. It follows from this that we elaborate, of course, that these scenarios do not take account of equity and CBDR and RC, common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. Our conclusion from this for policy is that developing countries in particular, and I would advise developed countries should also take these outcomes seriously as we live in a common world, a single world, that these summary assessments and illustrative mitigation pathways must not be used as benchmarks if they are not in line with the convention. This raises other issues. I'm sure we'll have opportunity to discuss them, and we would explain ourselves further. So why is this equity assessment of the global mitigation pathways of the AR6 necessary? The short answer is because it was not done in the IPCC Working Group 3 report. We do, of course, note that the IPCC report makes this very clear. It says clearly that most scenarios do not make explicit assumptions about global equity, environmental justice, or intra-regional income distributions. It also notes that global emission pathways, including those based on cost-effective approaches, contain regionally differentiated assumptions and outcomes and have to be assessed with the careful recognition of these assumptions. Regional here in the sense of modeling is the point to note, and regional here is not a purely geographical thing, because there are some models perhaps which may do that, but there is certainly a separation of regions that are more or less fully developed, the majority of nations in them, and regions where the majority of nations are not developed. But the equity and CBDRRC are central to the convention and its KP and PA, and so this is a matter of much interest when it comes to applying scenarios to negotiations. So we begin with the elementary fact, known of course to all the experts, but bears repetition every time, that there is wide global disparity in historical emissions. The Annex 1 countries constitute about 19% of the global population. Their historical cumulative emissions up to 2019 are 68%. And of course, the non-Annex 1 countries constitute 81% of the global population, and their contribution to historical cumulative emissions is 32%. This is not simply an abstract statement of number, but behind this is the entire story of development, especially post-1850s, because of the intrinsic relationship of fossil fuels to development that we have had so far. So the overwhelming domination of Annex 1, we have already, the graphics has said it, no need to elaborate. We can work out the country-wise cumulative emissions. So this illustrates that all developing countries, including those which are labeled as high emitters in the media, the second largest emitter, the third largest emitter, the first highest emitter, all of them have drawn less than their fair share of the carbon budget. India and Southern Asia happens to be particularly low in this regard, whereas all the other countries of the Annex 1 have vastly overshot. In a sense, we can discuss later if you want, in a very precise sense, what we would consider a fair share of the global carbon budget so far. So we can go into more details, how it varied between 1850 and 1990 and 1991 to 2018, because the benchmark is the signing of the convention. So we could think of it in monetary terms, and at the negotiations, this is an idea that has been around. We think it is important that it be kept in play, it be revived, that the carbon debt and credit forms the fundamental benchmark of financial support, and if you monetize technology transfer and capacity building. Contested it may be, but I think the idea has been with the developing countries consistently for the 3 decades since they signed the convention. So one point about the clarification that the carbon budget perspective provides, and to this audience perhaps I need not reiterate, but I will do it again, that we consider equity to be founded on the principle of the equitable and fair sharing of the global carbon budget, both the past and the future. And if by this criterion we consider that nations should stay within their fair share, then the net zero target dates that we have for different countries are vastly still allow a much greater appropriation of the budget. So the point about inequity that we must underline is the fact that it is recognized and acknowledged, but the question is it operationalized? So the IPCC AR6, to be fair to the authors and the leadership, does contain several calls to climate justice, equitable climate action, and just transitions. The words are splattered all over, but little attention, especially in quantitative terms, is available. Regretfully, our conclusion from our work is that if we open the hood and look under, then the situation seems to be even more serious. So this is again, I point this to say that it is not, of course, from the Working Group 3 report. There is some information that we can draw, but since the scenarios have something of, what shall we say? On the one hand, they seem to suggest a descriptive account of the future. But our concern with scenarios very clearly, and this is briefly noted in passing in the report itself, is, are scenarios performative? Are they describing the world that you want to see happen? And are you persuading people by saying the world will be such and such to say indeed to create a world that will follow this trajectory? This is what I think the performative character that makes it particularly difficult for us in dealing with these questions. So the scenarios, do they describe a statistical distribution? Regretfully, the answer is they are not. They are not a sample. There is a call, an invitation to people to present, and those who can get their act together, so to speak, can come and present. And this is the source of the, we feel that in the first instance, the statistical language, distributional language used in the description of its results are problematic on this score. So I am not going to spend time further in the description of the details of the various scenarios, how much were accepted. The vetting criteria for scenarios is already something of concern. So we need to have a rethink on that, but we will be presenting an analysis of a subset. It is not a, shall we say, it is by no means a complete subset, but it represents a very important section of the scenarios that make up the conclusions of the and the findings of the IPCC AR6. So, so there are different classes of scenarios. We will not be analyzing the whole range from C1 to C8 to use the jargon of the report. Our work is focused on only those which deal with 1.5 and 2 degrees centigrade. They come from one particular model in intercomparison project. Our work is being extended to cover all other scenarios as well. And at this point, I will hand over to my colleague Tejal Kanetkar for the rest of the analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me quickly go over some of the results. I hope all of you have the policy brief. Some of these results are summarized here. These are the variables that we focus on. GDP is one, it is in PPP terms. Then consumption. This is reported as consumption in the scenario database. This is, of course, in the integrated assessment models language. It is basically the consumption of goods and services. We also look at primary energy use, fossil fuel use, CO2 sequestration across these scenarios, emissions and different metrics of emissions and net zero years that the scenarios project. And of course, then at the end, the model shared versus the fair share of the carbon budget. This is the first variable. This is GDP per capita. The first number that you see on the left are the numbers for 2020. The numbers on the right are for 2050. This is for the 10 region classification. The arrows in blue are broadly for the non-Annex 1 regions. The arrows in red show broadly the Annex 1 regions. You already have extremely high levels of per capita GDP in the Annex 1 regions. And these are projected to go even further. A lot of if you look at sub-Saharan Africa, the GDP in 2050, that's 30 years from now, remains at levels of 9,000 per person. In South Asia, this remains at 17,000 per person. If you look at various, there is literature from many years that correlates GDP, which is often used as a proxy for income, with levels of development. And if you look at what levels, a lot of these variables, like life expectancy, mean years of schooling, etc., correlate non-linearly with GDP. If you look at what level this sort of stabilizes, these levels are somewhere around 30,000. So beyond 30,000, 35,000 perhaps, maybe a little more for some regions, the gains that you get from increased incomes in terms of human development stabilize. But a lot of the developing regions don't even reach those levels across the scenarios in 2050. If you look at consumption, the numbers are even more stark. Sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia go from 1 to 2. You have North America, etc., Pacific OECD, the Annex 1 regions going further up. One can argue, of course, that going from 1,000 to 2,000 is doubling of consumption in the non-Annex 1 regions, whereas going from 38 to 45 is not doubling. So therefore, there is a higher growth rate that is projected for the Annex 1 regions. But I'm sure that everybody in this room will agree that that's hardly the measure for equity that we aspire to. Doubling from 1,000 to 1,000, even if it is a higher growth rate as compared to 38,000 to 45,000 is not something that people across those regions are likely to be happy about. This is true across scenarios. These are numbers for C3 scenarios, which are 2 degrees Celsius with 67% probability. So it's not just the numbers that were shown earlier were for C1 category scenarios. So this is true also for C3 scenarios. That's GDP and consumption. So I have already made this point. The levels are projected to be extremely low, much lower than even the current levels of GDP in developed countries overall, and much, much lower than the current levels of GDP in the OECD countries, which are in fact projected to grow even further. We then have, of course, the energy consumption in 2050. Sorry. So these are the red bars again. There's some problem, yeah. There's some lag here. The red bars show the energy consumption per capita for Annex 1 regions. The blue bars show across C1 to C4 categories the energy consumption for non-Annex 1 regions. And what you see here, of course, the last two bars are again for South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa, the per capita energy, and this is a weighted average across models. So we take scenarios, we bin scenarios across, we have brief methodological notes in the brief that we have circulated, and we look at weighted averages within each scenario category. And so we have extremely low levels of energy per consumption even in 2050. Is it possible to achieve levels of well-being, universal well-being for our populations, infrastructure, schools, hospitals, roads, human development with 20 to 30 gigajoules of energy in 2050? So it's going to be much lower going up to 2050, but reaching 30 in 2050. Do we have evidence from any part of the world that this has been possible with 30 gigajoules of energy consumption? That these remain key questions. If you look at what happens, the trajectories from 2020 and 2050 across, except for Europe, across the Annex 1 regions, energy consumption is projected to in fact grow. Across the non-Annex 1 regions, it in fact reduces from already very low levels. Just a minor increase for China plus, it remains more or less constant, but a minor increase for Sub-Saharan Africa from already very low levels. The pattern is the same for C3 scenarios as well. And this is a lot of the increased energy consumption is also facilitated by continued levels of higher per capita fossil fuel consumption in the developed countries. So if you look at C1 and C2 scenarios there, these are 1.5 degree scenarios. Per capita fossil fuel consumption in Annex 1 regions, those are the red graphs, the front, continue to remain much higher as compared to a lot of the other, the non-Annex 1 regions. This is true across scenarios. If you look fuel-wise, then of course a large majority of the fossil fuel use is oil and gas in North America, but coal continues to remain a source of energy across even the C1 scenarios. These are scenarios with no or limited overshoot to 1.5 degrees Celsius. So even C1 scenarios, you have coal use that continues to 2050 in the North American regions. So does, and it is in fact true also of the Pacific OECD, of the European Union. The Middle East, of course, is continues to provide the oil and gas for the Annex 1 regions. And if you look at South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa, not just the oil and gas use, but coal use also is lower. Coal use is lower as compared to the Annex 1 regions across these countries. The share of fossil fuel use as compared to 2019 increases for the Annex 1 regions. So the total fossil fuel use does go down in C1 scenarios, of course, otherwise you cannot have a reduction in emissions. But the share, or the global, if you look at the global share of fossil fuel use, it's about 30% in Annex 1 countries for 19% of the population currently. It'll go up in the C1 scenarios to 36% by 2050. It goes down for the other regions. This is true also of the C4 scenarios, which is 2 degrees Celsius with only 50% probability. So you have a higher share of fossil fuel use in the Annex 1 regions, even in the 2 degrees Celsius scenarios. So the 2 degrees Celsius scenarios afford a higher carbon budget, so perhaps a little more flexibility for the developing countries to catch up, to develop. And what happens really across the scenarios is that the increased carbon budget is allocated to the developed countries. This is, of course, facilitated by assumptions and projections of much higher sequestration till 2050 in the developing countries. If you look at the first, this is C1 scenarios, the red graphs are land use, sequestration from land use in Annex 1 and sequestration from CCS in Annex 1. These are not all negative emissions. Some of these are, of course, will be negative emissions, but this also includes sequestration from industry and fossil fuel use. So it will be, but a large amount of it is really from the non-Annex 1 regions. This is true across scenarios, again, except for C3, where there is a little bit more sequestration from CCS in the Annex 1 countries as compared to land use in Annex 1 countries. So across models, this is not a per capita measure. So because the regional classifications are different across different models, when we provide per capita numbers, it's possible to normalize these. But when we are providing absolute numbers, we have to provide model-wise results. And model-wise, if you look at C1 categories, for example, across models, a large majority of the sequestration up to 2050 happens in developing countries. So higher fossil fuel use continues in developed countries to 2050. Higher sequestration facilitates this in developing countries till 2050. This is true, again, for C3 scenarios as well. And this, of course, translates to very different results for CO2. All regions reduce CO2 emissions, so do the Annex 1 regions. But regions of the global south, Latin America, for example, in scenario categories C1 and C2, reach net zero much before regions of the global north. So they're, in fact, across scenarios, Latin America reaches net zero before 2050, even before 2045, in some scenarios even before 2040. Right? So this is shown here. I'm sorry, I'm running out of time. So Latin America is right there. The third bar, it has much earlier net zero years. The bar shows the range of net zero years across models. So they are different. So Latin America, for example, across model scenarios, across models for the C1 category is projected to reach net zero much before North America across all models. So what happens if you look at near-term emissions? Even in terms of near-term emissions, for the C1 category scenarios, developing countries are projected to reduce emissions at a much, much faster level. So if you look at developing countries and the rates of emissions reductions projected between 2020 and 2030 for developing, these are some developing countries here, it's 8.3% reduction in sub-Saharan Africa versus 5.2% reduction in North America. South Asia also is 5.3. And Latin America is 7.3. So not only do all regions start emissions reductions immediately, but non-Annex 1 regions, in fact, reduce faster. And this completely is inverted to the principle of equity and CBDRRC. It's not simply not considering equity, but it's in fact inverting the principles of equity and CBDRRC. These are peaking years. C1 scenarios, it's 2020. There is a progressive increase across scenarios, but more or less in this decade across regions, emissions are supposed to peak. And of course, we have already seen this number in Jayaraman's presentation. You have 19% and 81%. The numbers differ slightly from the 57% that he showed for the IPCC because that number doesn't include the reforming economies. So this number includes reforming economies. It's Annex 1 as a whole, 68%. If you look at the projected contribution to total CO2 emissions from C1 scenario, so this is what C1, so once we reach global net zero, Annex 1 regions will still have consumed 57% of the total carbon budget for 19% of the population. Whereas the rest of the world, which is 81% of the population, will have to contend with a much smaller amount. And this is for C3 scenarios. The situation doesn't change much. So this is by regions. This is simply if you look at South Asia there, because it's easiest to see, and Sub-Saharan Africa, 24% and 13% are the fair shares. You have 4% and 4% as historical, and 7% for South Asia as in the total carbon budget. This is just some of these numbers. We can talk about them later. I know I'm out of time, so let me just conclude by saying that, reiterating what Jayaraman has said, that projected future in 2050 is an unequal world that perpetuates or aggravates inequalities of today. These are pervasive and apply to all variables, macroeconomic variables, fossil fuel consumption, as well as emissions-related variables. These inequalities are projected into the future by restraining any transformative growth in a majority of the developing countries, including in India and South Asia. This is important for us. We are at the India Pavilion. I think it's necessary to underline this. So let me conclude. I've already said this by saying that modeling and scenario building exercises, if we don't correct them now, if these are essentially imaginations of a future. Do we want a future that is unequal? Do we want a future that perpetuates current inequalities? Or do we want a planet that is livable? I mean, this is the IPCC language, that the planet has to be livable. But should it not be livable for all those who live on this planet? Can it only be livable for a certain section that lives in the global north? So I leave you with that thought and some of these points, which you can, of course, read off. Thank you very much.
So, thank you very much, Tejal. May I now invite the discussants to the podium. I must apologize that Professor Jim Skia, co-chair of IPCC Working Group 3 here. Jim, please, join us on the podium. So I think we'll stay with the order that we had advertised in the poster for the event. So before I continue, very briefly, enormous amount of work for this. Work was done by our student, Akhil Maitri. He is not here, but he is watching us on the webcast. So I think a round of applause is due to our co-author on this. And he's not going to become an IPCC author, right? So now I'd request Yuba Sokona, a good friend, for his remarks on what we have just presented. Yuba.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to take part to this conversation. As when accepted, I indicated clearly that I'm not representing IPCC. This has to be clear. Now, having said that, I'm here as Yuba Sokona, not as IPCC. That has to be clear. I think that you bring one of the most important elements on the climate debate, and focusing on that, on the equity aspect. If you look at the scientific part of the first assessment report, the second assessment report, equity was not there. It started to get in with the third assessment report. And at that time, some of us have raised a number of issues. And even the development was not part of the IPCC assessments. And then we get nervous. I remember one of the first IPCC meetings I participated in early 90s. I said, what I'm doing here? They are talking about economics and climate science. I'm interested in development, not those different issues. And then things have changed. And then to bringing that element, perpetuating, is an important element. And I think also one of the key aspects you try to cover is also very important, and all the element of what future we want to have globally. I think there is a need to make a disconnect between two aspects, and that was not clear going through your presentation report. IPCC and the scenarios and the modeling, because IPCC is not a research institution, it's not making any research, it's not doing any modeling, it's assessing literature. And then the fact is that is assessing the existing. I remember back to when some of us, we said that we don't want at all to be involved in it because the issues that we are interested in, it is not there. They said that you need to make a publication on those different issues to get them in. And this is important. And I think there's inherently problem with integrated assessment modeling at the global level. And just different from IPCC. And then we all have to recognize that I am one of the first one who clearly indicated that I do not see my future and my present in integrated assessment modeling. This is not IPCC, have nothing to do with IPCC. And then we had a lot of debate in it with the modeler because because modeling is based on assumptions. And you bring a number of assumptions and you build your assumption based on that. And then we are in a village. And then the planet is a village. At the same time, it's diverse. There's a huge diversity in the village. And then hardly those kind of models can capture the diversity of in which we are. And this is one of the problems. Recently, on 4th of, you presented Sub-Saharan Africa. It looked like it's a village. On the 24th of October, we published a paper in Nature Energy that's indicating clearly Africa needs context-relevant evidence to shape its clean energy future. Because there is no single future for Africa as a continent. Because there is a huge diversity in the continent, and the paths are completely different. I can take two extremes, and then this is relevant also for developing country, for any situation in which we are, and I think we need to capture those different elements. Do we have a relevant tool and then to capture those different aspects in order to address some fundamental element, that is a reduction of inequality, the equity consideration, and the livable future for all of us? And those are some of the fundamentals. It's possible, but the different pathway will lead to that. And then those are some of the fundamental questions we need to bring. And then to make it short, we came up, for many people who are not African, they think that is a single village. And this is the thing that needs to be done. And when we analyze, we come up with the situation where the energy, the electricity consumption rate, the access to electricity is high, they have low levelized cost of renewables, particularly solar. And then where it's not, it's very high. And then we come up finally, and then to look at the continent, it can be 3 different clusters. And then you indicated 4 different clusters. I will take the 2 extremes. The first extreme is South Africa. It has clear, defined energy system in place based on fossil fuel with a key role of coal. And the other extreme is like my country in Mali, with limited access to energy, very low, landlocked, and not all producing country. And then in between, you have a country like Ethiopia or like Kenya, they can go faster in low carbon, zero carbon, because of the basis they do have that in their Ethiopia hydro, and then in Kenya, geothermal and other. And you have some other country, those are in a kind of dilemma. And then if you look at the future, it's a bit a problem. All the countries in Africa where they are discovering gas, natural gas, actually, what they will do with it. And then you project that, how can we project the GDP of those countries by 2050? And then we do not know where the world will go in. Are they be able to invest in natural gas for the development? Or if they invest on it, it will be a stranded asset, and then so that they will face a number of other problems. And I think that those realities, those specificities, if we rely on certain type of modeling, is very difficult. But there is a way of getting around. Okay. Those are some of the elements I just want to bring to your attention. It's a very important issue. It's important, but we need and then to bring the element of the contextualization of all those elements is very important. This is relevant for Africa, is this case also for Asia, as well as for Europe. Thank you.
Now, Dr. Anand Patwardhan.
Yeah, thanks Dayaraman and Tejal. Really interesting results, and I'm happy you put this brief together. But in a way, these results, I think, they're interesting, but also quite predictable, because what they reflect is sort of a simple mathematical reality that so much of the historical carbon budget has been used up, that once you take the linear relationship between temperature and cumulative carbon, then mathematically something has to give. And what has to give is essentially you have no carbon space left for the developing world. So you're going to have constrained growth and constrained consumption. So in a way, it sort of sets that up quite directly. But moving then to the question of scenarios, I think I'm also very happy that Jayaraman brought up this notion of performative character of scenarios, because I think we really need to understand what scenarios are and what they are not, right? So in my mind, there's kind of two dimensions on which you can look at scenarios. You can look at scenarios as either normative or positive, right? So normative scenarios will be about how the world should be. Positive scenarios are about how the world might be. And they're quite different. I suspect that much of what we have seen are really positive scenarios. And so positive scenarios are obviously going to have a high element of inertia and grandfathering built into them, because they're starting with where you are now. And where you might be obviously is, in a sense, determined by where you are today. You also have scenarios that you can look at on another dimension, which is that are forward-looking or that are backcasting. So forward-looking scenarios are what-if scenarios, what if certain happens. Backcasting scenarios are how-to scenarios. They'll start from a desirable end state and work backwards of how you get there. Unfortunately, I think the way scenarios have been traditionally used in the IPCC, and this is not just the AR6, but I'm thinking of all the way going back to the SRES and going back to earlier assessment cycles, most of the IPCC scenario work has been concentrated in a particular quadrant of this space, right? So these are what-if scenarios, they are positive scenarios, and they are forward-looking scenarios, because their purpose has been to inform modeling. Their purpose has been to inform and provide the inputs to being able to do modeling. And models, that's the nature of models. They're trying to make a projection of a future world starting from a set of initial conditions with a set of assumptions that provide you consistent parameter values through which you can run models. So if that is your purpose, then obviously you're going to really explore one quadrant of that space. You're not really going to look at fundamental questions, normative questions, or what should the world look like, and where obviously in that question, when you pose that question, then equity and justice will become central to it, because I don't think anyone will disagree that we want a world that is low carbon, but we also want a world that is fair and just and equitable. Now, the problem is very often, in optimization, we might call this as an over-constrained problem, and you might find that there is no feasible solution. But then that has to come out very clearly, that where are the trade-offs? But some of these trade-offs are hidden because models are being used simply in a way, scenarios are being used to construct modeled futures that are not reflecting explicitly making explicit some of these value judgments about what the world should be like, but rather they are, in a sense, constraining the world by where it is today and therefore by where it will be in the future. And then my final point I wanted to make is really sort of if that is where so far we have used scenarios sort of in the modeling sense. Unfortunately, we tend to think of models as truth machines, and they are not, right? So we have simply started to think that just because we have a modeled future, it has to be true in some way. And this goes back to, Jairam, your point about the statistical. If you think of it that way, then of course you can try and produce a statistical distribution. But they're not that, right? They are really meant, in a sense, to build understanding, not as projecting some kind of a truth. And I think the best place to see this, where this comes out really clearly, is in this concept of overshoot scenarios. Right? So these overshoot scenarios present, in my view, and what you showed were some undesirable futures, right? Futures which are not equitable, where development is constrained. But in my view, overshoot scenarios also present an infeasible world, because they are essentially a modeling artifice that generates enormous amounts of negative emissions to meet a budget constraint without really capturing the fact that these are simply not feasible to produce at the scale at which models are demanding them. And so in some ways now you have this peculiar problem where you have scenarios, you're using them to inform and drive models, and now you think that the output of these models is actually a reasonable modeled future. And I think the conclusion I draw is that these are neither desirable nor feasible futures in most cases. So let me kind of stop here and hand back to you.
Thank you, Anand. Now, Jim.
Yeah, certainly. And just to say, there was quite a lot I agreed with the sentiment in the presentations, actually. So I'm definitely not going to take revenge for the Working Group 3 approval. Rest safely, with that. And just to say, I think as the people in the leadership of IPCC, we have 8 months to go before the end of our term. Yuba and I are probably old men in a hurry, so we will start to say what we really think at this stage of the process. So just a few things to observe there, and where I'm going to try to get to is that if you want to press the case on equity, I'm actually going to try to give you some advice on which buttons to press, because I think that is quite an interesting factor. I agree with everything Anand said, for example, about models not being truth machines. They're aids to thinking, and we need to think about them in that kind of way. So I was not surprised by the results that you got. And one of the reasons I'm not surprised is the way that we started with the demographic assumptions and the macroeconomic assumptions. And given the assumptions that went into the models, you could not have produced different results for all the other indicators. It was absolutely inevitable. So the first kind of piece of advice is these models have been driven by the so-called shared socioeconomic pathways. And one of the observations to make is that more than 90% of the scenarios in the debate database that we're currently looking at were based on shared socioeconomic pathway 2, which is middle of the road. And you might have actually got more things if the community had troubled itself to do more work with the other scenarios, particularly SSP1 on sustainable development. So I think that's the first button to press. When we run our scenarios workshop for IPCC in April, one of the issues on the agenda will be, are the current SSPs fit for purpose, or do they need further development? And you will not get changes unless you play games with these SSPs themselves. The other thing, the observation that was made about the heavy dependence on model intercomparison projects, which are usually built around a very assumptions specified, usually by the funder of the project. Now, I am doing a talk on scenarios tomorrow, in which I will be even more provocative and make the point that 3/4 of the models in the database were funded by the European Union. So a certain set of questions were asked. Can I just say, I no longer hold an EU passport because I come from the UK, but I can tell you I voted Remain enthusiastically. So this is also for the good of the EU, I think, as well as anything else. There should be a more inclusive approach to developing the kind of questions that model intercomparison projects actually address. So for me, these would be the two buttons for you to press to take it forward. Think about the SSPs and try to get more inclusiveness in the way that questions address in projects. I don't think changing the models would make a lot of difference. If we didn't have IAMs, we'd have to invent them, and they'd end up pretty much where they are at the moment. But they can be kicked, prodded and directed in different ways, including by setting carbon budgets at a regional level, if that's what you wanted to do. I'll just make one other facetious remark, which I noted from the presentation. It's very kind of you to say that China should reach net zero before the UK. I don't know how you got these numbers, but it's actually in there.
Now, I'd be really, it would be very amiss if we did not invite our good friend, Meena Raman of the Third World Network, and one of our most articulate voices for equity over decades. Please, Meena. No.
No, you already have a time constraint at 6 o'clock. Yeah, friends, I mean, this is absolutely frightening. I mean, I've known this discussion from before about equity and the carbon budget and all that. But this idea of the scenarios and what the scenarios are actually showing, and the fact that the pathways themselves are not the truth. Now, the entire negotiations are based on what the IPCC says. And everywhere you say best available science, best available science, best available science, you will have best available science and equity. As if equity is different and best available science is different. Best available science is scientific and equity is not scientific. So I am absolutely appalled by the fact that all these assumptions are actually, not challenged in the process itself. Because the process itself, if you look at the Glasgow Climate Pact, which is heralded as the pact that took Paris forward, and if you look at everything which is there in the even the globe in the structured expert dialogue, when we were all engaged, everything was IPCC, every session, global stocktake, every technical dialogue, IPCC. Now, my friends, if you are telling me that this is not the truth, because that's what the whole world believes, we have a serious reset to do. And so I am very worried. I don't know what to do. I really don't know what to do. Because we have been saying that this is unjust. We've been saying, for instance, this whole net zero by 2050. It was yesterday, in Glasgow, it was said that, we're keeping 1.5 degree alive, and every country does net zero by 2050. And we've all, the civil society, all of us have condemned that because that's doing too little too late for the developed world. We can't afford that. But yet, that is what has been locked in, as if that is the game in town. And so if everybody does net zero, we are all fine. And then you talk about the carbon sequestration and all that. I mean, this is not the truth. This is a lie. And I think we need to call out this lie even more because this is not science.
We are very short of time. I am sure Tejal would, I certainly would like to make a minute remarks in closure. But we can take 2 quick questions from the audience. We have several experts. Well, sorry, we'll run out of time on the room, but we can talk outside. But 2 quick questions, please. The first.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Ala Kurdeji. I'm a senior scientist in Working Group 3 TSU. Just to follow on what Jim started, the idea of MIPS, model into comparison projects. And also, I very much agree with what Jim said. If we reinvent this, we probably end up with something similar. Louder, okay. How do you see these MIPS starting? What is the starting point of these MIPS? Does it originate from institutes in developing countries? Do developing countries lead on this research stream? And how can we kind of start this kind of collaboration so that capture these aspects where 75% of the current models are originating in Europe, and how can we force them in different directions? Sorry, I know it's not an easy question, but I think I very much agree that...
No, it's a very obvious question, and we thought about it for a long time. So, I don't mean to be facetious. Please, one more.
Yes, Sébastien Richer from Save the Climate. Just a question for everybody. In the models and so on, we evaluate the possibilities of gaining access to the net zero. But we, as you said, we are lacking sometimes the clarity on the science capability, on the technological capabilities in the world. Do you think, particularly because for the 75% of the people who don't have access to these technologies and so on, do you see how we can improve the situation by transferring from rich countries to poorer countries the knowledge on the technology so that they build themselves, not that they will build for them? Thank you.
Thank you. The question from, I forget, I think is a larger question. We are happy you raised it, but I don't think we really have the time to respond, so we will invite you to discuss outside. So, Tejal, you want to wrap up in a minute? A minute for you, a minute for me.
No, I think a lot has also been said, but I do want to also take off on what Yuba said about the fact that these regions are diverse and there are unique solutions across regions. But one of the things that the models, one of the results that we wanted to focus on, that it is not really about renewable energy versus fossil fuels in the models at all. It is energy that is limited, that is constrained. So we are to develop with low levels of energy, even renewable energy. It's not just fossil fuels. I mean, that at least one would have understood if it was only that. But it's not that. And this is, so if Africa or Asia are at 10,000, it means certain regions within these large regions are at even lower levels of income. So that I think is an important thing to notice. And I think, there has been sort of much said about where the models, where the results actually originate. originate from, the problem with the models themselves, and how much can you kick them and from which side to get different results always remains a question. So should we be thinking about different modeling frameworks themselves? Should we be thinking about looking at what is a desirable future and then talking about how we go about building it, instead of starting with IIMs that have inbuilt structures that don't allow us to do this in the first place? Thank you.
So I'm not going to say very much. First of all, it's my duty to thank our discussants, especially Jim, who graciously accepted to make remarks and pointed several this thing. But let me be frank about this. There are 2 points which are fundamental, which I think are problematic about the way the whole problem is thought of, and Tejal alluded to it in part. You think of science as being, you have science and then you have equity. As if equity cannot be thought of in objective terms and cannot be incorporated in the way you quantify a future world in proper terms. So, you can do it in a quantified way. And that was what, for us, the carbon budget was always about. That was why it is a starting point. That's point number one. The second point is, in a complex problem like this, it must be our endeavor not to find the mean and median. But these are like valleys, if those who do modeling will understand. These are valleys and terrains of solutions. So you must look for pathways within them. You must look for regions within them which are more equitable or less equitable, and that must be a key criteria. Unfortunately, we are left with this idea of deterministic modeling. The best we can do is to provide statistical distributions, which are not statistical distributions. And as a result, we end up where we are. I agree with Meena that there is a sense in which this is profoundly shocking. And this is, I regret to say, Yuba, despite your very clear criticism, that it is not the IPCC that produces scenarios, but there is, people are talking about what is the AR7 scenarios going to be like. So there is a real issue. The IPCC cannot and should not become performative. Take your vetting criteria. You chopped off half the models which were sent to you. But then on the other hand, you could have created a classification system which was based around all the models that you got, or not just a subset of the models, because you had some other criteria by which you thought they should be assessed. So I think there are a number of issues, and I really once again underline the 3 points we made. I'm not going to repeat myself. This is a matter of profound concern for the negotiations. And at this moment, when we ourselves looked at the results, the sense of being a little appalled which you had was one we shared. So we hope that we can go forward from here, and I hope there will be others who will engage with us on meeting this challenge. Thank you very much.